Hiss. A sharp, needle-like pain stabs the nape of my neck. The stench of rot floods my nose, like a mix of a fish rotting for 2 weeks and a moldy, foul-smelling insole. My eyes snap open. Blood-red pine needles stretch endlessly above, blocking out the sky. The dark red heavens resemble the stomach walls of some monstrous beast. Where am I? Wasn't I just cleaning dust out of my computer? A faint whimper drifts to my ears intermittently. I spring to my feet. Scattered all around are several mummified corpses, twisted into grotesque shapes, bodies riddled with holes. Not far away, a figure writhes on the ground, its body covered in layers of crimson mud. Is it a person? Or is it a monster? My pupils contract sharply as I instinctively step back. The ground beneath my feet feels sticky and slick, its dark brown color unsettling, almost like congealed blood. Without hesitation, I bolt toward a patch of land that looks normal. Ding. Global survival hell game forcibly initiated. Current location, Purgatory Planet, Crimson Pine Forest. Remaining survivors, 3,349,195,284. Beginner protection period, 71 hours, 59 minutes. A burning pain radiates from my wrist. A black wristwatch materializes out of thin air, while a blue holographic screen flickers to life. Inventory. Compressed biscuit ×1. Iodophore ×1. Bandages ×1. Phillips screwdriver ×1. A screwdriver? The one I was using to take apart my computer earlier? This is it. That's all. The regional chat explodes with messages. _help. There are giant flying bugs everywhere. _. The red mud. It's alive. It's crawling up my leg. _. There's a monster. Someone save. _. I immediately shut off the chat and grip the screwdriver tightly. It's not much of a weapon, but the sharp metal tip gives me at least a shred of confidence. I find a small patch of flat, open ground and retrieve a exclusive building card from my inventory. A flash of white light. A 10-square-meter building materializes in front of me, with a bright red sign above the door featuring a cartoon snowman. Mishua Ice Cream Tea. What? A bubble tea shop? Is this some kind of joke? I push open the door. Inside is a counter, cash register, and a few tables and chairs. The kitchen is completely empty. No supplies, no tools. There isn't even a bed. I collapse into one of the chairs, biting into a compressed biscuit, and nearly crack a tooth. All right, fine. I won't eat it. A new screen appears with my personal stats. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 9. Talent, not activated. The question marks beside my spirit stat catch my attention. I click on Activate Talent. 10 minutes required. Movement disabled during activation. I double-check that the door is locked and place the screwdriver within arm's reach. Confirm. Warmth spreads from my chest, surging through my veins like a raging torrent. Countless light particles explode in front of my eyes as a high-pitched buzzing fills my ears. My spirit stat begins to spike wildly. 9, 10, 11. 15. Talent awakened. SSS class, E-resonance contract, unique hidden. SSS class. My heart pounds furiously. Effect 1. Establish a soul contract with an SSS class gifted individual through. The Star Orbit Crystal card activates and reads the Illusion Lens camera, fusing into the Valiant Knight armor. The power depends on compatibility. Effect 2. Supports 3 control modes. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the boost, with a max stat doubling effect. Effect 3. When no contract exists, the black card triggers the blank dark armor transformation. Physical defense increases for up to 3 minutes. Prolonged activation results in mental strain. Note: transformation consumes 5 mental points. Mental points below 0 result in unconsciousness. Only an SSS-level beautiful girl signing a contract can unleash its full strength. My eyes lit up. Still, the blank dark armor is good enough to stay alive. Building upgrade conditions. To upgrade to LV.2, requires sturdy timber ×5, iron ore ×3, and purified water ×1. Iron ore just to go from level 1 to level 2? Taking a deep breath, I stepped outside. The stench in the air was starting to fade. Sticking close to the forest's edge, I managed to find 3 tree branches about as thick as an arm. Sturdy timber times 3. I felt something under my step. A black metallic tube was partially buried in the soil, half of a mechanical arm, its hydraulic tubes sticking out like veins. What the hell? Discarded mechanical component times 1. Further ahead, I found more debris. Warped metal plating, shattered gears, and half a tank tread left drag marks in the dirt. Metal shrapnel was embedded in tree trunks, and scorched burn marks streaked across them. The designation, MT-0371. Battlefield remnants. Hunching forward, I crept on. Eventually, I reached a 30-meter-wide clearing. Trees were snapped in half, and the ground was gouged up as if by a giant plow. At the center, a charred crater about 3 meters in diameter stood out, its edges glassed from extreme heat, definitely evidence of high temperatures melting the soil. A war zone. Circling the devastation, I began gathering materials. Broken tree trunks and thick branches all got converted into sturdy timber, while the embedded metal fragments, scattered gears, and melted metal pieces turned into iron ore. After 20 minutes of scavenging, sturdy timber times 15, iron ore times 8. All right, got enough for the upgrade. A smile spread across my face. Finally, I had something I could rely on to stay alive. As I prepared to head back the way I came, something caught my eye, a glint of metal lodged in a fallen tree trunk. It was an axe. The wooden handle was broken in half, and the iron blade was chipped and rusted. It was wedged into a crack in the tree, thrust in so forcefully it couldn't be pulled back out. Clearly abandoned, but still relatively intact. I walked over, grabbed the handle, and pulled. It didn't budge an inch. Letting out a frustrated sigh, I stepped onto the tree trunk for leverage and yanked on the handle with both hands, face flushing red from the effort. Finally, the battered axe came loose, inch by inch. Damaged iron axe, usable for chopping timber, durability 23%. What a treasure! I stashed it into my inventory with satisfaction. And just as I did, I felt something wet and slimy wrap around my ankle. Looking down, dark red soil had crept over my shoe without me noticing. It was now slithering up my pant leg. The surface of the soil rippled with fine, dense waves, as though countless tiny things were squirming beneath the surface. They crawled through the eyelets of my sneakers, squeezed through the seams of my socks. The sensation was sticky and cold, like being enveloped by something wet and alive. Slime? I lifted my foot abruptly, trying to shake it off, but only managed to dislodge a small amount. I stomped hard, even scraped at it with a screwdriver, but every layer I removed was replaced just as quickly. The more I scraped, the faster it came and the thicker it grew, surging up endlessly from the soil beneath my feet. My breathing quickened. A sharp pain shot through my legs as a voice from the regional channel exploded in my mind. That's not even dirt. It's a creature. It's everywhere. You can't escape. I ran desperately toward the edge of the clearing, aiming for the exposed rock. But the red mud clung like sticky glue to the soles of my shoes, resisting every step, as though something underneath was tugging me back. The pain in my legs intensified, blood seeped out. By the 5th step, my foot gave way, and I nearly fell. The red mud had already climbed up to my calves. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. Transformation. Right, I can transform. With a single intent, icy cold metal manifested in the palm of my hand. A silver-gray transformation device materialized in my left hand, the celestial orbit card driver. It was lighter than I'd expected, with a matte finish and a deep blue crystal embedded in its center. In my right hand was a pure black card, smooth, devoid of any patterns or symbols, yet thin and solid to the touch. Let's do this. I snapped the driver to my waist, the metallic clasp clicking into an automatic lock. Raising the black card, I rubbed my thumb along its surface, feeling a subtle vibration beneath my touch. Hunching, I slid the black card into the slot. A cold electronic voice resounded. Blank ride, null override. In an instant, the weight on my feet vanished. The red mud was blasted off by some unseen force. The next second, black pieces of armor erupted from the transformation device like shards of metallic butterflies, spiraling around my body and latching on. There wasn't any dazzling light, just the metallic sound of pieces interlocking and assembling. 2 seconds later, I was encased in an all-black suit of armor. The mask of the helmet was a sleek V-shaped visor made of pitch-black glass. I clenched my fists. Agile, yet powerful. I could feel the strength permeating every corner of my body. It was almost terrifying. A countdown appeared on the system panel. Transformation remaining time, 2:47. 3 minutes. I tightened my fists and stared at the restless red mud beneath me. That's enough. I opened the attribute page. In transformation state, my strength and constitution had jumped from May 6th to 10/12, the values now glowing in gold. My spirit had dropped from 15 to 10. The transformation consumed 5 points. A new icon appeared in the lower right corner of my vision. Combat support, biological scan. I focused on the red mud on the ground. The information instantly surfaced. Name, decay worm. Type, mutated insect species. Description, operates in groups, with the main body hidden underground. It secretes mucus that mixes with soil to form living mud, which wraps around living creatures and drains their blood. Threat from a single one is negligible, but a group poses a low to moderate threat. Weakness, high temperatures/open flames. Rot soil worms. I glanced at where I'd just been standing for almost 10 minutes. I'd taken too long pulling out my axe. The rot soil worms had crawled up from the deeper layers of the earth and began surrounding my feet. A few minutes later, and I could have been dead. Transformation time remaining, 2:21. I took big strides, running toward the bubble tea shop. The armor gave me a speed boost, making me faster than usual. My footsteps landed heavily on broken branches and dead leaves, echoing with dull thuds. The red mud behind me tried to pursue, but it couldn't keep up. It quickly disappeared back into the decaying foliage. 2 minutes later, I burst into the bubble tea shop, with 8 seconds of transformation time left. Without hesitation, I disengaged the transformation. The black armor shattered like broken glass, fragments exploding outward before fading and dissolving into the air. I propped myself up, hands on my knees, gasping for air. My mental energy was still at 10, unchanged, but my physical stamina was completely drained. Slumping to the ground, I rolled up my pant legs. My calves were riddled with small, pinhole-sized wounds, most of which had already started to scab over. Transformed states accelerate wound healing. Leaning back against the wall, I started counting my spoils of battle. To level up to LV.2, I needed 5 units of wood, 3 units of iron ore, and 1 liter of purified water. Right now, I had enough materials. The system automatically generates 1 liter of purified water per day. I could upgrade right away, but I chose not to rush into it. Opening Combat Assistance, Biorecognition, I noticed the feature was grayed out post-transformation. However, the system had saved 1 entry in the log. Rot soil worm, a group mutated species hidden underground. Secretes mucus for capturing prey. Effective countermeasure, fire. Afraid of fire. I patted my pockets, but didn't even have a speck of ash to light anything. I'll have to figure out a way to make fire. At that moment, the regional chat channel exploded. Help! I'm trapped by some red mud on the ground. It's sucking my blood. I just encountered the same thing. I noticed it in time, though, and managed to shake it off before it reached my shoes. Help! I don't want to die yet. Seriously, what the hell is this thing? Don't panic, maybe it's just a slime. Shake it off, and you'll be fine. Bullshit. It's been biting into my leg this whole time. Watching the flurry of messages on my screen, my fingers hovered mid-air, hesitating. Finally, I decided to type. This is rot soil worms. A group mutated insect species hidden underground. They secrete mucus to hunt prey. Fire is an effective way to drive them off. Current number of survivors, 2,912,448,173. Newbie protection time remaining, 66 hours, 12 minutes. I walked into the kitchen and emptied today's water supply into the sink. Returning to the front, I opened the system panel and clicked Upgrade. Confirm consumption. Sturdy wood times 5, iron ore times 3, purified water times 1. Confirm. A bright white light surged up from underfoot. The whole room shook violently. After a flash of intense light, the 10 square meter space expanded, stretching outward in all directions to become 20 square meters. At the entrance, a vending machine suddenly appeared. Behind its glass doors, a few bottles of iced tea sat neatly in a row, droplets of water clinging to their surfaces, looking particularly tempting. I swallowed hard, opened the door, and reached for one. Requirement: star coins times 5. Star coins? What the heck are those? Star coins. Currency used to purchase items within vending machines and other system facilities. Obtainable through system rewards, treasure boxes, enemy drops, etc. That cleared up absolutely nothing. I stared longingly at the iced tea and shook my head in frustration. What? You can look but not drink. I raised my foot. Thud. Thud. Accompanied by the vending machine's protest, the iced tea successfully landed on the ground. Shelter Level 2 upgrade complete. Reward has been sent to your backpack. Reward? While I picked up the iced tea from the dispenser slot, I opened my backpack. In the last slot sat a wooden treasure chest. Open. You received plain bread times 2. You received spicy strips times 2. You received bottled water times 2. You received canned meat times 2. You received star coins times 10. You received bronze treasure chest times 1. A treasure chest inside a treasure chest? I rubbed my hands together and clicked on the bronze chest. Here goes nothing. Let's see some good luck. Click. The chest emitted a dazzling golden light. You received sturdy iron shovel times 1. You received house upgrade card times 1. You received star coins times 100. I gaped, unable to close my mouth for a long time. Jackpot. House upgrade card. Instantly boosts the shelter up 1 level without requiring materials. Only usable for LV.1, LV.3 upgrades. I had just upgraded to LV.2, and with this card, I could jump straight to LV.3 without scrounging for extra materials. What a treasure! A total of 110 star coins. I walked back to the vending machine, eyeing that 5 star coins prompt again, and kicked it once more. Why pay if you can get it for free? I grabbed the iced tea and took a big gulp. Ah, refreshing. I tore open the plain bread package and took a bite. Soft, slightly sweet. Way better than those dry compressed biscuits. I opened the canned meat and spicy strips as well. The canned meat had a glistening layer of oil on its surface, while the spicy strips, once unwrapped, gave off their familiar, tempting aroma. One bite of bread, one bite of canned meat, and follow it up with a spicy strip. Finally, I ripped open the bread, stuffed it with canned meat and spicy strips, and devoured it all together. After finishing, I sat by the window bench with the iced tea in hand, legs comfortably crossed. It's 4 p.m., and it's already starting to get dark outside. The nights here last much longer than the days. I was planning to upgrade the house to LV.3 immediately, but considering the upgrade process emits a blinding white light, so eye-catching in the dark, it might attract unknown monsters. I'll hold off on using the upgrade card until tomorrow. I took a satisfied sip of iced tea and opened the regional chat channel. Too many have died during the day. Now no one dares to talk nonsense. Suddenly, a message caused an uproar. Kuin-yi. From now on, the Crimson Pine Forest is under my command. Starting tomorrow, anyone I come across must pay a protection fee of 5 pieces of wood or 1 portion of food. Pay up, and I'll add you to my private group for protection. If you don't want to pay, well, that's your problem. The channel exploded. Troublemaker. Why should we listen to you? Who do you think you are? Bambi. 5 pieces of wood. It's so dangerous outside, I couldn't even gather 5 in a day, and you just demand it? North Wind. Where's the law when you need it? Kuin-yi. If anyone has a problem, you'd better hope you don't cross paths with me. Otherwise, it won't end well for you. The channel went silent for 2 seconds. Lemon jumped in. Wow, you're really something. Careful you don't sprain your tongue talking big like that. Kuin-yi. Who the hell are you? Lemon. I'm your freaking granny. It's the first day of the apocalypse, and you're already playing Kingpin? You dreaming or something? Kuin-yi. Little girl, you'd better pray I don't find you. Lemon. And if you do? What's the plan, bite me? A bunch of grown men too scared to fight monsters, but brave enough to bully their own people. Aren't you ashamed? Some secretly liked Lemon's message, while others tried to advise her to tone it down. Lemon. Let him come look for me. I highly doubt in a place this big, with monsters roaming around, he has the guts to just pound his chest and grab people in broad daylight. Kuin-yi didn't respond. Half a minute later, one of his subordinates, Zhang Biao, chimed in. Zhang Biao. Lemon, right? Got it. Consider yourself marked. Kuin is not afraid of monsters. Once you're in his sights, you can forget about running. Lemon, wow, terrible memory. You actually need to write it down? Unlike me, I could remember someone like you even with just my toes. Zhang Biao, just wait and see. Lemon, oh, I'm waiting. Hurry up, I've got places to be. Someone couldn't help but laugh and send a voice clip of them cracking up, but quickly stifled it, terrified of getting caught in Kuan-Ye's crosshairs. I couldn't hold back a laugh as I read the messages. This girl sure has a sharp tongue and guts to match. But something about her feels a little familiar. No way, right? Deep in the forest, inside a lavish and glitzy KTV lounge, Kuan-Yi leaned back on the couch, his gaze razor-sharp. His group of subordinates stood around him, as silent as statues. Boss Kuan, that girl's way too arrogant. Zhang Biao muttered through gritted teeth. Just tell me where she is, and I'll deal with her right now. Kuan-Yi crooked a finger. Zhang Biao instantly shut up, the color draining from his face. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he shuffled forward with reluctant steps. Bang! Kuan-Yi slammed Zhang Biao's bald head to the floor with unexpected force. Let a little girl's words mess you up, and you can't even think straight. Lost composure? Wang Kuan's voice was cold and serpent-like. You're proud of yourself? He slowly loosened his grip. Zhang Biao stumbled to the ground in disarray, his forehead streaked with blood. Pathetic. Wang Kuan sneered. Proceed as planned tomorrow. Spare those who hand over the supplies. Those who don't, kill. The crowd collectively lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Now leave. There will be shadow crawlers lurking around tonight. If you make eye contact with them, they'll drain your mental strength. Don't blame me later if you die. Late at night, inside a Miznow ice cream shack, I peeked out the window. Dark shadows slithered across the ground, sliding from one tree to another. Suddenly, a jet-black creature rose up, its limbs bending grotesquely in reverse joints. It abruptly opened 5 or 6 eyes on its face, glaring straight at me. Boom. Terror surged through me like a tidal wave. Cold sweat drenched my back, and my mental points dropped instantly from 15 to 14. Blank ride, null drive activated. Transform. Black butterflies swarmed around me, forming an armor that clamped onto my body. Transformation time remaining, 2:59. Mental strength, 14:9. Information materialized. Name, Shadow Crawler. Classification, Anomaly type. Weakness, Bright light. Description, a shadow-dwelling, anomalous creature. Direct eye contact with it will continuously consume mental strength. So, I just have to avoid eye contact? I smirked bitterly. Too bad I don't have a strong light source. Transformation time remaining, 0:47. The countdown hit 0, and the interface turned red. Overtime, 0:01. Mental strength, 9:8. 20 seconds later. Mental strength, 8:7. Another 20 seconds. Mental strength, 7:6. Enough. I canceled the transformation. The price for overstaying even a minute was losing 3 points. Far too steep. I approached a vending machine and tapped 3 times. Hey, got anything to restore mental strength? The machine blinked, and a new item appeared. Green Bull Energy Drink. 10-star coins. Effect, plus 50% mental recovery efficiency. Lasts for 60 minutes. I bought one and drank it in a single gulp. A revitalizing jolt shot through me. I leaned against the bench and shut my eyes to rest. 2 hours later, my mental strength was back to 11 points. That's good enough. Time to sleep. I lay down on the narrow bench, wondering to myself, will I make it till morning? Inferno Star, Crimson Needle Pine Forest. Morning, 6:47. Survivors left, 2,812,334,891. I crawled up from the icy ground, rubbing my sore neck. Turns out I fell off the bench in the middle of the night and still didn't wake up. Mental strength, 15/15. Fully restored. I tore open a bread packet and switched to the regional chat channel. The atmosphere was heavy. Too many died last night. My neighbor got scared to death by a shadow crawler. Mental strength hit 0. That thing was peering at me through the door crack. I nearly went insane. A long message caught my attention. Fong Sun, my skill is Geomapper. I can record terrain within a 300-meter radius. If someone protects me while I explore, I'll share the map with everyone. Awesome. Where are you, boss? Don't die, please. Fong Sun, near the stream to the east. But I need a team to protect me. I noted down the ID. Maps are crucial, but I don't have time to play bodyguard right now. I noticed Kuan Yi and Zhang Biao were both dead silent. Quiet dogs bite the hardest. I posted a message. Looking for a contract partner. Requirements. 1. Must have an SSS level talent and be a beautiful girl. 2. Permanent contract binding. 3. Can teleport to my side, resource sharing included. 4. Establish telepathic communication. Serious inquiries only, DM me. The channel blew up. SSS level and a beautiful girl. Dude, are you looking for a partner or a girlfriend? What kind of god-tier skill is this? I replied, only SSS level. No time for jokes. DMs started flooding in. Big bro, I'm A level, but I'm super good looking. I'm B level and I know how to cook. Does this contract involve sleeping arrangements? I ignored all of them. Suddenly, Ning Ming, Lin Yang? I froze. It was that sharp-tongued girl from yesterday. Ning Ming, your name's Lin Yang? My dog's named that too. Wait, no, my dog's not as disgusting as you. Day 2 of the apocalypse and you're already looking for a bride? And an SSS level beauty? Where's your shame? Ning Ming, I used to know a Lin Yang. Honest, brave, made great cakes. Totally out of your league. My fingers hovered over the keys. Could it be? Ning Ming, whatever. Where's Fong Sun? I'll protect your mapping. I've got an SSS level speed talent. Fong Sun, really? That's amazing. Ning Ming, I'll be there in 20 minutes. I immediately sent a private message. Which bakery did you mean? Message failed to send. Are you Chao Qianning? Still failed. I'd been blocked. Ning Ming is Chao Qianning. I stared at the darkened chat box. Guys named Lin Yang are a dime a dozen. Plenty of people run bakeries too. But her tone and those details. It has to be her. Chao Qianning, my childhood friend and neighbor I'd grown up with. She was sharp-tongued even as a kid, and she'd often make me cry with her words. But despite all the bickering, we became closer and closer. From elementary school through high school, we were inseparable, only parting ways in college. She got scouted by a talent agent and became a small-time celebrity. Beautiful, but her biting sarcasm often offended people, leaving her stuck as a D-list star. Now, after she chewed me out and blocked me, I felt conflicted. If Ning Ming really is Chao Qianning, she'd be my first SSS level contract partner. But now, forget it. Time to focus on leveling up. I downed it in one gulp. Ice-T pulled out a house upgrade card. House upgrade card. Instantly upgrades your shelter by 1 level. No materials required. Usable for LV.1, LV.3 shelters only. Confirmed. A burst of white light. The entire house shook violently. The vending machine's screen flickered like crazy, and empty bottles clattered to the floor. 10 seconds later, shelter upgraded to LV.3. New features added. Space doubled. Added a second floor that includes a bedroom, queen-sized bed, living room, small kitchen, bathroom, and wardrobe. Comfort level increased. Sleep mental recovery upgraded from 4 points/hour to 6 points/hour. Vending machine daily refresh. Potential for new drinks, permanently stocked. 10-slot storage cabinet. Items inside retain their current state. Defense substantially increased. Can resist low-level anomalies and mutated creatures. Durability 300. Upgrade requirements for LV.4. Reinforced wood times 400, stone times 400, iron ore times 200, clay times 100, mechanical energy core times 2. Requires bonded entity. Rewards received. Cold sparkler times 10, lighter times 1, star coins times 50, can meat times 3, white bread times 3, bronze chest times 1. I picked up one of the sparklers. 0.5 seconds to fully ignite? High-intensity light? How bright could it possibly be? Snap. Boom. White light erupted like a flashbang going off in my face. God damn it. I clutched my eyes and crouched down, furiously rubbing them. This thing would be absolutely lethal against shadow creeps with tons of eyes. 1 sparkler, 1 massacre. 9 sparklers, complete annihilation. Carefully, I stashed away the remaining 9 and opened the bronze chest. You have obtained honey-glazed roast chicken times 1, restores significant stamina. Cream puffs times 6, relieves mental fatigue. Flowing cloud shoes times 1, speed plus 15%. Active skill, rapid step, plus 30% additional speed for 10 seconds, 5-minute cooldown. The scent of roast chicken wafted up, glossy, golden skin. My stomach growled, but I couldn't bring myself to eat it. I placed it into the storage cabinet along with the cream puffs. As for the flowing cloud shoes, sleek silver footwear with subtle, elegant designs of teal clouds along the heels. High heels. I hesitantly put them on, and they automatically adjusted to fit my size. But then again, I literally had no idea how to walk in these things. Cool to look at. Useless for me. What a waste of this gear. After tidying up, I surveyed my upgraded bubble tea shop turned shelter. 40 square meters now. The first floor had gained a booth seating area, and the back kitchen looked completely renewed. A spiral staircase led to the second floor, home to a queen-sized bed with a plush mattress and fluffy pillows. The living room featured a comfy-looking sectional sofa, and the far end of the upper floor housed essentials, a bathroom, a tiny kitchen, and a wardrobe. I threw myself onto the bed. 8 billion times better than a bench. 10 billion times better than the floor. Reluctantly peeling myself away from the glorious bed, I opened the shop's front door. The metallic tang of rust in the air was even stronger now. On the communication channel, Fong Sun sent a message, met up with Lemon. She's way too fast, I couldn't keep up. Explore south along the eastern creek. Wait for our good news. Meanwhile, up north, at the Golden Glow KTV, Wang Kuan tapped the armrest of the couch, a hand-drawn map spread out in front of him with a dozen or so coordinates marked. Standing next to him, Zhang Biao, with a bruised forehead, reported, Kuan Yi, Shadowhide killed quite a few people last night. Only the useless ones. Wang Kuan didn't even look up. And the ones still alive? Most of them are hiding in shelters, too scared to come out. Let them hide. Wang Kuan pushed the map forward. Hit these points in the afternoon. If they hand over their supplies, add them to the group. If not, he pulled out a glass jar. Inside, dark red soil seemed to squirm and twist, corruption worms. Throw this in. Zhang Biao gulped nervously. Won't it be too much if we just kill them outright? Who said anything about killing? Wang Kuan's tone remained calm, his gaze cold. If someone accidentally steps on the red soil and gets drained of all their blood, what's that got to do with me? Leaning back on the couch, a sly grin crept onto Wang Kuan's face. That SSS-grade ability user called Lemon will eventually fall into my hands. I'm really curious to see how long someone with an SSS-grade talent can last against corruption worms. Eastern Creek. Xiao Qianning found Fong Sun, a petite girl with tiny braids, huddling behind a fallen tree like a nervous prairie dog. You're Fong Sun. Fong Sun looked up, stunned. Standing in front of her was a 165 centimeters tall, exquisitely beautiful woman, dressed in a high-end gown and wearing heels. You're Lemon? Who else would trek out to find you in the middle of nowhere? Fong Sun quickly bowed. Thank you. I've been hiding here alone for half an hour. There was a bug crawling around earlier. I was almost scared to death. Xiao Qianning's mouth twitched slightly. Tell me about your ability. Ability, Terrain Mapper, Grade A. Effect, records terrain within a 300-meter radius and automatically generates a map that can be shared. Precision improves the more you walk. Xiao Qianning nodded and shared her own information. Ability, Phantom Step, Grade SSS. Effect, plus 100% to 200% movement speed, leaves a residual shadow for 1 second. Burst speed plus 200% to 400% for 1 second. Minus 30% accuracy at long range. Costs 1 stamina point to maintain for 5 minutes. Cannot be used continuously. Wow, a speed-based SSS grade. Fong Sun exclaimed, Lemon sis, you've got to protect me. Got it. Just stop yelling. Xiao Qianning tossed her a bottle of water. Where do we start? Fong Sun opened the map. The 300 meters I've walked shows up as lit. Everything else is still blacked out. Stick close to me. If anything happens, I'll carry you and run. The two headed south along the creek. Xiao Qianning grew frustrated with the slow pace and activated Phantom Step to carry Fong Sun, sprinting for 5 minutes and then resting for 5. Her stamina. When there were 3 energy points left, the two stopped to rest. Your ability is such a body drainer, Fong Sun said, staring at the map. No kidding. Running faster takes a toll, Duh. If only you could hold on a bit longer. Easy for you to say when you're not the one doing it. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from overhead. Out from the dense coniferous forest emerged glimmering silver dots, fist-sized flash silver ants, with transparent wings and venomous stingers at their tails. Run! Xiao Qining yanked Fong Sun to his feet, activating her phantom steps at full power. A trail of afterimages streaked behind her as Fong Sun stumbled along, practically dragged in her wake. Over 20 flash silver ants pursued them relentlessly. After 3 minutes, Xiao Qianing's speed began to falter, her 3 afterimages shrinking to 2, then to 1. One ant closed in on Fong Sun, its stinger raised menacingly. Fong Sun couldn't die, not here. Xiao Qianing abruptly decelerated, positioning herself between the ant and Fong Sun. Then, she unleashed a massive burst of speed, cranking it up by 200%. The stinger grazed her shoulder, igniting a fiery, searing pain. She gritted her teeth and kept moving, her energy down to just 2 points. Forcing herself, she reactivated her phantom steps. Afterimages exploded out again, 3 phantom figures sprinting forward at blinding speed. The flash silver ant swarm was finally shaken off. Feeling the spreading numbness on the right side of her body and the burning, swelling heat on her shoulder, Xiao Qining stumbled forward one last time before collapsing into a bush. You're hurt. Fong Sun crawled over, panicked. Her shoulder injury was visibly swollen, the surrounding skin turning an alarming shade of purple. Fong Sun clumsily tried to bandage it, accidentally pouring way too much antiseptic solution. Could you be gentler? Xiao Qianning hissed through gritted teeth, wincing. This is my first time treating someone. Fong Sun mumbled sheepishly. Can't even handle basic first aid? You're hopeless. Fong Sun slumped to the ground beside her. You just about died back there. I know. You did it to save me. Save it. Let me catch my breath. Meanwhile, in the luxurious, gold-trimmed karaoke bar, Wang Kuan suddenly snapped his eyes open, a smirk curling at his lips. Standing up, he motioned for the 3 people with him to follow him out through the door. SSS-ranked ability users tangled with rotten land insects. How long could they last? He hadn't seen that scenario happen before. Back in the forest, Fong Sun opened up the map and shared an update to the public channel. Flash silver ant swarm spotted 7 kilometers south of the eastern creek. Be careful out there. What she didn't realize was that this map share revealed their exact, real-time location. Nor did she notice 2 new green dots creeping toward them from separate directions. On the dimly lit map, gray patches engulfed large sections of darkness. The route 7 kilometers south of the eastern creek lit up brightly, resembling a glowing snake meandering through the void. 2 green dots on the map overlapped closely, herself and Xiao Qianning. But now, there were 2 additional green dots. One had nearly caught up already. The other was closing in fast. Too close. Qianning, Fong Sun's voice cracked in panic. Someone's coming. Xiao Qianning forced her eyes open, her shoulder throbbing in agony. She clenched her teeth, gritting through the pain to sit upright, leaning over to check the map. 2 green dots? No, wait, looking closer. 4 dots stacked together. For people. A sharp crack suddenly pierced the tense air, the sound of snapping branches. The tension hung heavy in the air. Wang Kuan emerged from the bushes, 3 underlings trailing closely behind. Dressed in a dark coat with military boots laced tight, he cut the figure of a walking weapon. Lethal. Intimidating. His gaze was sharp, slicing like a blade as he coldly sized up Xiao Qianning from head to toe. You're Ning Meng? Xiao Qianning didn't respond. Her left hand, however, quietly reached for a rock. Wang Kuan crouched slightly, leveling his eyes to hers. You've got quite the face. Hard to believe it's the same one that was spewing insults earlier. Underling A let out a teasing laugh. Kuan-ji, this girl's got a filthy mouth, but she's got her act together, doesn't she? Underling B leaned closer, smirking. Kuan-ji, what do you say we keep her? Maybe share her with the brothers. Wang Kuan raised a single hand, cutting him off. Shut it. Are you afraid to die? Wang Kuan tilted his head slightly. If you know what's good for you, you'd be groveling right now, begging your grandfather here for mercy. Say something sweet enough to put me in a good mood, and maybe your precious SSS rank talent won't completely go to waste. Xiao Qianning slowly raised her head, matching his gaze. I was wrong. Wang Kuen's lips curled into an amused smile. Please forgive me. I was really, really wrong. I'm begging you. Kuan Yi, have mercy. Before the last word fully left her mouth, the rock she had clutched tightly smashed straight toward Wang Kuen. Thwack! He raised his arm instinctively, blocking the blow. The rock hit the ground with a dull thud. The world seemed to stand still for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Even Xiao Qianning froze. He blocked it? At this range? Wang Kuen straightened up slowly, the amusement in his eyes dissolving into icy disdain. Deliberately, he pulled a glass jar from his coat. The dark red soil inside seemed alive, shifting and writhing unnervingly. Thin, thread-like creatures crawled along the inner surface of the jar. I was going to let you live, he muttered. Click. The lid came undone, and the dark soil spilled onto Xiao Qianning's legs. It felt like death itself, cold, slippery, an unrelenting nightmare of living filth. Toss her into the red soil zones, Wang Kuen ordered, discarding the now empty jar carelessly. Kuan-ji, what about this one? One of the underlings asked, gesturing toward Fong Sun, who was cowering behind a tree, her face pale as a sheet. Bring her. She could be useful. One of the lackeys yanked Fong Sun up roughly. She began to resist, but froze instantly when something slimy and cold pressed against the back of her neck, a writhing soil worm. Don't move, the lackey sneered. Run, and I'll shove it down your throat. Fong Sun went rigid, fear paralyzing her. Wang Kuen turned on his heel and walked away. Two of his underlings stayed behind to deal with Xiao Qianning. Leaning against a tree, her face ashen and lips pale, Xiao Qianning could feel the wriggling worms slowly climbing her body. Blood seeped through the bandages on her shoulder, staining them red. The two lackeys exchanged a wicked laugh. She's gonna die anyway. Might as well have a little fun first. One sneered, crouching down and reaching for her collar. In a flash, Xiao Qianning's eyes shot open. A rock flew straight into his nose with a crack. Ah! He stumbled back, clutching his face as blood streamed through his fingers. You little bitch. You want to die that badly. His foot lifted, only to be met with the solid swing of a shovel. The blade struck his temple with a sickening impact, and his body crumpled to the ground like dead weight. Morning broke, and I was on the move at first light. I retraced yesterday's route, heading east. Luck was on my side this time. Obtained, bottled water ×2. Obtained, energy bar ×1. Obtained, sports thermos, 1L, insulated. Obtained, bandages ×2. The regional channel was abuzz, with Fong Sun's map being shared like wildfire. 7 kilometers south of the eastern stream, along the winding path. Extend forward, then a sharp turn to the west. I position myself 3 or 4 kilometers southeast. If we run into something, great. If not, let's call it exploring new territory. The closer I get, the slower my steps become. This forest is deathly silent. No birds chirping, not even insects daring to make a sound. And then, voices. A man's laughter. Faint conversation. I crouch, moving stealthily, peering through a gap in the bushes. Under a massive tree. A girl. Light-colored dress. High heels, her legs covered in crimson mud. A man squats in front of her, a sinister look on his face. The girl strikes at him with a rock. The man roars in anger, raising his leg to kick. When I see the girl's face, my heart nearly stops. Xiao Qianning. No time to think. I burst through the bushes, shovel swinging wide. Duong. The first lackey drops with a thud. I stand, shovel held firm, panting heavily. Who the hell are you? We're with Kuan Ye's crew. The second lackey snaps, turning to face me. I glance over at Xiao Qianning. Her legs are alive with squirming red mud, corrupted parasites feasting on her blood, and her shoulder is bleeding heavily. No time to waste. I raise the shovel in front of me. I don't give a damn about your Kuan Yi. I'm your Lin Yi. Move aside. The lackey smirks. His skin instantly turns gray-white, like it's been coated with cement. Using some janky shovel trying to play tough? The name's Wu Da, but you can call me Dazai. Tough luck. I'm who you ran into today. So much talking. I swing the shovel down hard. Clang. It feels like hitting solid iron. The shock jolts up to my wrist. Wu Da doesn't even flinch. Is that all you got? I've got B-class hardened skin. Swords and knives can't even scratch me. I back up to stand beside Xiao Qianing. Oh, you want to flex? Let's show you what stats really look like. Planting the shovel into the ground, I press my hand to my belt and form a card-gripping gesture with the other. Faint light flickers. A black transformation device materializes at my waist, a black card appearing in my hand. Wuda freezes. What the hell is that? I glide my thumb across the black card and insert it into the device. Blank ride. Swarms of dark armor panels, like fluttering butterflies, engulf my body in an instant. 3 seconds later, a pitch-black armored figure stands tall. Wuda's jaw drops. What are you? Transformation duration remaining, 259. I step forward. Wuda stumbles back. Don't come any closer. I'm hardened. A punch powered by 10 points of raw strength. It connects with his cement-like face. Boom. Wuda flies backward, slamming into a tree, teeth scattering like broken pearls. Hardened, huh? Flexing on me, huh? Do you have any idea how tight my schedule is right now? My fists rain down. The barrage ends with a final crushing stomp that breaks his leg. Crack. The sound of shattering bone is as sharp as a whip crack. Wuda collapses, screaming, his hardened skin retreating. I turn to check on Xiao Qianing. Behind me, the wet, grotesque sound of something merging. I whirl back around, and my heart sinks. The defeated lackey is now completely encased in deep crimson mud. Disaster is here. The creatures forced their way in through the 7 orifices and bulged out from beneath the skin. The body swelled, its skin turning semi-transparent as frenzied red threads surged chaotically within. Shit, Wuda was in the same situation. The rot soil worms were swarming into his wounds and mouth crazily, leaving behind nothing but the sound of him suffocating under layers of mucus. Combat Assist, biometric analysis notification pops up. Name, Crimson Rotsoil Husk. Type, mutation/parasitic. Description, a grotesque amalgamation formed after rot soil worms consumed the host entirely, replacing its nervous system. Lacking bones or organs, the body is completely filled with worms. Its mouth is equipped with dark red tendrils used for environment probing or piercing wounds to feed on blood. Hypersensitive to blood. Rapid regeneration. Physical attacks become ineffective as worm clusters swiftly fill the damaged. Mucus spray. Emits corrosive mucus to impede movement. Weakness. High temperatures. The 2 monstrosities fully took form. Desperately, I tried to clear the creeping worms off Xiao Qianing's legs. The writhing of their previous bodies stopped, but their insides expanded unnaturally, joints twisting backwards. Dark red, mucus-covered skin, empty eye sockets filled with squirming red strands, and tendrils slithering out from their mouths. Remaining transformation time, 0:51. I swung my shovel with all my strength. It embedded into the waist of one creature, but instantly regenerated. I struck again. Its head fell off, only for the red sludge to reattach and completely heal in an instant. A lighter? Are you kidding me? The creatures ignored me and turned toward Xiao Qianing. Blood. They're drawn to the blood. Without thinking, I grabbed Xiao Qianing and held her tightly. Remaining transformation time, 0:05. I had 15 mental energy points, used 5 already. That leaves enough for only about a minute and a half of endurance. I ran as fast as I could. 1 minute later, I reached the relative safety of a nearby forest. Remaining transformation time, 1:05 overdue. Reverting back, I collapsed, gasping for air. I glanced over at my childhood friend. The first time we met again after traveling to this world. Why must you always get yourself into trouble, huh? As long as I have one breath left in me, I won't let you die. But when you're better, you're paying me back by taking care of me for a month. Carefully, I removed the remaining rot soil worms from her wounds, cleaning them and eliminating these vile parasites. Xiao Qianing had lost too much blood and was showing severe signs of poisoning. She urgently needed medication. I opened the global chat channel. Who has meds? Antibiotics, detox agents, anything. I'll pay double. No replies. Someone's dying here. If you have medicine, contact me. Name your price. Deep Abyss server chat. Random player A. Antibiotics? Dream on. Random player B. How about fever reducers? Me? Anything works. Random player B. Just use them up. Suddenly, A message from Wang Kuan pinned itself to the top. Kuan Master. Those two worthless fools. Did you kill them? I stared at the screen, my nails digging into my palms. Kuan Master. The crimson rot soil husks. My creations. Fun, huh? Kuan Master. Escaping them alive? Not bad. Come to me, and I'll give you the antibiotics. Saving your little beauty. It's a fair trade. Me. Get lost. Cuny. Pride won't save her. The channel went silent. I turned to Xiao Qianning. Her pupils were dilated, lips trembling as if trying to speak. I leaned in closer to listen. Lin? Yang. The words were as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but they struck me like thunder. I thought I misheard. Lin Yang. This time, it was clearer. She had recognized me. From the moment I stepped out, she knew. She was just too weak to speak. How are you? Her eyelids twitched, almost like she was about to roll her eyes. The meaning was clear. Are you blind? I took a deep breath. Qianning, I have a way to save you. She blinked. My ability allows me to form a contract and fuse with someone. It may sound questionable, but once fused, it'll save you. Contracts are irreversible. Do you agree? Xiao Qianning fixed her gaze at me, her lips moving silently to form a single word. Okay. A contract scroll materialized out of thin air. Golden light traced out her name and ability level. Several blood-red terms stood out glaringly. The contract is eternal and irrevocable. Temporary appearance synchronicity upon fusion. Resource pooling optional. Without hesitation, she raised her trembling left hand and gently tapped the contract with her fingertip. Contract established. Participant, Xiao Qianning, SSS rank illusion step. Compatibility, 59%. Shelter merged successfully. New ability, basic telepathy. Brilliant light burst from both of us simultaneously, dazzling like a special effects montage, before slowly fading into sparkling fragments. I checked my mental energy, only 6 points left. Barely enough. The fusion alone required 5 points. This was pushing it. My skill interface updated. Transformation guide dual mode unlocked. After reading through the instructions, I initiated my transformation, taking the form of a blank, jet black armor. Qianning, just silently think, transform. 2 seconds later, a light blue belt materialized around her waist, edged with shimmering silver. In her hand appeared a sleek, silver-white camera emitting a soft, rhythmic glow from its lens. Open your eyes, I said. Her eyelashes fluttered. I raised the camera. Don't move. Click. A card popped out, silver base with blue trim. The image showed her disheveled state, yet her facial features were still strikingly graceful. Delicate eyes with an upward tilt, a high nose bridge. At the bottom of the card, embossed in golden letters. Xiao Qianning. Illusion step. Compatibility, 59%. I inserted the card into her belt. A peppy electronic voice chimed. Lemon illusion step ready. At the same time, her card synchronized and appeared in my own belt slot. It's starting. I pulled out a black card and replaced it with hers. Lemon illusion step ready. Musical notes danced in the air as the transformation device unexpectedly queued up a BGM. It plays music too. Lemon illusion step ready. Henshin. In. Xiao Qianling transformed into blue light and dissipated. A fierce wind erupted. An icy blue wind crystal shot out from the summoner, spinning uncontrollably around the body. The crystals gathered and took shape. The helmet rose with dual horns as sharp as blades, an angular V-shaped visor, icy white and blue with cold mist seeping from the gaps. The chest armor hugged the body's curves, deep blue patterns intertwining. At the waist and abdomen, 3 hues merged seamlessly, fitting closely to the body. Segmented arm guards encased the forearms, and the hand armor extended into sharp, blade-like fingertips. Leg armor climbed upward, with blade-styled skirt plates fluttering at the hips. Winds drilled into the intricate patterns as a fierce sound of slicing through air exploded. The armor solidified. The BGM hit its climax as the transformation device let out a final roar. Swift wind, raging wind, gale wind, phantom shadow featherwing, armor fusion, super strong, super fast, super cool. The transformation was complete. I looked down. My hand, wrapped in silver blue armor, had long fingers, faintly glowing joints, and anti-slip patterns on the fingertips. They weren't my hands. I looked down further at my chest. Two rounded arcs were outlined by the armor, curving smoothly from chest to underarm. What the hell? Xiao Qianling's voice chimed in my head, weak but amused. Take a closer look. I reached up to touch the chest armor. Hard outer shell, soft on the inside. SHD. No idea, she chuckled mischievously. You're me now. I flipped open the system info, with only one line visible. Resonance form, Phantom Shadow Featherwing Armor. Appearance temporarily synchronized with contract partner. Temporarily synchronized? Yep. Wearing the armor means you're you and me. Xiao Qianling sounded far more spirited. So this is what you meant by fusion, huh? Even crazier than I thought. Although it's kind of funny since it's you. By the way, you wanted me to wash your feet just now? Now that you look like me, who's washing whose feet? Her laughter echoed in my head. Lin Yang, she suddenly shouted. I know exactly what you're thinking. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. All right, Miss Big Boss Ning. I tried taking a step forward. My stride was shorter, my center of gravity lower, my waist far slimmer. The sensation felt strange. I pulled up the stats panel. Form, Phantom Shadow Featherwing Armor. Height, 165 centimeters. Resonance rate, 59%. Attribute increase, 50%. Stats, Strength, 14. Agility, 33. Constitution, 2114. Spirit, 3420. Skills, Phantom Step, move speed plus 150%, no energy cost. Flash Dash, stamina -3, speed plus 300%. Wind Spirit Sight, spirit -1, max dynamic vision for 10 seconds. Ultimate move, Phantom Shadow Kick, high-speed airborne kick. Weapon, arm blades. A huge grin crept across my face. Arm blades. Where are they? I raised my arm, the silver blue armor shimmering like stars under the sunlight. Clenching my fist, sharp claw-like armor extended, glinting coldly. Don't use my face to smirk like that, Xiao Qianling protested. I wiped the expression off my face and lightly jumped. Leaping 3 meters high, landing soundlessly. Pushing harder the next time, 4 meters, steady as a nail. Yes. Agility 33 points, twice as fast as a blank black armor. Of course, my phantom steps aren't some useless talent. I turned back to look where we came from. Those 2 crimson soil corpses were still there. What are you planning? Xiao Qianling sounded wary. Burn them. Are you crazy? It's different now. I glanced at my silver blue arm. Strength, speed, I've leveled up. Plus, I'll use fire, no close contact. Don't you want revenge? Xiao Qianling fell silent. Be careful. The silver blue figure darted through the forest like the wind. 5 minutes later, we were back on the battlefield. The crimson soil corpses were still wandering aimlessly, their heads spinning as if searching for prey. I circled to some bushes, snapped off branches, and bundled them into a makeshift torch. Flicked the lighter, fire ignited. Taking aim, I threw the torch. It arced through the air, striking right on the chest. Flames engulfed the dark red skin, and the corpse let out a wet, gurgling sound. Crimson mud churned in an attempt to smother the flames, but a layer of the insect horde coating it was already burned away. Nice shot, Xiao Qianling cheered. The second torch flew. Another direct hit. Flames spread over its upper body, its tendrils flailing madly, and within seconds, it was charred black. The 2 corpses turned to ash, with dark red goo solidifying into gray-white powder. Defeated Crimson Soil Corpse ×2. Reward, Mutated Crystal Core ×1, Star Coins ×20. Dusk was falling, stretching tree shadows longer across the ground. The shadow creepers will come out soon, Xiao Qianling warned. Let's head back. Those things are beyond disgusting. I activated Phantom Steps, sprinting at full speed. Movement speed plus 150%, like a gust of wind. Lin Yang. Xiao Qianling's voice softened unexpectedly. Yeah. Thanks. Don't mention it. Just remember to wash your feet. Only one thought crossed Xiao Qianling's mind. Strangle him. Lin Yang, you jerk. Such a big, beautiful girl, and all you care about is feet. No wonder you're single. Night fell. Standing outside a bubble tea shop, Xiao Qianling squinted through the dim, reddish twilight at the sign. She couldn't hold back her laughter. Mishue ice ice. Ha ha. Lin Yong, your sanctuary is Mishua Ice Ice? What? Got tired of baking cakes in your past life and decided to shake up milk tea now that you've transmigrated? It's randomized by the system. I shrugged, pushing the door open and flipping a switch. The lights instantly illuminated the first floor. What can I do about it? Xiao Qining burst into louder laughter. Ignoring her, I walked further into the shop. A 40 square meter space with. Everything was tidy and organized, the floor polished to a mirror-like shine. Xiao Qining's laughter abruptly stopped. Why is it so big inside here? There's even a vending machine. Her tone soured instantly. I'm so jealous. This is a level 3 bubble tea shop. I raised an eyebrow. Do you have any idea how much effort and sweat I poured into this? PFF, effort? You, the one who struggles just to pick up takeout? Yeah, sure. Xiao Qining rolled her eyes in disdain. Come on, spill it. How'd you level up to LV.3? I used a property upgrade card. I pointed toward the spiral staircase. There's even a second floor. A second floor? Her voice shot up an octave. I could almost feel her mentally spinning in circles, desperately trying to peek upstairs through my eyes. Go up now. I want to see. I stepped onto the staircase. Pushing open the bedroom door, I saw a double bed, fluffy pillows, neatly folded blankets, plus a small living room area, a couch, and at the end of the hallway, a kitchen and restroom. Lin Yong. Can I, stay here forever? You didn't really have anywhere else to go anyway. Then I'll take that as a yes. Xiao Qining cheered, then paused in realization. Wait, what do you mean, nowhere else to go? Where's my capsule room? Merged. I pulled out a dusty little building model. It's this now. So you took me in? Can you use a better phrase? Xiao Qining started laughing again, this time with a mischievous edge. I ignored her, heading downstairs to grab a can of meat, some white bread, and also bought a bottle of iced red tea from the vending machine. How's your body doing? I asked as I sat down. She was silent for a moment. Not great. If I undo the transformation, I'll just pass out. I frowned. Then you can't lift it for now. The antidote is still necessary. I started eating while Xiao Qining stayed quiet, but I could feel her watching me. What are you smiling about? Not smiling. You are, I can feel it. That subtle, sneaky amusement from the psychic connection reminded me of the vibration of taut strings on a violin. I gave up pressing further and opened the system panel to read the description of the transformation mode. Partial armor transformation allows selective removal of specific armor pieces while retaining the merged state. It's recommended to keep at least one piece equipped. I attempted to undo the helmet. The silver-blue mask disintegrated into tiny specks of light, revealing Xiao Qianing's face, sharp chin, slightly upturned eyes, and a delicate nose. I reached out to touch her cheek. Her skin was smooth and soft. Don't touch me. It tickles, she muttered. One by one, the pieces of armor unraveled, revealing a clean, light-colored dress underneath. Only the boots remained, their faint turquoise patterns still dimly glowing. It's like I've taken over your body, I said, staring at the slender arms. So now you're a beautiful woman. Happy about it. Happy my ass. Quiet for a moment. Xiao Qianning lowered her voice. What about Feng Sun? Kuan-Yi needs her. For now, she's safe, I said, my fingers tapping on the table. At most, she'll suffer a bit. And we're just going to leave it at that? She asked, visibly worried. We don't know Wang Kuan's base, his numbers, or his methods. Until we're sure of what we're up against, we don't meddle needlessly. But she's in trouble because of me. Even if it weren't for you. Kuan-Yi would have captured her anyway, I interrupted. You already saved her once. Right now, the most important thing is ensuring your own survival. Xiao Qianning stayed silent. I thought she'd be upset, but then I caught that subtle smile again, this time carrying a hint of warmth. What's so funny? I asked. So, in your heart, I'm more important than even yourself. Her voice was soft. My ears burned slightly. Don't get ahead of yourself, I retorted, choking on my words before finally spitting them out. If it wasn't for your SSS-level talent, I wouldn't even bother helping you. But you still saved me, didn't you? Thank you, Lin Yong. Her gentle voice made me feel instantly uncomfortable. I stood up and walked to the window. Outside, it was pitch black, with the hidden shadows now lurking within the trees. They're out, I noted. What are you going to do? I pulled out 2 cold fireworks and moved toward the door. Are you crazy? That stuff is dangerous, she exclaimed, her voice rising sharply. Dangerous. In an instant, I transformed into my full shadow feather form, the corners of my mouth curling beneath the helmet. It might be dangerous for others, but in my eyes, these little anomalies are nothing to fear. I stepped into the clearing. The lurking shadows couldn't resist any longer, revealing themselves one by one, with grotesque forms and unsettling faces covered in countless eyes staring straight at me. Too bad my helmet nullifies psychic attacks. There were at least a dozen of them. I lit the fireworks. The brilliance exploded. The shadows shrieked, trying to retreat back into the darkness, but the light was too quick, too bright. Their shadows disappeared in an instant, with those closest directly melting away. Instant kill. The light lasted less than a second, and on the ground lay a scattering of dark red crystal cores. Defeated Shadows X18. Rewards: Anomalous Energy Core X12, Star Coins X180. If those people hiding indoors knew how easy these shadows were to kill, wouldn't they be furious? Xiao Qianning remained silent. If it weren't for her capsule room, she'd probably be one of them. I walked back into the shop, glancing at the regional chat channel. It was already in chaos. Help! Something's breaking down my door. It looks human, but it's not. The durability on my glass room is almost gone. Kuan-yi. Everyone quiet. Fong Sun is with me, and her map can mark out safe routes. Join me, and you won't have to worry about shadows or the red mud. All I ask is 90% of your resources, and I'll keep you alive until the end of the trial. 90%? Why don't you just rob us outright? Zhang Biao. Anyone who doesn't comply can feel free to handle things on their own. The chat went still for a few seconds, then blew up again. Boom. I surrender. Lord Kuan, save me. Better to live rough than to die young. I stared expressionlessly. In a certain glass room. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door was slow but rhythmic. Su Qingyuan huddled under the table, holding her younger sister tightly. The little girl buried her face in her sister's chest, her tiny hands clenching onto her shirt with all their might. Big sis, it's still knocking. It's okay. With every knock, the glass wall shuddered. Its durability visibly decreased with each tremor. Is the glass going to break? It's not going to. Su Qingyuan gently released her sister, her voice calm. Your sister won't let you die. Close your eyes, cover your ears, and no matter what you hear, don't open them. What are you going to do? Su Qingyuan didn't respond. Her fingers moved to the hilt of the Miao Dao at her waist, her knuckles turning white. You can't. There's a hidden shadow out there. Su Qinghua clutched at her sister desperately. I'll go find help. Trembling, she opened the regional chat channel. Little Moon. Please, I'm begging you. Does anyone have anything that can kill a hidden shadow? I'll trade all our resources for it. I hesitated for a moment, then opened a private message window. What's the situation? Little Moon replied quickly. My sister and I are in a glass room. It's surrounded by glass walls. Last night, we could survive by closing our eyes, but tonight, there's a mimic monster knocking constantly. The wall's durability is really low. We need glass to repair it, but we don't have any. My sister has an SSS-grade attack talent, but there's a hidden shadow out there, so she can't open her eyes. I'm begging you, save us. I stared at the screen. I thought you weren't getting involved in other people's business. Xiao Qianning said softly, with a teasing lilt in her voice. This is an SSS grade we're talking about. Tempted already? Shut up. I typed. I have something that can kill a hidden shadow. What can you offer me? I have an A-grade treasure sense talent, which lets me sense the position of treasure chests. My sister's talent is Morning Frost, an SSS-grade skill that coats her blade with icy frost, freezing enemies with each attack. We'll give you all our resources. I'll help you find treasure chests, whatever you need. I sent the description for Cold Flame and messaged, I don't need your resources. Transfer your star credits to me and have your sister sign a contract. After signing, I'll send you a Cold Flame. The other side fell silent. I'll need to ask my sister. You're rejecting all their resources? Xiao Qianning asked, narrowing her eyes. Could it be you've taken a liking to someone? I don't approve. She could very well become my second contractee. If I take everything from them, how will they make it through tonight? Humph. Such a businessman you are. Little Moon, my sister agreed. It's better to take a gamble than just wait around to die. I'm Su Qingwei, 16 years old. My sister is Su Qingyuan, 22 years old. Here's all our star credits, 300 of them. A hefty transfer of 300 credits hit my account. Su Qingyuan? My eyes lingered on the name. Wasn't that the president of the Kendo club at school? She was our upperclassman, a year ahead of me, really beautiful and quite famous. Unexpectedly, we meet here. I'm sending the contract. Contract sent to Su Qingyuan. Awaiting confirmation. A few seconds later. Contract successfully signed. Contractee, Su Qingyuan. SSS level gift, Sorrow of Ice. Compatibility, 0%. Resource merge declined by the other party. Bang, bang, bang. The glass wall trembled violently with the loud noise. Underneath the desk, Su Qingyue curled up into a ball, her hands tightly covering her ears, trembling uncontrollably. Su Qingyuan, however, didn't cover her ears. Her hands shielded her eyes as her vision was consumed by the floating contract. With every page that turned, her heartbeat grew faster and faster. Big sis, are you sure this is okay? Su Qingyue's voice quivered. Su Qingyuan didn't respond. Memories flooded back. After school every day, while other kids played, she was in the dojo, wielding a wooden sword. Again, her father's voice snapped like a whip. She was the eldest daughter. She had to inherit the dojo. She had no choice. And then her sister was born, a soft little bundle, smiling like the moon itself. She vowed to protect her. But by the time her sister was 6, their father handed the wooden sword to her too. Challengers came. Her father lost. Completely. Su Qingyuan could only watch. Helpless. A decade's worth of training in Kendo. What had it all been for? SSS level gift? What a joke. When faced with a few monsters, all she could do was cower under the table. Big sis. Her younger sister's tearful voice reached her. Su Qingyuan patted her head lightly. It's okay. I trust him. Her voice was calm, but her hands were trembling. She couldn't accept it. After all the hard work, she was still nothing more than a failure. The contract stopped flipping, landing on the final page. Contract is non-revocable. Upon transformation, the contractor's appearance will temporarily morph to match that of the contractee. Resource merge optional. Transformation? Her ears burned red. From childhood to now, she'd never even held a boy's hand. And now she was going to become someone else's. Fusion material? Big sis, about this. Transformation, you don't think it's, you know, Su Qingyue stammered, face bright red. Stop fixating on that nonsense. Su Qingyuan snapped, pressing her sister's head down. But what if it is? Su Qingyuan gritted her teeth. No matter what it was, as long as it meant survival, anything was worth it. She hit confirm. For resource merge, she chose decline. The contract dissolved into particles of light and vanished. Contract successfully signed. Contractee, Su Qingyuan. SSS level gift, Sorrow of Ice. Current compatibility, 0%. 0%. Is that normal? I stared at the 0% compatibility on the screen and scratched my head. I expected it to be low, but this is too low. Not even 1%. It was a far cry from the 59% I had with Qiao Qianing. Hey, Comrade Lin, what improper thoughts are you brewing up this time? Qiao Qianing's voice suddenly interjected. Ning's voice suddenly rang out. No, absolutely not. I said while pulling 5 cold sparklers out of the locker and sending them over. Pull the ignition tab, and they're ready to use. Close your eyes when you light them. Su Qingyue replied almost instantly. Got it. Thank you. Come find me after sunrise. I sent her the coordinates. Scarlet Needle Forest, at Mishue's Icy Milk Tea Shop. I didn't hear back for a while until finally. Thank you, Brother Lin Yang. The sparklers worked perfectly. That shadow crawler was dealt with instantly. But we're really far apart. 86 kilometers. Yeah, that's quite the distance. Just hold position for now. When we need your sister, she'll know what to do. Got it. Also, my sister asked me to tell you. She keeps her promises. Qiao Qianing's voice chimed in, a bit smugly. Su Qingyuan, 22 years old, 1 year older than you. A certain someone senior, huh? It's too far. Traveling would be dangerous. Better to meet up later. I noted. Qiao Qianing just let out a humph in response. I opened Su Qingyuan's profile page. Talent effect. Each blade swing emits freezing frost. Wounds instantly freeze over. Passive, lowered body temperature, extreme cold resistance, dulled pain perception. Whoa, that's gold. Absolute gold. My eyes sparkled. An SSS level attack talent. A strike like that. If it doesn't kill, it'll maim for sure. Then my thoughts wandered. Stab a dagger into water. Infinite ice water, right? Wait, what about iced tea? Could you freeze that forever too? Miss Chiao, compared to that, your talent seems a bit meh. What? New fling? Who dis? Forgotten about me already. Chiao Chinning exploded. Scumbag. I gave you my whole body, and you treat me like this? Boo-hoo. Saving myself for over 20 years, only to be misled. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. Did this sound like someone who was supposed to be critically injured and comatose? That body ain't that body. Stop twisting the facts. You're just jealous. No way. Her voice was a mix of stubbornness and 99% sass. Quit staring at your new crush. If you don't sleep now, the sun's gonna come up. But you don't have a body. Why would you feel tired? Mind your own business. With a helpless laugh, I climbed upstairs. I'd forgotten that transforming sped up wound healing. In the bedroom, we both stared at the big bed. So what about the shoes? She asked. Simple. Switch your feet to hands. I swapped the armor on my feet into handguards, staying in our fusion state. After that, I peeled off my outer layer and lay down, snuggling into a blanket that felt as soft as clouds. Then something on my chest made me sit up. Okay, I admit, you've got some impressive assets. Absolutely no peeking. So, does that mean permission comes with conditions? Shut up and sleep. You should take over. That way, I won't accidentally look. Xiao Qianing took control, carefully feeling this newly fused body. It was strong, healthy, and quickly healing. She adjusted herself, tugging the blanket up to her chin. Lin Yang, are you asleep? No response. She took a deep breath and quietly muttered under her breath. Armor. Release. Hey. Armor deactivated. Blue particles dispersed, leaving two people on the bed. I was wearing only my underwear, fast asleep with a silly grin on my face. Xiao Qianing glanced at her torn dress and casually tossed it aside. The poisonous markings on her shoulder had faded significantly, and her right arm was finally mobile again. Mostly recovered, she said, turning toward me. Her face, at 21 years old, still carried the boyish charm she remembered liking in the past. Lin Yang, you saved me again. This time, I won't let you run away. She slowly nestled into my arms, pressing her cheek against my chest and guided my hand to rest on her waist. The blanket wrapped around us, warm and cozy. Oomph, let's just stay like this for a bit, she murmured. Closing her eyes, she let out a soft hum of satisfaction, like a kitten enjoying a treat. 6 a.m. I woke up. The soft pillow in my dream was still in my arms. It was warm, soft, and had a faint scent of mint. Instinctively, I tightened my embrace. I looked down. Xiao Qianing was curled up in my arms, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her small face snuggled against my chest. The violet poison markings extended from her snow-white shoulder to her collarbone. I froze. Who am I? Where am I? Am I still dreaming? Xiao Qianing shifted slightly, raised her head, her drowsy eyes meeting mine. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She blinked, then buried her face back into my chest. Good morning, she murmured lazily, her voice raspy and relaxed. She resumed snuggling, trying to find a more comfortable position, showing no intention of getting up. My throat was dry. Good morning. In my mind, two little figures began a fierce debate. White Lin, this is wrong. Two people, almost naked, sleeping together. Black Lin, is it soft? Does it smell good? Of course it's right. White Lin, sleeping together like this without clarifying anything. How can it be okay? Black Lin, what's wrong with childhood friends hugging? It's not like they haven't hugged before. The black figure delivered a night kick, sending the white figure flying 2 miles away. Black Lin, when? I patted her head awkwardly. When did you deactivate your armor? After you fell asleep. Why? The armor's stiff as a board. How do you expect me to sleep in that? Okay, but why are you in my arms? The air suddenly grew still. Because it's warm, she said hesitantly. You sure? Obviously. What's wrong with using you as a heater? I even made you my free body pillow, so stop complaining. She fired back quickly. And it's not like we haven't hugged before when we were kids. Why are you being so uptight all of a sudden? Anyway, I'm staying like this for a bit longer. I took a deep breath, my face turning red, not from shyness, but from frustration. I yanked the blanket over her head and held this body pillow of mine tightly. Stupid Lin Yang. You trying to suffocate me? I can't breathe. Xiao Qianing started kicking her legs in protest. In the playful scuffle, she ended up turning from facing me to having her back against me. My arms were still wrapped firmly around her waist. And as if on instinct, as soon as the new position set in, Xiao Qianing immediately frozen in place. Something was on the side of my leg, hot and moving. Don't move, I rasped, voice low. If you move again, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. The room was so silent that only the sound of breathing remained. Xiao Qianing closed her eyes, as if she had made some kind of decision. Is it okay? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Taking advantage of my moment of hesitation, she turned and leaned closer to me. Lin Yang, she whispered. I'm asking, can I? She tilted her face up to look at me, the morning light reflecting in her eyes, so bright it almost hurt to look at. My breathing was erratic. Through the soft barrier between us, her heartbeat was hammering against my chest, merging with mine until I couldn't tell which was whose. Why? My voice was low, restrained. Xiao Qianing pressed her forehead against my chest. Because there are no laws anymore. I've already died once. When I saw you come to save me, I was genuinely happy. She lifted her head to meet my eyes. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to have any regrets. Her lashes trembled, but her tone was firm. Life is as fragile as grass, gone in the blink of an eye. Between death and tomorrow, who knows which will come first? So, don't reject me. I looked at her, looked at the curve of her eyes, the barely visible little mole on her nose, her slightly trembling lips. She was right. Now that the veil was ripped away, I needed to fight harder, to live for the hope and the tomorrows that might come. I cupped her face in my hands and leaned down to kiss her. Xiao Qianing's eyes widened briefly, then closed. Her lashes brushed my cheek, faint and ticklish, a cool scent of mint filling the space between us. After a long time, our lips separated. Her lips were swollen, the corners of her eyes slightly reddened, lashes fluttering as she avoided my gaze. With my forehead resting against hers, my breathing still unsteady, my thumb brushed gently against the curve of her cheekbone. You still have traces of the poison in you, I murmured, my voice hoarse. She blinked, caught off guard, before breaking into a small chuckle. So not yet. I pulled her into my arms, resting my chin on the top of her head. Wait until you're better. She buried her face into my chest, muttering in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the system panel popped up. Compatibility level increased. 59%, 80%. Ability unlocked. Dual consciousness control. Note, in combined mode, enables separate control of different body parts, drastically improving cooperative compatibility. That much of a boost. Xiao Qianing squinted in satisfaction, her tone playful. Looks like you're pretty pleased, huh? We lingered together a little longer before heading downstairs. She came down wearing my oversized t-shirt, barefoot, sitting cross-legged on the chair and waiting for food. I rummaged through the kitchen supplies. Water, canned meat, white bread, spicy sticks, compressed biscuits. That's it. Xiao Qianing slumped onto the table, looking at me with wide, expectant eyes. Weren't there more yesterday? You're correct, yesterday, I replied, pulling up the system interface. Your supplies. I glanced at her supplies. Materials collected. Wood times 12, clean water times 1, half a piece of compressed biscuit, iota 4 times 1, bandage times 1. Looking at her for a solid 2 seconds, I blurted, that's it? This is all I've got, Xiao Qianing said, standing there justified and confident. You've been transported here for this long, and all you managed to gather is some wood? I was too excited after awakening my SSS-level abilities. I just kept running outside the whole time. She muttered, looking pitiful. I sighed and pulled out the compressed biscuit, a grayish-white block as hard as a brick. Xiao Qianing swallowed nervously. No more of that bread from yesterday? I've got 2 more packs, but they're not gonna last. Then you eat them. Just keep it for later. I broke the biscuit in half. Here, half for each of us. Xiao Qianing took her piece and started nibbling like a hamster scraping at the wall, her face twisting in misery. With her nose scrunched up and cheeks puffed out, she struggled to swallow it, gulped down water, and exclaimed, "How can something taste this awful?" I didn't respond and continued gnawing on my share slowly. After only a couple more bites, she gave up, rested her chin in her hands, and watched me eat. "What are you staring at?" I asked. "Watching you eat makes it feel less miserable." I ignored her, taking another couple of bites. I couldn't take it anymore either. Stood up and went into the back kitchen. A moment later, I returned with a plate covered in plastic wrap. Honey-glazed roasted chicken, whole, crispy outer layer, juicy and tender meat, greatly restores stamina. Xiao Qianning's eyes immediately sparkled like stars. "Is that? Wait, where did you even get roasted chicken?" "Got it from a treasure chest yesterday." I peeled off the plastic wrap. The sweet, honeyed aroma burst into the room, filling the entire first floor with its mouth-watering scent. Xiao Qianning, thinking back to the tasteless wall-textured biscuits we had the past few days, nearly teared up. Her voice softened with anticipation as she whispered, Can I have some? Why else would I bring it out?" She didn't hold back, tearing off a drumstick with her hands and stuffing it into her mouth, only to freeze after the first bite. Her eyes began to water. "Sniff, this is too good. I've never eaten roasted chicken this amazing in my entire life," she cried. I chuckled. "Come on, it's not that dramatic." Sniffling, she continued devouring the chicken, biting into juicy chunks of meat. After finishing one drumstick, she ripped off the other and handed it to me. "Here, you have some too. This thing is incredible." The crispy outer layer paired with tender, juicy meat beneath, combined with the sweetness of the honey glaze, created an explosion of flavor in my mouth. Classic treasure chest quality. The two of us practically inhaled the chicken, leaving nothing but clean bones. Xiao Qianning leaned back, rubbing her stomach and sighing. "I feel alive again." I wiped my hands and looked over at her. She was wearing my t-shirt, the neckline slipping over one shoulder, revealing half of it. The hem was wrinkled from her fidgeting. Her legs, long, pale, and smooth, were stretched out, with bare feet planted on the floor, tinted with a faint rosy hue. "Where are your shoes?" I asked. "They broke. Kept falling down yesterday, and now even the heels are crooked." "Well then, I've got something for you." Reaching into my bag, I pulled out a pair of silver, shimmering high heels. Cloud-stride shoes, plus 15% movement speed. Active skill. Skill rapid dash. Boost speed by an additional 30% for 10 seconds. Cool down, 5 minutes. Silver white shoes with slim heels and a faint cyan cloud pattern, shimmering with a pearly glow under the sunlight. Xiao Qianning's eyes widened. "So pretty. Where did you get these?" "Treasure chest." "Another treasure chest?" What can I say, lucky me. Xiao Qianning hugged the shoes, the corners of her mouth curling uncontrollably. "These are just gorgeous." She slipped them on and stood up, doing a twirl. The cloud patterns seemed to flow as if alive. "Well," her eyes sparkled. I averted my gaze. "They're all right. All right. Are you blind?" "Fine, fine. They look amazing, okay?" Satisfied, Xiao Qianning lifted her foot for another view, admiring them thoroughly. I posted in the region chat, buying clothes. Men's or women's? Paying in star coins. Prices negotiable. Responses came quickly. I spent 80 star coins for 2 men's t-shirts, 2 women's t-shirts, a pair of jeans, a floral dress, and a light jacket. "Try them on," I said, turning to face the wall. Xiao Qianning changed into the floral dress. The material was soft, the hem brushed her knees, and the fit hugged her just right. "Done," she called out. "How do I look?" She spun in place, the hem flaring to reveal snowy white thighs. In my head, I marveled, totally worth the star coins. But outwardly, I kept it cool. "It looks good, but it's a bit mismatched with this rugged place." Xiao Qianning chuckled, her smile teasing. "Then, how about I only wear it at home for you? You're so kind to me. How do I repay you? Maybe when I become an emperor, I'll make you my top general?" Big talk. I raised an eyebrow. Xiao Qianning put her hands on her hips. "With my SSS level talent, is it strange for me to have a general at my command?" "Not strange at all. But before you ascend the throne, can we focus on the task at hand?" "And what task is that?" "Chopping wood. We're dirt poor right now." "You really have the nerve to ask an elegant future emperor to chop wood." "Well, I'm not your general just yet." Pouting, Xiao Qianing grabbed the battered axe and stormed outside. I leaned back in my chair, taking stock of our supplies. Star coins times 575. Level 4 upgrade requirements. Durable wood times 400. Stone times 400. Iron ore times 200. Clay times 100. Mechanical energy core times 2. We're missing way too many materials, I muttered. Clicking on the mechanical energy core, a substitution option popped up. Alternative choices: Eerie Energy Core, Mutated Energy Core. Note: different cores affect shelter upgrades uniquely. Mechanical types focus on defense, Eerie types enhance mental aspects, Mutated types boost offense, and Pure types provide the most balance. So, I'm not tied to using a mechanical core? But what's a pure core? I closed the panel. Never mind, we'll take it slow. Opening the regional chat again, I prepared to continue networking. I saw someone shout, "Buying any energy crystal cores. Price negotiable." I straightened up, thinking, talk about the perfect timing. This guy must know something about crystal cores. Frogwell, buying any energy crystal cores. Price negotiable. Frogwell, buying any energy crystal cores. Can trade for wood, stone, iron, or star coins. Price negotiable. I clicked on the private chat of the guy with the ID Frogwell. "Hey, you buying energy crystal cores? Do you know how to get them?" The reply was instant. "Of course. They drop for monsters. Creepy types drop creepy crystal cores, machine types drop mechanical cores, and mutant types drop mutant cores. Which kind are you farming?" "Creepy. Got about a dozen." There was a brief pause on the other end, then the guy freaked out. "A dozen? Are you hacking or what? Creepy monsters are the hardest to kill. You took them down yourself?" "Just got lucky," I replied casually. "Legendary. You're amazing. Wanna sell? I only need one to bump up to LV.3. I dodged the question. "How do you get a pure energy crystal core?" "Pure? Oh man, that's a pain. You'd have to mine for pure raw stones. 10 raw stones make one core. I've been mining for 2 days and only managed to get 3 stones. Still not enough for even half a core." I frowned. 10 raw stones per core, and the drop rate was terrible. "Where do you mine for pure raw stones?" "You can mine anywhere, but it's all about luck." I dug some up on the western slope. Having a mining talent helps. Otherwise, the rocks are so tough, your whole body will go numb trying to break them. I can send you the coordinates if you're interested, but don't hog my spot, okay? Send them over first. No promises I'll go. Frogwell sent the coordinates. "Hey, how about selling me a creepy crystal core for 300 stones? I was stunned. That valuable? I thought 200 stones was already the upper limit. Little Shadowhide died, but still managed to leave such a pleasant surprise. Looks like I need to really treat it well tonight. Heh. Frogwell, seeing my lack of response, thought the price was too low. Gritting his teeth, he upped the offer. 500 stones. After all, creepy crystal cores were rare. When Shadowhide shows up, it's usually with a dozen or so monsters, and once you see that wall of eyes, there's no escaping. I was touched by his offer. Deal. That's about what I expected. Frogwell was over the moon. Finally, LV.3. I was thrilled too. Those 500 stones would set me up perfectly for LV.4 upgrades. After the trade, Frogwell mentioned I could buy stones from him anytime and complimented me by asking which crystal cores I had used to reach LV.3. I froze. LV.3? I actually used a house upgrade card while I was sleeping and skipped the material requirements entirely. But saying that out loud might be a bad idea. I haven't seen any special item cards mentioned in the channel so far. If word got out, a mob could hunt me down for it. "I used pure ones," I said. "Pure energy core." "Big boss, carry me please." "Where'd you get a pure core?" "Secret." The other side went silent for a long while before replying. "All right, big boss. Remember to come to me when you're buying stones next time." I closed the private chat and leaned back in my chair. Pure cores require mining. 10 raw stones make one core. I glanced at the shovel on the side, feeling more and more disdain as I looked at it. TSK. Useless piece of junk. The door was pushed open. Xiao Qianing stomped in, carrying a broken iron axe. Her face was smudged with dirt, and her floral dress now looked more like a torn dish rag. I quit. She slapped the axe on the table and flopped into a chair. "This crappy axe can't even chop a tree. Half an hour, and it didn't even scratch the bark." "Just half an hour?" Isn't that long enough? Look, I got blisters on my hands. She held out her palm. It was red in spots, but she was still a few hours short of any real blisters. How much wood did you chop? 0. She said it with absolute confidence. I took a deep breath. All right, fine. I have a small task for you. What task? Xiao's eyes lit up as she shot upright. I pulled out a few eerie-looking cores. The dark red crystals gleamed under the light with an ominous glow. Take these to the channel and trade them for resources. Wood, iron, ore, stone, clay, anything you can get. Highest bidder takes them. Xiao picked one up, rolling it between her fingers. Are they worth much? Rare items. Try it and see. Okay, I'll give it a shot. She tucked away 3 of the cores and started working on the system panel. Meanwhile, just as I was about to rummage through the storage box, a private message popped up. Su Qingwe, Lin Yangji, you there? Yeah, what's up? The shadow stalker we killed last night dropped 6 eerie cores. My sister and I talked, and we think it's best to give them to you. I froze for a moment. 6 eerie cores just like that? You two should keep them. You'll need them when leveling up later. We're still barely LV.2. They're useless to us right now. You've saved us before. We can't just take your stuff for free. I didn't argue further. All right, thanks. How's the glass shelter holding up? Su Qingwe was silent for a moment, then sent over a photo. The glass walls were riddled with cracks, the longest one spanning the entire panel. It's barely livable. But if another pseudo-monster attacks, it won't hold. I frowned and turned toward Qianing. Qianing, are you still using that capsule shelter? The little survival capsule? She didn't even lift her head. Nope. I've been living with you, remember? Why? I forwarded her the picture. Qianing took one look at the web of cracks in the glass house and couldn't help but feel pity. Let them have it. We don't need it anymore. I reopened the private chat. I have a spare shelter, capsule type. It's not big, but at least it's not made of glass. You'll need wood to repair it, but you and your sister can use it for now. Su Qing. You replied instantly, really? Thank you, brother Lin Yang. But we don't have anything to trade for it. No need to trade. It's a gift for you. The other side went silent for a few seconds before sending a voice message. The voice carried a sobbing tone. Brother Lin Yang, you're such a good person. My sister told me to say she will definitely repay your kindness. I placed the capsule living pod into the trading box and clicked confirm. Got it. Thank you, brother Lin Yang. Listening to the youthful voice on the other end, I couldn't help but smile. Adorable. Xiao Qianning leaned in, resting her chin on my shoulder. Good deed accomplished. Done. Then help me handle this trade. The people in the channel are relentless at bargaining. They're trying to trade 1 crystal core for just 100 wood. That's a huge loss. I took the trade panel from her and glanced through. This one, trade for 200 wood and 10 pounds of rice. Accepted. This, trade for 100 wood and 20 pounds of beef. Accepted. And this one, scrolling to the last offer, I scoffed. They're asking for 5 stones? Decline. Xiao Qianning burst out laughing, her whole body shaking. Half an hour later, all 3 crystal cores were successfully traded. Inventory update. Wood times 500. Stone times 100. Rice times 10 pounds. Beef times 20 pounds. Various vegetable seeds and seasonings. Combined with my current 500 stone, now I had 600 stones total. I was now only short on clay and iron ore. I reopened the regional channel. Last night, those pseudo-humans almost broke down my door. Good thing it was made of wood. A few hits lowered the durability, but it was fixable. Wood is worth a lot now. A single log can trade for a bottle of water. Lumberjack's talent is master logging, so cutting 1 tree produces the same as 10 for others. He's rolling in resources now. Miner's iron ore is more expensive than gold these days. I noticed miner in the chat and thought back to the private message earlier. Lumberjack, selling wood, minimum of 100 logs. Bulk orders get a discount. Miner, selling iron ore, stone, and a small amount of clay. Not sharing my coordinates though, don't want to get ambushed. Someone chimed in. You two better watch out. Kuin's crew is snatching up talent everywhere lately. Don't get taken and turned into free labor. Lumberjack replied with a shivering emoji. Miner stayed silent. I frowned. Wang Kuin's grip on the area was already this strong? I opened a private chat with Miner. Hey man, you ever dug up iron? Yeah, but not much. Iron ore is rare. Getting 10 or so pieces a day is considered good. How much are you looking for? 200 pieces. Dude, are you building a castle or something? Ignoring his question, I pressed on. Where is iron or most abundant? Miner was silent for a moment. To the west, about 50 to 60 kilometers away, there's an abandoned machinery factory. I've never gone there myself, but have seen it from a distance. The whole area is littered with metal debris, so I'm sure there's plenty of iron around. But it's dangerous. Mechanical monsters patrol the area. Didn't dare to get closer. I muttered, sitting up straight. A mechanical factory? Metal wreckage? It must be related to the mechanical arm I found earlier. Can you send me the coordinates? Are you serious? That place is no joke. Just send them to me. The miner sent over the coordinates. I tagged the spot on my map. It's 85 kilometers southwest of the milk tea shop. Pretty far, but close to Su Qing Yuan and her sister. Thanks. Here, for you. I sent him a bottle of iced tea. Where did you get this? Seriously, dude, got another one? Give me another. I'll even pay for it. Just one more bottle. I didn't reply. Closing the panel, I looked at Xiao Qianing. She was grinning at the newly acquired supplies. Lin Yang, when are we going mining? We're not going mining. Then where to? I pulled up the map and pointed at the marked spot. Here, the mechanical factory. That's so far. Yeah, not today though. We'll leave first thing in the morning. So what's the plan for today? I stood up and grabbed the shovel. Find some crates. With our power combined now, we can pretty much dominate this area. I tossed her the shovel. Don't just stand there. Get ready to head out. Xiao Qianing caught the shovel, grinning wide. All right, General Lin. The Emperor herself shall accompany you scavenging today. Current survivors, 2,488,443,217. Newbie protection, 18 hours, 33 minutes remaining. It's 12 noon. Lin Yang. I'm tired. Xiao Qianing perched on a fallen tree, her hands propping up her head. Her skirt's hem drooped, and her legs dangled, her toes tapping the ground lightly. 2 hours. We'd wandered this cursed forest for a full 2 hours. I stood 3 meters away. With the shovel, I dug into a shrub. Turned up nothing but wet mud and a centipede. That's it. Pulling out the shovel, I moved to the next bush. Can you have some patience? This kind of thing depends on luck. So my luck's bad? Her stomach growled loudly. It echoed particularly clearly in the quiet forest. She held her stomach, frowning. I'm hungry. I turned back to look. She was curled up like a stray cat waiting to be fed. I pulled out a loaf of white bread, opened it, and tore it in half. Xiao Qianing took it and immediately chomped down, her cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk. When we get back, I want roasted chicken. We finished it this morning. What? I would have rationed it if I knew. She pouted, chewing while looking visibly dejected, like a sad little puppy. She stared at the bread in her hand, took another bite, and chewed slowly, as if savoring some rare delicacy. Chewing and chewing, the bread dwindled down to just a small piece. We're almost out of bread. I handed her my half. You're not eating? Not hungry. Liar. Xiao Qianing took the bread, tore it in half, and shoved one piece back into my hand. See how considerate I am. Hee hee. I took a bite and gently patted her head. We kept moving forward. Half an hour later, Xiao Qianing's pace slowed, and she spoke less. She stared down at the dry leaves on the ground, seemingly sulking with herself. Lin Yang, she muttered. Do you think I just have terrible luck? What makes you say that? She stomped on the dead leaves with force. You found 2 treasure chests yesterday, and today, neither of us has found a single one. Am I just that unlucky? Feigning surprise, I smirked. Wow, you're just realizing that. Quick, bow down before me, the mighty bringer of luck, and get some of my blessings. Xiao Qianing stopped in her tracks, turned, and gave me a sharp glare. Just as she was ready to snap back with a shameless jerk, she caught something in her peripheral vision at the base of a large tree, a gray, square outline partially buried under the dead leaves. Lin Yang, she whispered. Yeah. Look over by that tree. Gray, square edges slightly buried under dirt and fallen leaves. You'd miss it if you weren't looking closely. We exchanged glances. Xiao Qianing stuffed the rest of the bread into her mouth, brushed the crumbs off her hands, then bolted like the wind. Hey, slow down. I called after her, chasing. In no time, Xiao Qianing crouched at the tree, brushing aside the leaves. A wooden treasure chest. She glanced back and saw me still running toward her. Deciding not to wait, she took a deep breath and reached out to lift the lid. Thud! A hand clamped down on the lid. Xiao Qianning froze, her hand hovering midair, and turned her head slowly. On the other side of the chest squatted a teenage boy. His hair was a tangled mess, dirt smeared his face, and there was a dead leaf stuck to his nose. With a hard glare, he pressed down on the lid. I saw it first, he said. What did you just say? He emphasized each word. I saw it first. I sensed it from a distance. You two weren't even looking this way. Sensed it? Kid, do you think you're a radar or something? The boy's face turned red. None of your business. It's still mine because I saw it first. Xiao Qianning gave him a once-over. 15 or 16, skinny as a stick, his clothes caked in mud and leaves, with a hole in the cuff for good measure. How old are you? 15. 15, and you're already trying to snatch stuff from people? I'm not snatching. I saw it first. Xiao Qianning didn't bother wasting more words. She went straight for the lid. The boy pressed down harder. The two of them were like tug-of-war opponents, the lid inching open bit by bit. Let go. You first. In the middle of their struggle, the boy's hand slipped. His knee slammed into Xiao Qianning's hand, and she flinched back from the pain. The boy seized the chance to push the lid shut and leap back defensively. As he stepped back, he didn't watch his footing and landed on a tree root. His body tilted backward. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Xiao Qianning's arm for balance, but missed, landing flat on his butt. His foot kicked in the air. The mud on the sole of his shoe splattered right onto Xiao Qianning's skirt. A dark, muddy streak stretched from the center of her skirt to the edge. Xiao Qianning looked down in disbelief. The boy clambered up, noticed the mud stain, opened his mouth, then quickly shut it. I just cleaned this skirt this morning. Xiao Qianning spoke slowly, her voice cold and full of menace. I arrived just in time to see this. One glance, and I could tell. Things were about to get ugly. I didn't mean to, the boy stammered, stepping back. You could have just let go. This is a new skirt. It's the first time I'm wearing it. Xiao Qianning's tone was terrifyingly calm. I told you it was an accident. You snatched the box, stained my skirt, and now you're making excuses? Looks like someone needs to be taught a lesson. Xiao Qianning rolled up her sleeves and started toward the boy. The boy panicked and bolted, scrambling into the bushes, yelling, "Help! Someone help!" Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a wooden stick flew from the bushes, heading straight for Xiao Qianning's face. It was too fast to dodge. On instinct, Xiao Qianning leaned backward. The stick grazed her hair, narrowly missing her, before lodging itself deep in a tree trunk with a sharp thud. Splinters sprayed everywhere, and the end of the stick vibrated with a buzz. I rushed to her and steadied her. Are you okay? Xiao Qianning stared at the stick buried in the tree. I'm fine. The bushes rustled as they parted. A young woman emerged. Short hair, sharp features, a dark tracksuit zipped all the way up, its ends tucked into her boots. In her hand, she gripped another wooden stick. Behind her followed a young man, probably a dash older than me. His black jacket hung loose, revealing a dark gray t-shirt underneath. With hands in his pockets, he walked with an air of casual indifference, his chin slightly raised, exuding a come-challenge-me attitude. The boy peeked out from behind the woman, his face still flushed. Brother Hao, they tried to steal my treasure chest. That girl wanted to hit me. The young man glanced at the boy. His pants were covered in mud, and his palms were scraped. He looked up at me. You're bullying a kid? I stepped forward slightly, shielding Xiao Qianning behind me. The chest was ours first. This kid cut in and even dirtied my girlfriend's skirt. And by the way, was it you who threw that stick? That was a bit much. Young Yuan said he sensed it first. The young man replied indifferently, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Besides, is there something wrong with protecting your teammates? Talk about twisting the truth. And if I am? The two of us locked eyes, neither backing down. His gaze shifted from my face to my clothes, then to Xiao Qianning standing behind me. His lips quirked ever so slightly as he took a step forward. Crackle. Blue electric arcs crackled and danced between his fingers, bursting into sparks. Flowers bloomed in the air. The electric arc slithered like a snake, flickering on and off. See that? The young man raised his hand, letting the arc dance before me. Class A, lightning spirit. If you know what's good for you. I didn't let him finish. With a flash, the transformation device appeared at my waist. A black card slid smoothly into place. Blank ride null drive. Dark energy exploded outward. 3 seconds. Transformation complete. A pitch-black suit of armor now stood before the young man. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianing completed the data entry, generating my unique card. The arc of electricity at the young man's fingertips sparked briefly, then fizzled out. His jaw dropped. What the? I drew another card, silver with Xiao Qianing's face on it, embossed with the words, Phantom Step. Card switched, inserted. Lemon Phantom Step, irready. A playful melody burst into the air. The young man's expression shifted, from shock to silent dread. Even an idiot could tell he'd just run into a wall. Lemon Phantom Step, irready. Henshin. Xiao Qianing dissolved into blue, radiant specks, dancing up like fireflies. They twirled and converged, surging toward me. A fierce wind rose. Leaves scattered. Twigs snapped. In the eye of the storm, the blue light pulsed intensely. Seconds later, the gale quieted. The glint of silver-blue armor gleamed under the crimson sunlight. Swift wind. Raging gale. Fierce storm. Phantom shadow spirit plume. Armor activate. Extra power. Extra cool. Extra speed. The silver-blue armored knight stood proudly in the clearing. Its design flowed more gracefully. The waist tapering, shoulders slimmed, the entire figure appearing sleeker and sharper. The young man took a step back. The short-haired woman gripped her wooden staff tighter, assuming a defensive stance, though uncertainty shone in her eyes. From behind them, a boy peeked out, only letting half his face show. Wow, that's so cool. You? The young man shot a glance at the boy, his words catching in his throat. Still want to fight? My voice resonated from within the armor. The young man clenched his teeth. His hand lifted, and once again, electricity burst forth, larger, fiercer, coursing from his fingers to his palm and spreading up his entire right arm, now engulfed entirely in blue electricity. Crack! An arc of lightning lashed out toward me. I didn't flinch. The bolt struck my chest plate, exploding with blue sparks, fizzling, crackling, and then it faded. Not a scratch. Only a faint scent of burnt air remained. The young man stared at the faint wisp of smoke, his expression contorting. I took a step forward. He stepped back. Another step closer. Another retreat. Until there was nowhere left to go. His fists tightened, and it was clear what was running through his head. Something like, my team's counting on me. I can't go down. Or lightning spirit, don't let me down. He gathered his energy again, arcs of lightning swirling up both of his arms, growing brighter, louder, stronger. With a surge, he raised both arms in the air. 2 crackling bolts of lightning crossed paths and slashed forward with everything he had, louder than before, sparking wildly. I remained still. The armor remained intact. That's it. The young man's chest heaved violently, arcs of electricity flickering at his fingertips like the dying flame of a candle. I took a step forward. In an instant, I grabbed his wrist. With a powerful motion, I yanked him off his feet. His body twisted midair before crashing to the ground on his back with a heavy thud. Dirt and dry leaves scattered everywhere, some even finding their way into his mouth, leaving him coughing and sputtering. Before he could catch his breath, my hand pressed firmly on the back of his head, pinning his face to the dirt. Not too hard, but just enough to keep him from lifting his head. The young man lay face down, tasting soil. His fingertips clawed shallow grooves into the ground, defiant yet unable to resist. A short-haired woman, watching this unfold, charged forward with a wooden staff. Raising the stick overhead, she swung it down with force. The armor shifted slightly to one side, and the stick swished harmlessly past. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward a couple of steps. She then swept the stick horizontally. The armor crouched, and the staff whizzed over its head. Another strike. Another dodge. 7, 8 swings, each one narrowly missing its mark. Where are you aiming? Came Xiao Qianing's amused voice from within the armor. 80% compatibility achieved. Unlocking dual consciousness control. The armor now operated seamlessly under both our commands. The short-haired woman gritted her teeth and swung again. This time, the armor didn't dodge. Instead, it raised a hand, fingers spread wide. Smack! The wooden staff was caught effortlessly. She tried to pull it back, but it wouldn't budge. She pushed forward, but it didn't move an inch. With a light tug from Xiao Qianing, the staff slipped from her grip. In one smooth motion, whack! The staff smacked the woman across her back, sending her sprawling to the ground. Just stop, Xiao Qianing's voice rang out. You're not going to beat me. The short-haired woman lay there, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling. She glanced at the staff on the ground, then at the armor before her. Her fierce gaze softened. She had resigned herself to defeat. From behind a tree, a young boy dashed out, running to the fallen young man's side. Big bro, how? The young man pushed away the boy's supporting hand and stood up on his own. His face was smeared with dirt, dry leaves tangled in his hair, a sorry sight. The short-haired woman rubbed her back and moved to stand beside him. You okay? The young man stared daggers at the gleaming silver-blue armor, his lips pressed into a thin line, silent. The boy tugged at the man's sleeve. Big bro, how? It's my fault. I'll go apologize. He turned and walked over to me, tilting his head back to look up. His tear-streaked face was streaked with mud, leaving two pale trails down his dirty cheeks. Big brother, big sister. His voice quivered, choking back sobs. It's my fault. Please don't hurt them anymore. They just wanted to protect me. You can take the box. I'll pay for the dress. I'll do whatever you say. His small frame trembled as he tried to hold in his cries, terrified of making things worse. Between sobs, he wiped at his face, smearing the dirt further. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Qianing, we disengaged from the armor. The metallic suit dissolved into shimmering lights, vanishing into thin air. Xiao Qianing looked down at the tear-streaked, grimy face and then sighed, noting the mud stains on her dress hem. All right, stop crying already. You're making us look like the bad guys here. She reached into her pocket, intending to help wipe his face, only to realize that her skirt. The boy had no pockets to slip his hands into, so he awkwardly rubbed his palms together. Two figures suddenly emerged from the bushes. A middle-aged man, around 40, with a square face and a washed-out tactical jacket, Shui Changshan, the team leader. Trailing behind him was a young woman, probably in her 20s, dressed in a plain white t-shirt and utility pants, Xiaohe, another team member. Shui Changshan quickly scanned the scene before helping the young boy up. He patted the dirt off him and wiped his face. Little Yuan, you okay? The boy shook his head, his eyes still red. Captain, it's my fault. Shui turned to me and Xiao Qianing, offering an apologetic smile. I'm Shui Changshan, their captain. Little Yuan is young and impulsive. Snatching the supply box was wrong of him. I appreciate that you didn't make it worse. Sun Hao and He Lin were just trying to protect him. We're lucky this didn't escalate. He waved Xiaohe over. Xiaohe, check them out. Xiaohe inspected Sun Hao's face. Just some dirt. He Lin, however, had a small crack in the skin on her palm, likely from gripping her staff too tightly. Green strands of energy unwound from Xiaohe's fingertips, wrapping delicately around the injury. Within seconds, the split healed without leaving a scar. He Lin clenched her fist. Thanks. Xiaohe followed up by soothing the red mark on Sun Hao's wrist. A misunderstanding, Shui Changshan clarified. Little Yuan has a sensory talent. He can locate treasure chests, monsters, and rare materials. He wasn't intentionally trying to steal. He just felt entitled because he found the chest first. But it's yours, fair and square. I stepped forward and picked up the chest. Then we'll take it without hesitation. As I turned, Xiaohe's gaze fell on Xiao Qianing's collarbone, drawn to purplish toxin marks beneath her skin. You've been poisoned? From a scratch by the silver flash ants. Xiaohe pressed her fingertips gently on Xiao Qianing's shoulder, letting green threads weave into her skin. After about 10 seconds, she withdrew. The toxin isn't severe. I can neutralize it, but it'll take some time. Our base is nearby. We can treat it there if you'd like. I agreed. The base was tucked into a secluded valley, surrounded on 3 sides by dirt slopes. A cluster of wooden cabins formed a half-circle around an open clearing where a large iron pot released faint wisps of smoke. Xiaohe led Xiao Qianing into one of the cabins for treatment. Shui Changshan pulled out a chair for me and offered a cigarette from his pocket. Something I brought over when we crossed through. Want one? No thanks, I don't smoke. He flicked at the ash of his own cigarette and exhaled. You're lucky. Xiaohe's ability is unique. We rely on her for all our healing. So, you ran into silver flash ants yesterday near the eastern stream. Huh? Don't take it the wrong way. I saw warnings in the channel about an ant swarm there, and your girlfriend carries the exact kind of poison they leave behind. I put two and two together. I paused for a couple of seconds. That's right. Shui Changshan called out toward the clearing, his cigarette dangling from his lips. Xiao Yuan, come here. Xiao Yuan, who had been squatting in a corner drawing circles in the dirt, froze when he heard the command. He reluctantly tossed aside a stick, hesitating before shuffling toward us. Captain, apologize. Xiao Yuan stopped in front of me, clutching the hem of his shirt in trembling fists. His voice was barely audible. Big brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have grabbed the supply box. I shouldn't have dirted Big Sister's dress. I was too reckless. Punish me however you want. Closing his eyes tightly, his whole body went stiff. I looked at the nervous child and suddenly understood a key survival rule of the apocalypse. If you don't fight for it, how have you managed to survive this long? The kid wasn't wrong. He just ran into the wrong person. You said the punishment is up to me, right? Yes. Wrong is wrong. All right then. 100 push-ups. Huh? That's it. What? Think it's not enough. Shui Changshan patted Xiao Yuan on the shoulder. Go on. Hurry up and get started. Relieved, Xiao Yuan ran off to do the push-ups. Shui Changshan sighed. That boy's had it tough. Orphaned, grew up bouncing between relatives, always at the bottom of the pecking order. He's young, but his heart is in the right place. Stay for a meal, will you? You haven't eaten yet, right? Xiao Yuan has a special talent. He can sense wild loot caches. It won't be a feast, but you'll get warm food and a hot soup. I glanced toward the wooden house. Xiao Qining was still healing. Thanks, we'll take you up on that. Inside, the warmth was comforting. A glow of green light flowed from Xia He's fingertips as she pressed them gently against Xiao Qining's shoulder, purging the poison little by little. The purple traces of venom gradually lightened. All done. The toxins fully neutralized. Move around a bit. See how you're feeling. Xiao Qining lifted her arm and rotated her shoulder. I feel great. Completely healed. Thank you so much. Xiaohe's dimples deepened. No need to thank me. That poison. It came from the creek to the east, right? Someone mentioned in the channel yesterday that it's dangerous over there. Yeah, I was scouting with a friend and accidentally stumbled into an ant colony. A friend? Was it Fong Sun? Xiao Qining was taken aback. How did you know? Xiaohe lowered her voice, her dimples even more prominent. Fong Sun was the one who first put out the warning and shared the map. And yet you were the one who got poisoned. So I guess you must be the Ning Ming they mentioned from the scouting team. Xiao Qining nodded. Xiaohe's voice carried a hint of melancholy. After Fong Sun got captured by Wang Kuan, the World Channel was filled with all sorts of gossip. Some said you abandoned your teammate and ran. Others said you were captured too, and a few claimed you were dead out in the wilderness. I was completely exhausted, critically poisoned, and barely alive when I managed to save her. So, you two live together now? Yeah. Xiao Qining sensed the conversation veering off. Wait, is she shipping us as a team? We're on the other side of the pine forest, staying at a once trendy bubble tea shop. Xiaohe laughed. Of all places, something as ridiculous and quirky as that still survives in the wild. For safety reasons. Let's stay connected. Add me as a friend? Even though the poison's cleared, I'd like to keep an eye out for any residual effects. Of course. They exchanged friend requests, the connection established seamlessly. The wooden door swung open, letting a gentle warmth flow in. The sun was setting in the west, painting everything in golden, amber hues. A small wooden table was already set up in the courtyard. Sun Hao bustled about with bowls and utensils, while Lin crouched nearby. The knife flashed, and the vegetables were swiftly chopped, the movements crisp and effortless. Su Xiaoyuan crouched by the stove, adding dry wood to the fire. The crackle of burning wood echoed as flames licked the bottom of the pot. The wild vegetable and meat soup bubbled, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. Come, have a seat. Shui Changshan beckoned with a wave. The food's still hot. I guided Xiao Qining to a seat at the table. The others began to gather, Su Xiaoyuan carefully placing a steaming bowl of soup on the table before quickly retreating to stick close to Sun Hao, avoiding eye contact with anyone. How's the treatment going? Shui Changshan turned his gaze towards Xiaohe. It's under control. Xiaohe replied gently. But we'll need to monitor for any potential relapse of residual toxins. After a glance at Xiao Qianing and receiving her nod, Xiaohe added, she's Ning Meng, the top-tier leader who previously guided Fong Sun into the restricted zone. The room fell into an immediate hush. Sun Hao's head shot up, only to lower it quickly again, his expression complicated. He Lin stayed silent, while Su Xiaoyuan's jaw dropped, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. So it's you. Xue Changshan broke the silence. After Fong Sun's mishap, we were all worried about you. I'm glad you're all right. Xiaohe chimed in. The poison in her system came from the shimmering silver ant zone. If it weren't for someone risking their life to save her, she wouldn't have survived this time. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Xue Changshan stepped in to introduce the team members. Sun Hao, A-rank lightning affinity. Primary damage dealer. When the going gets tough, he's the one we count on to hold the line. Sun Hao gave a slight nod, but remained silent. He Lin, B-rank weapon mastery. She's proficient in virtually any weapon you can think of. She's the one who threw that baton earlier. He Lin scratched her head awkwardly. Sorry about that. Su Xiaoyuan, B-rank perception affinity. Our treasure hunter. Today's events were kinda his fault, so I hope you can let it slide. Su Xiaoyuan turned red all the way up to his neck. Xiaohe, SSS rank healing affinity. She's our cornerstone healer. She's the one who just saved you. And as for me, Xue Changshan laughed self-deprecatingly. I've got an A-rank leadership affinity. I'm here to lead the team and provide buffs. Don't count on me for much actual combat. I listened quietly, internally sizing everyone up. Sun Hao, impressive strength, but probably a bit prideful. A standout for sure. He Lin, solid utility, decent but replaceable. Su Xiaoyuan, treasure-sniffing radar, elite. Xiaohe, SSS rank healer. An SSS support this early into the apocalypse? Absolute jackpot. Too bad she's already with a team, or I'd contract her on the spot. Xue Changshan, support type, a cut above average, minimum, with potential to become top tier depending on his buffs. Xiao Qianing subtly observed my reaction, hearing about the SSS affinity, yet I didn't even bat an eye. She activated telepathy. Lin Yang, reply if you hear me. I was lost in my analysis and showed no sign of hearing her. Lin Goat, respond. Taking advantage of the other's distraction, she stealthily pinched me. I winced and turned my head, confused. Xiao Qianing acted as if nothing had happened, quietly eating her food. Sun Hao glanced at everyone subtly, his eyes dark with mixed emotions, hesitating as if he wanted to say something. So, what should we call you, young man? Xue Changshan asked. Lin Yang, I replied. Brother Lin Yang. Xue Changshan extended an earnest invitation. 2 people alone out there is just too dangerous. Why not join our group? Thanks, but no. I declined without hesitation. We've got our own priorities. At least let's exchange contact info. You can reach out anytime, he offered. That worked perfectly for me. After everyone exchanged friend contacts, Xue Changshan's expression grew serious. Here's something important to know. Quni has been expanding aggressively. He's pretty much taken over the northern area. He's got 40 or 50 men under him, including quite a few A and B grade awakened individuals. Lowering his voice, he continued. Just yesterday, we ran into some of Wang Kuen's people. They realized Xiaoyuan could track treasure chests, and they tried to take him away right then and there. We fought tooth and nail just to escape. They said they were going to report everything to Wang Kuen, so it's only a matter of time before they come after Xiaoyuan. If Xiaohe's healing ability gets exposed, she won't stand a chance either. A heavy silence fell over the table. I put my bowl down and glanced at Xiao Qianing. Her eyes had turned cold, a sharp frost forming in them. If you find yourselves in danger, contact me without hesitation, I said, my tone icy. If Quni dares to hurt or humiliate her, I'll personally ensure he pays the price. Xue Changshan extended his hand, and we clasped it firmly, a pact formed. Xiao Qianing glanced at me from the side, a gentle smile curling across her lips. Gathering his courage, Su Xiaoyuan brought a bowl of soup to Xiao Qianing. Big sis, here's some soup, he said quickly before retreating shyly. Do you still remember you owe me for the dress? Xiao Qianing teased him. I'll pay you 30 star coins, Su Xiaoyuan said with utter seriousness. Ha ha ha, I was just teasing. Your sister Xiaohe's healing ability helped me out big time. So we're even, Xiao Qianing said lightly. Su Xiaoyuan's face turned bright red, sparking laughter from everyone at the table. The sky darkened, shifting from deep red to purple, and was soon to be engulfed by blackness. It's getting late. Why don't you stay overnight? Shui Changshan proposed. No need, I said as I got to my feet. The night isn't a threat to us. Are you sure? Shadow phantoms drain your mental energy. The mimics will bite at anyone they encounter. And who knows what new monsters might come creeping out tonight. Relax, I said, resting my hand lightly on my waist. They're not on our level yet. Xiao Qianing stepped forward, and our eyes met. Transform, she instructed. I inserted the black card. Blank ride, empty drive. The armor took form, enveloping me entirely. Swapping a silver-white card. Lemon phantom step, ready. A gust of wind roared through the air. That's so cool. Su Xiaoyuan's eyes practically sparkled with awe. Xiaohe was left speechless, her fingers unconsciously moving in a rhythm of intrigue. Lin, however, nodded knowingly. It wasn't her first time witnessing the power and prowess of this armor. Sun Hao furrowed his brows, his expression tinged with disdain. After saying goodbye, the silver-blue streak of armor disappeared into the night like a phantom. Deep in the forest. Captain, they're incredible. Su Xiaoyuan was still staring upward in awe. Shui Changshan patted his head and turned to leave. Sun Hao leaned against a pillar, his mood clearly off. What's wrong? Shui Changshan turned back. Nothing. Jealous. Electric arcs flickered on Sun Hao's fingertips. That armor must have limitations. Otherwise, how could Ningming have been injured so badly by Master Kuan? Without that armor, they're nothing. Limitations or not, the fact they could rescue someone from Master Kuan speaks volumes. Fang Sun is still in his hands. Can you save him? Sun Hao gritted his teeth. You're an A-class lightning elemental, one of a kind in a radius of dozens of kilometers. But there's always someone better. Today you lost. That's the reality. If you've got anything to prove, back it up with strength. Got it. In the scarlet needle-leaf forest, a streak of silver-blue light sped through the trees. Xiao Qianing moved with precision, her strides optimized for maximum speed. Fallen leaves beneath her feet made no sound. I kept watch, and together, we operated in seamless sync. Faster, I urged. I'm not a rocket, Xiao Qianing complained, though she activated both Phantom Step and Shadow Dash. Speed increased 150%. Power output surged by 300%. The trees blurred into afterimages, and the whistling wind became a sharp hum. At this speed, even shadow mimics couldn't keep up, no matter how hard they tried. Lin Yang, Fang Sun, what's your plan? She asked. We'll figure it out when we're back. Sooner or later, Master Kuan will pay the price. The streak of silver-blue light split the darkness of the night. After sprinting for 20 minutes, suddenly, Xiao Qianing leaped 4 meters into the air, pushing forward dozens of meters before landing. What is it? I asked. Something's there. Her voice trembled. I took over manual control and turned around to look. Lin Yang, run. What the hell is that thing? A dark figure stood under the trees. Its body was pitch black and grotesquely proportioned, with arms so unnaturally long they reached its knees, ending in twisted claws. It resembled a mass of shadows kneaded randomly into a shape and then discarded into the night. No face, just glaring white, luminescent eyes. Its mouth was absurdly large, hinged so wide the lower jaw seemed to split into its chest, perpetually open. The upper jaw dangled scarlet, ribbon-like appendages that swayed with its breath, glowing eerily in the dark. Rows upon rows of jagged teeth filled the lower jaw. This wasn't a shadow phantom. Shadow phantoms are incorporeal, with heads covered in countless eyes. This thing was solid, over 2 meters tall, a menacing sculpture come to life. We just stared at each other. I didn't dare move, waiting for the armor's recognition system to identify the creature. Just looking at it gave me the chills. Xiao Qianing refused to turn her gaze toward it. Is it moving? No, I swallowed hard. It's just creepy as hell. Oddly enough, the combat assist, biological recognition system didn't display any information. No identification, no data, nothing. A sudden realization struck me. The ability list of the spectral wing armor completely lacked a biological detection function. Identify. Damn, this is blank black Kai's unique skill. To get monster intel, I actually have to dissect them? And with blank black Kai's low stats, it'll even separate Xiao Qining from me. If they catch a weakness, Lin Yang, run. Use your speed to shake it off, Xiao Qining suggested. 3, 2, 1, run. I whipped around and exploded forward, my leg power enhanced by 300%. In an instant, I bolted ahead. The monster lunged at the same time, letting out a tearing roar. Yeah, not even a kilometer out, the single roar split into two. One sounded dangerously close. Chills shot down my spine as my heart froze for a beat, fear flooding my limbs. My high-speed movement destabilized. I lost balance. Acting fast, I rolled with it and sprang back up, smoothly landing on my feet. Lin Yang, Xiao Qining called out anxiously. I turned around. Two monsters, one near and one farther away, stopped chasing as soon as I faced them. Their howling silenced. Shadows lurking around us began to emerge. The sound from these monsters can induce fear, and the closer they are, the stronger the effect. I analyzed aloud. Huh? I didn't feel anything, Xiao Qining said, puzzled. You're not the main control, that's why. I kept my eyes glued to the creatures and figured it out. They wouldn't move as long as I faced them. But turn my back, and they'd go berserk. Xiao Qining, close your eyes. Got it. I switched to my black card, separating Xiao Qining to stand by my side, her eyes tightly shut. Data popped up. Combat assistance, creature identification. Name, Shadestalker. Type, anomalous entity. Description, a nocturnal physical monster. Chases targets that turn their backs and emits sound waves to induce fear. Does not attack people indoors unless explicitly invited inside. Traits, only targets one individual at a time. Won't attack if you're facing it. Threat level, medium. Weakness, none. I swapped back to Shadow Wing's spirit instantly, a grin spreading across my face. That's it. Just take them head-on and annihilate them instantly. I strode toward the Shadestalkers. Both creatures stayed perfectly still as I approached. After closing the distance to just a few hundred meters, I broke into a sprint and launched myself into the air. Leaping 5 or 6 meters high, I extended one leg. Take this. Ultimate skill, Shadow Strike Kick. A streak of blue light carved across the nighttime sky. My foot smashed into the Shadestalker's chest, slamming it into the ground and dragging it back over 10 meters. Boom. A massive explosion echoed. Using the momentum, I slid forward, got to my feet, and walked on with a swagger like I didn't have a care in the world. Because real men never look back at explosions. Hey, Lin Xiaoyang, it's a good thing there wasn't an audience. You really would have shown off big time. Xiao Qining teased. Come on, just admit it, it was cool. And by the way, aren't you my exclusive audience? I shot back. Ugh, I'm not watching in third-person view or something, she retorted. The second Shadestalker didn't last long either. Shadestalkers defeated ×2. Anomalous energy cores obtained. ×1 Shadow Claw, ×2 Shadow Claws, ×100 star coins. Shadow Claw, weapon upgrade material. Boosts attack power and adds bleed attribute. I read through the information, but I have no weapon. Well, that's a problem. What's wrong? Xiao Qining asked. Shadow Claw is for upgrading weapons, but we don't have any weapons. Does a shovel count? Or maybe that old axe? Though it'd be a waste to use it on those. True. Last time, I knocked out one of Kuan Ye's underlings with a heavy swing of the shovel. It felt pretty awesome. But just using it for bashing feels like wasting the bleed effect. Let's just save it for now. We'll hold on to it until we find a proper weapon. The silvery blue light streaked swiftly through the forest. A few minutes later, we heard a bang, bang, bang knocking sound up ahead. Next to the road stood a small wooden cabin. The door planks were already cracked in several places, faint light spilling through the gaps. A humanoid figure, dressed in a long coat, was knocking persistently at the door. Inside the cabin, a girl leaned against the door, looking anxious as she tried to repair the house, muttering to herself, I'm almost out of wood. I don't want to die. If only Kuan Ye hadn't taken 90% of my supplies earlier. She was asking for help in the chat channel, requesting wood, but there were too many people asking for aid, and her pleas went unnoticed. The wood supply was running out, and she was using her last plank for repairs. In desperation, she began praying to the void. O divine beings from other worlds, please take pity on this insignificant life. Outside, the humanoid figure happily kept knocking, entirely unaware of a person now standing behind it. Bang, bang, bang. I stood there for 2 seconds. Did it seriously not notice me? Xiao Qianning laughed. Humanoids are that dumb, huh? I tapped the humanoid on the back. It turned its head. Huh. With one swift kick, I sent it flying. The humanoid slammed into a tree, slid down, and lay still. Killed humanoid ×1. Gain times 10 star coins. The loud bang caused the lights in the wooden cabin to flicker. Through the cracks in the door, the woman caught a glimpse of the blue streak of light flashing by. Her heart raced. A god really exists. Meanwhile, I had already arrived at another shelter. Outside a metal cabin, another humanoid was banging on the door repeatedly, but it hadn't managed to decrease the door's durability at all. Such dedication, Xiao Qianning remarked. It can't even get through, but it keeps knocking. I rushed in, landed a single kick. The humanoid went down. I followed up with a punch, and the world fell silent once again. Gain times 10 star coins. Another good deed done, Xiao Qianning said. I was just passing by, plus I earned star coins. Not leaving a name? Fame draws trouble. I encountered 3 more humanoids and dispatched them all with a single kick each. The regional chat channel exploded with activity. Did someone just kill the humanoid outside my door? There was this loud bang, and the knocking stopped. Are pro players clearing the map? Let me team up with you. Player Green Velvet sent out a message. It was a god. I saw them. A god descended. A blast of blue light. Instant kill on the monster. Others started chiming in, claiming they'd also seen the blue streak of light. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianning and I had no idea about the rumors glorifying Guangying Lingyu as some divine entity since we hadn't been checking the channels. We eventually reached the bubble tea shop. 2 foemen were banging on the door, pinning it on both sides. The door was showing cracks, and faint blue light was leaking through from the vending machine inside. Did someone rob our place too? Xiao Qianning said in exasperation. I casually walked up behind the foemen. Ahem. Both foemen turned their heads at the same time. I threw a punch. One went flying, colliding with the other, and they tumbled into a heap. Eliminated foemen ×2. Star coins earned, ×20. An easy 20 star coins. I quickly fixed the door and went inside. My armor dispersed into points of light, and Xiao Qianning and I stood apart from each other. She flopped onto a bench, worn out, while I leaned against the wall and opened my backpack. Items in inventory. Mysterious energy crystals ×3. Shadowy claws ×2. Unopened chest ×1. Star coins, 1,040. I've never been this rich before. I placed the unopened chest on the table in front of us. Xiao Qianning immediately perked up and sat upright, excitement lighting up her face. Let me do it. First time loot opening bonus, newbie buff incoming. She eagerly grabbed the edges of the chest and flipped it open in a dramatic motion. Soft light floated out. Acquired items, natural gas canisters ×10, iron pot ×1. That's it. Her excitement instantly deflated. This has to be because I didn't wash my hands. I took the items and stored the gas canisters and iron pot in the kitchen. At least now we can boil water. Boil water? What a waste of resources. If only we had instant noodles, I muttered, shaking my head as I tossed her a bottle of iced red tea. I knocked on the vending machine. Hey, this thing refreshes its inventory. Totally forgot. For real. Xiao Qianning ran over, wide-eyed. I found the refresh button, and the screen started spinning like crazy. Item available, Disciples brand water. Price, 1 star coin/bottle. The two of us froze, staring blankly at the screen. 1 star coin per bottle? Xiao Qianning started counting on her fingers. We've got over 1,000 star coins. That means we could buy 1,000 bottles. We could literally bathe in it. I flicked her forehead lightly. Stop living life like a princess. Xiao Qianning pouted, pretending to glare at me, and then reached out to pinch my waist. I dodged sideways, smugly grinning at her. Lin Yang, you're the worst. Always picking on me. I ruffled her hair, amused, and bought 10 bottles of water. After a quick cleanup, Xiao Qianning boiled half a pot of hot water and plopped down on the bench, soaking her feet in a basin meant for storing bubble tea toppings. Now this is how people are supposed to live. I carried over another basin of warm water. So you're using the bubble tea topping bin to soak your feet. What are we supposed to sell next? Foot-flavored milk tea. Glancing at her pale, smooth feet soaking in the water, an odd thought crossed my mind. Maybe it's not a bad idea. EW. You're nasty. What kind of weird taste do you even have? She shrieked, her face turning bright red. I awkwardly looked away, embarrassed. What's going on today? One glance, and boom, new XP unlocked. After soaking our feet, the two of us went upstairs. Xiao Qining sprawled across the bed, hugging a pillow, casually stretching her feet onto my chest without a second thought. I was scrolling through the chat channel when suddenly my chest felt a weight, a soft, fragrant one. Well, if you like it. I guess it's not unacceptable. After murmuring this, Xiao Qining buried her face under the pillow, playing dead. There was no way I could explain this situation properly, so I decided to roll with it. When in Rome, right? Under the pillow, Xiao Qining's face was burning bright red, her heart pounding like crazy. Meanwhile, I was like a kid with a new toy, couldn't stop messing with it. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and threw the pillow at me. You jerk. Exploring forever and not taking action. You've had me nervous this whole time. I was dumbfounded. Huh? What are you saying? Hey, though, it does feel pretty nice. Her face turned an impressive shade of crimson, like a monkey's butt. Turns out I'd just unlocked a new XP, and she was the actual XP master with a head full of inappropriate thoughts. Go to sleep. No more touching for you. The soft sensation disappeared from my hands, and instantly, I felt a wave of loss. I wasn't done yet. But she was right. It was time to rest. We still were in our newbie protection period. About 8 hours left, ending officially at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We've got to wake up early, 6 a.m. sharp. With that, we both lay down to rest and drift into sleep. What are you doing? Hey. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Su Qingwei had just gathered enough upgrade materials and pressed upgrade in excitement. Her capsule room vibrated lightly, but instead of the usual white light, a purple-black glow seeped through the space. The walls transformed into a thick composite layer, but the once pristine surface turned a dark gray, covered in pulsating crimson vein-like patterns. In the corner, there was an old wooden cabinet, its door slightly ajar, revealing ominous darkness inside. Shelter level up to LV.3. Note: used a strange energy crystal core, special eerie effects unlocked. New features: space expanded to 60 square meters. 10 storage slots unlocked. Durability increased to 300. Eerie special effects. Aesthetic turned spine-chilling. Eerie aura reduces nearby eerie-type monsters. Big sis. It leveled up to 3. Su Qingyuan announced proudly, hands on her hips. Su Qingyuan, while wiping down her blade, glanced around the room, momentarily stunned. Qingyue, are you sure this one at LV.3? Su Qingyue looked around, suddenly realizing, whoa, why did it turn into a haunted house? Her face went pale as she ran to her sister, clutching her arm. We're doomed. Maybe we should go find Brother Lin Yang. No. Su Qingyuan firmly interrupted. We can't always trouble him. Don't take someone else's kindness for granted. Su Qingyue bowed her head, looking aggrieved. Su Qingyuan scanned the explanation. It's the effect of the strange energy crystal core. It's just the appearance. Change can reduce the monsters, she murmured. She walked to the window and looked out. In the darkness, the lurking shadows and false figures had indeed vanished. Hey, sis, open the door and check it out. Su Qingyue tugged at her clothes. See if that eerie energy works. Su Qingyuan considered for a moment. All right, but you stay inside. Why? Because you can't protect yourself. Su Qingyuan gripped a cold flame torch in her left hand and a machete in her right. She pushed the door open. The night wind rushed in, carrying the damp, metallic scent of decaying leaves. The lurking shadows had drastically decreased. Under the faraway tree lines, there were faint dark silhouettes, but none dared to come closer, as if the capsule-like house was viewed as an even greater, chilling entity. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a dark figure moving deep within the forest. The black figure stopped, turning directly in her direction. The moonlight couldn't penetrate that far, but its slim and towering humanoid outline was clear. Her instinct screamed, "Danger! Sis? What's wrong?" I turned to respond. Rarark. A piercing, guttural screech ripped through the silence, drilling straight into my ears. A cold dread surged through my body. My heart clenched as though caught in a vice, making it impossible to breathe. I dropped to one knee, planting the machete into the soil to keep myself upright, as cold sweat poured down my face. Behind me, Su Qingyue collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball, her hands clutching her head. What is that? It's so suffocating. The door was still open. The shadowy figure charged forward. I clenched my jaw, turned around, and it was already at the edge of the clearing, absurdly fast. Under the moonlight, its towering frame of over 2 meters was revealed, long limbs and entirely blackened skin. Its jaw unhinged wildly down to its chest, quivering with slick, crimson liquid pooling within. Its target wasn't me. It was Su Qingyue inside. I forced myself to stand, planting myself in the doorway, machete raised defensively in front. The shadow creature lunged right at me. I struck down with the blade, a clean hit that lodged half an inch deep into its shoulder. Frost spread from the wound, momentarily freezing its movements. But it didn't stop. Its other claw swiped toward my chest. I twisted my body just enough for it to miss, the claws grazing past and tearing open my shirt. I kept my gaze locked on the monstrous being, swinging again. This time, my blade cut deeper, slashing through the same arm, freezing it solid all the way. It staggered back a few paces, slamming its other hand against the ground in what looked like an attempt to recover the use of its arm. No use. It let out a guttural roar, angered beyond measure, and rushed at me again, this time faking a claw attack, but attempting to knock me aside with its bulk. I saw through its maneuver. Though I was shoved back 2 steps, I didn't lose my stance, instead twisting to let my back press firmly against the doorframe for support. With both hands gripping the machete, I used its blade to jam against its gaping mouth, keeping the creature from crossing the threshold into the house. Its claws reached from either side, angling to slash me. There was nowhere to run. I braced myself. 3 deep gashes ripped into my shoulder. 2 more slashed across my forearm. My clothes were shredded, blood streaming down my arms. Sis. Su Qingyue's voice cracked with sobs. Stay inside. I bellowed. I pressed tighter against the creature, hell-bent on keeping it from breaking through. My grip. Do your best to yank the Meowdao out from Shadow Fiend's jaws. With a swift kick to its knee, it stumbled forward, collapsing near the doorway. I didn't give it a chance to recover. My blade struck its neck hard, nearly slicing through half of it. The Shadow Fiend spasmed a few times before going still, its body dissolving into black mist. Shadow Fiend slain ×1. Rewards obtained. Strange Energy Core ×1. Shadow Fiend's Claw ×1. Stardust Coins ×50. I stood there, panting heavily. Black liquid dripped from the edge of my Meowdao blade. Glancing down at my own injuries, I took stock. 3 bloody gashes across my shoulder, 2 on my forearm, and a scrape on my chest. My clothes were shredded in several places. Walking into the house, I closed the door behind me. Su Qingyue scrambled up from the floor, her eyes welling with tears the moment she saw me covered in blood. Big sis, you're hurt. There's so much blood. Just surface wounds. I set the Meowdao on the table and sat down, my voice audibly weak. Where's the med kit? Fumbling through her bag in a panic, Su Qingyue finally pulled out the med kit and knelt down in front of me to begin cleaning my wounds. The antiseptic stung as it touched my skin, making me tremble slightly. I bit my lip, staying silent. The cuts on my arm were shallower and stopped bleeding quickly. Su Qingyue sprinkled some wound powder on them before wrapping them tightly with bandages. Her hands shook as she worked, making the bandages a little too tight. I winced but said nothing. Sis, just lie down and rest, she said regretfully. There was guilt in her trembling voice. It's all my fault for being careless. Reaching out, I gently patted her head. It's fine. I'll be okay after some sleep. I lay down on the bed, closing my eyes as exhaustion overtook me. My lips moved faintly. Xiaoya, don't tell Lin Yang about this. Her hands paused midair. After a moment, she replied in a soft voice. Got it. I said no more, and soon my breathing evened out as I drifted off to sleep. Su Qingyue sat by the bed, staring at my pale face with teary eyes. In the middle of the night, Su Qinghua barely got any rest. I lay in bed with a high fever, my forehead scalding hot and my breathing rapid. Though the bleeding had stopped, the swelling around my wounds worsened. She tore pieces of cloth, dampened them, and continued wiping my face and hands over and over, trying hard to bring my temperature down. But the fever wouldn't break. My lips were dry and cracked, my face pale as I tossed and turned slightly in what seemed like a fevered nightmare. Despite her efforts, I didn't wake. Holding my hand tightly in hers, Su Qinghua eventually dozed off. Morning came. Golden sunlight seeped through the cracks in the window, casting its rays softly on Su Qinghua's face. Groggily, she woke, immediately reaching out to feel my forehead. It was cooler than before, but my cheeks were still flushed red, low-grade fever. Opening the system interface hesitantly, a conflict stirred within her. She wanted to message Lin Yang to ask for his help, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Suddenly, the system screen flickered. 6 a.m. sharp. The beginner's protection period was over. Golden text materialized on every survivor's screen. System announcement. Beginner. The protection phase has ended. Hey players, having fun so far? Who would have thought so many losers would drop dead in just 3 days? But that's what makes it exciting, right? Better fight to survive. The real trial starts now. 1. Increased treasure chest drops. 2. More item cards added. 3. Level cap removed. Earn talent upgrades by accumulating XP via kills. 4. Shelters will no longer provide free water and electricity. You'll need to purchase them with star coins. 5. Shelters gain special attributes upon reaching level 4. 6. Weather may change unexpectedly. 7. Periodic resource crate drops in designated areas. 8. More monsters appear. Daytime is no longer safe, and nighttime is even deadlier. Note: you may encounter unforeseen creatures. Good luck and enjoy the game. The densely packed text hovered across the announcement board. Su Qinghua stared at it for a long time, only to fully grasp its significance by the last message. They were screwed. She desperately wished Su Qingyuan would wake up right now. She hadn't even finished processing the announcement when the system's notification panel blinked with a private message. Lin Yang, awake? We're planning to explore the mechanical factory today. It's not far from your location. Get ready, we'll meet up. Su Qingyue's fingers hesitated over the input field for what felt like forever. She turned her head to glance at Su Qingyuan, who was still lying on the bed, her forehead visibly feverish. Su Qinghua had no idea how to make her sister better or whether she should tell Lin Yang about it. She wanted to ask for help, but feared he might think they were useless. Jia, she whispered softly, almost pleading. No response. Su Qinghua bit her lip as she typed, deleted, retyped, and deleted again. She didn't want to mention her sister's injury, but she truly didn't know what else to do. She closed her eyes and finally pressed send. Su Qinghua. Lin Yangji, my sister is hurt. She has a fever and hasn't woken up. I don't know what to do. His response was immediate. Lin Yang, where is she hurt? How bad is it? Su Qinghua. Her shoulder and arm. She was scratched by a black monster last night. We treated the wound, but she's burning up and hasn't regained consciousness yet. A brief silence fell on the other end, and in those few seconds, Su Qinghua felt her heart pounding out of her chest. Lin Yang. Don't worry, I'm coming over now. Thump thump, thump thump. Her heartbeat quickened. Her hands trembled as she typed her reply. Lin Yangji, be careful on the way. There was no further response. Holding onto her sister's hand, Su Qinghua pressed it against her cheek, closing her eyes. Her voice was barely a whisper, soft and full of longing. Jia, please wake up. Lin Yangji is coming to get us. You didn't want to bother him, right? Get better soon. That way, we can figure it out on our own next time. Su Qingyuan didn't react. Her breathing remained shallow and labored, her brows furrowed as if trapped in a restless dream. Dreams you can't wake up from. Milk tea shop. I close the private chat and stand up. Su Qingyuan is hurt. Feverish, unconscious. Xiao Qianing pauses mid-thought about how many bottles of water to bring. Where's the injury? Shoulder and arm. Seems like it was from a shadow claw. Bad. Not sure. Her sister didn't give details, but she hasn't woken up yet. I walk over to the storage locker to organize my gear. Xiao Qianing gets up and starts gearing up as well. Did you see the utility rates on the bulletin? She suddenly asks. I don't stop moving. Yeah. Electricity's 5-star coins for 10 kilowatt hours. Water's 100-star coins per ton. Absurdly expensive. I calculate quickly. With all the milk tea shop's appliances, we'd use maybe 2 or 3 kilowatt hour a day, just around 1 or 2-star coins. But water, 100-star coins a ton? That's the price of 100 bottles of mineral water. 100-star coins for a ton of water. Xiao Qining looks up at the ceiling, visibly heartbroken. Were we being way too extravagant back when we used bottled water to wash our feet? I glance at her. Now you feel bad about it. I'm just lamenting. Who knew back then? I don't reply, heading toward the door and slotting the transformation device onto my waist. Time to head out. Transform. The black card slides in. Blank ride null drive. Then a second card slots in. Lemon mirage step ready. A fierce wind whips by, and in the morning sunlight stands a knight clad in silver blue armor, its engravings faintly glowing. How far? Xiao Qianing's voice echoes from within the armor. I check the coordinates. 86 kilometers. Full speed sprint with skill boost, 40 minutes. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I take a single step forward, moving so fast I leave only an afterimage behind. A trail of glowing silver-blue particles stretches out through the forest until, within a few breaths, they vanish into the depths of the pine woods. Northern stretch of the pine forest. Hidden mountain ravine. Sun Hao lies on a bed, shirt half off, his chest and arms wrapped tightly in bandages. The once white gauze is soaked with dark red blood, now stiff against his skin. His face is pale, lips bloodless, classic signs of excessive blood loss. But his eyes remain defiant. Heilin sits outside the door, toying with a new blade, her own arm wrapped in just 2 bandages. Su Xiaoyuan crouches next to her, knees hugged to his chest, silently watching ants march by. Xue Changshan lingers at the mouth of the ravine, holding an unlit cigarette, his faraway gaze fixated on the horizon. Xiaohe walks over with a bowl of hot soup, her steps light. She crouches in front of Sun Hao and offers the bowl. Drink something warm. Sun Hao takes it and sips hesitantly. The taste is salty, with wild greens and bits of meat, and just the right temperature. He doesn't say a word, taking another sip before setting the bowl aside. Xiaohe glances at the bandages on his torso. The seeping blood has stained them a glaring dark red. Your wounds. Does it still hurt? No. Do you think I believe you? Xiaohe extended her fingers, and emerald green threads flowed out, threading their way carefully under the bandages into the wound. Sun Hao's body stiffened, his jaw clenched tightly, and veins bulged on his forehead, but he didn't make a sound. The green threads weaved through his body, snaking along his blood vessels like countless small serpents, repairing ruptured muscle fibers strand by strand. Beads of sweat appeared on Xiaohe's forehead, trickling down the bridge of her nose. Her face paled several shades. Retracting her fingers, she exhaled lightly. Give me a little more time to rest, and I can fully heal you soon. For now, you'll have to bear with it. Got it. Sun Hao interrupted her. Xiaohe nodded, picking up the cooled soup and heading off to reheat it. Xiaohe, Sun Hao called after her. She turned around. Thank you. Xiaohe smiled, her dimples soft and shallow, beautiful under the morning light. You're welcome. Sun Hao stayed quiet for a moment, looking down at his bandaged arm. His fingers repeatedly clenched and unclenched. I won't get hurt again next time. His voice wasn't loud, but each word carried weight. I mean it. I let my guard down this time. I didn't expect Wang Kuen's men to have those kinds of insects, ones that could turn into monsters even after being killed. Next time, I'll make sure I clean up the insects first before moving in. Xiaohe nodded and walked away. Not long after, Xue Changshan appeared, squatting down beside Sun Hao. He slid the cigarette he hadn't lit back into his pocket. Sun Hao, do you think Wang Kuen's men willingly turned into monsters? Sun Hao frowned. What are you getting at? Xue Changshan stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. You weren't trying to kill them during the fight, but they transformed anyway. Doesn't that strike you as odd? You're saying Wang Kuen has the ability to turn people into monsters? It's just a theory. But if it's true, then I doubt those are the only kinds of monsters Wang Kuen can create. His influence has already spread here. What happened yesterday wasn't a fluke. They're scouting southward. This area may be secluded for now, but it's only a matter of time before they find it. Up north, in a luxurious KTV venue, Wang Kuan sat on a plush sofa, his finger rhythmically tapping the armrest. The tap, tap, tap sound echoed through the vast, empty space, like a countdown to death. A map drawn by Fong Sun was spread out in front of him. The areas surrounding Wang Kuan were marked heavily. Red dots indicated resource points. Blue dots showed monster clusters. Black X's marked cleared zones, and red circles highlighted high-priority targets. Zhang Biao stood nearby, a bandage wrapped around his head, concealing the burns from Sun Hao's electric arc attack the day before. The skin beneath the bandage was red and raw, like cooked meat, but he didn't dare touch it. "How's the flying ants?" Wang Kuan asked, his finger never pausing its tapping. Zhang Biao swallowed nervously. "Not great. A few got fully consumed, and the rest lost their ability to fly." Wang Kuan's fingers paused, and the entire hall fell silent. "So, not a single success." The voice was soft, but every word was as cold as ice. "And no, if nothing unexpected happens, that should be the case." Wang Kuan fell silent for a few seconds. His fingers started tapping again. "Then reduce the number of rot soil worms and try localized devouring. Or deploy the silver flash ants' tails in concentration and let them replace the tail symbiosis." He paused. "If that doesn't work, go catch a few other creatures to try. This damned planet has no shortage of monsters." Zhang Biao froze. "Boss Kuan, the tails of the silver flash ants. That's where their venom is most concentrated. It's too dangerous, people could die." Wang Kuan glanced at him. "If they die, they die. Is this godforsaken place lacking people?" Zhang Biao lowered his head, not daring to press further. Wang Kuan stood up and opened a map. His gaze landed on a section of the Scarlet Needle Forest. He stretched out a finger and slowly drew a circle. It enclosed the southern central part of the forest, the activity range of Xue Changshan's team. Incidentally, it was also near my milk tea shop. "It's close." Wang Kuan stared at the circle, the corners of his mouth curling into a slow smile. "Let's start with this place." Zhang Biao stood behind him, not daring to breathe too loudly. "Deep in the Scarlet Needle Forest." I stared at the map coordinates, 30 kilometers away. The silver-blue armor shimmered as it streaked through the forest, tree after tree rushing past, blurring into streaks. Normally, I'd enjoy this kind of ground-level flight, but something felt off today. There were too many of them. Horned rabbits, spiders the size of human heads, light-reflecting scaly serpents. These monsters seemed to appear out of nowhere. So, this is what the system meant by increased monster activity, I thought. Before the thought even settled, a shadow rustled in the canopy above. A spider the size of half a person descended from above, 8 hairy legs spread out, its bloated abdomen etched with sinister dark red patterns. It swung twice midair before hurling itself straight at my face. Wind Spirit, activate. Dynamic vision instantly sharpened to its peak. The 10-second countdown began. The incoming spider became crystal clear. I maintained my speed, gracefully swiveling to the side. The spider scraped past me, crashing into a tree with a thud, belly up, its 8 legs flailing in vain. That scared me half to death. Xiao Qianing exhaled in relief. That spider's the size of a small person. Another shadow lunged toward us. Just as the wind spirit timer ended, I couldn't react in time, instinctively raising my arms to shield myself. Bam! The shadow exploded into fragments, green liquid splashing all over. Mutant spider killed ×1. Rewards: spider silk ×2, star coins ×20. Ah, this is so gross. Xiao Qianing shrieked. Find a stream and rinse it off, and you'll be fine. I was about to move forward, but a sound came from above. The air split sharply, a piercing sound. A pair of scythe-like forearms sliced down toward my head. Clang. I barely managed to block with my arm blade as sparks flew everywhere. Using the momentum, I leaned back, and with a powerful kick, sent the attacker flying. Flipping back onto my feet, I finally got a clear look. A mutated giant mantis. Its forearms had been modified into standard issue size, its height reaching that of an average person when standing upright. Its body shimmered in shades of green and blue, its triangular head and cold, glinting compound eyes lending it an eerie edge. The serrated edges of its deadly limbs glimmered silver in the sunlight. I instinctively took a step back. The mantis's armored forearms clicked audibly. Ka-ka. That was way too close. Xiao Qianing's voice trembled in my earpiece. That spider we just killed? Yeah, we definitely just stole its lunch. What now? Do we apologize? The mantis wasn't waiting for an apology. It lunged at me with explosive speed, a blur for something that size. Its forearm raised high, slicing down with the sound of wind splitting. Clang. I blocked again, but the shock rattled my arm numb. Damn, it's strong, I muttered through gritted teeth. The mantis swiftly slashed horizontally, aiming for my midsection. I twisted just in time, its blade grazing my chest plate and leaving a shallow, silvery white mark. My poor chest, Xiao Qining wailed dramatically. Not helping, I spat, just trying to lighten the mood. Watch out, it's coming at you again. It attacked mercilessly, each strike faster, sharper, deadlier. I'm at an insane disadvantage without a weapon, I thought, frustration mounting. Without hesitation, I turned and bolted. My silver and blue armor streaked through the dense forest as the mantis gave chase. Its leaps spanned several meters at a time, its sides carving recklessly through the undergrowth. Small trees were sliced clean in two, toppling like dominoes. Head for the thick woods, Xiao Qining directed. I dashed into the denser part of the forest. As predicted, the mantis' speed slowed. Its elongated forearms were too unwieldy amidst the tightly packed trees. Its blades constantly caught against trunks and branches, its movements becoming jerky, its frustration palpable. Finding two closely spaced trees, I slid sideways between them and pressed on. The mantis tried to follow but became wedged awkwardly between the trunks. Its blades snagged against the bark, leaving it stuck and thrashing furiously, its serrations making that same caw-caw sound as before. Now's my chance. I crouched and launched myself skyward, soaring 5 to 6 meters into the air. Golden sunlight glanced off the arc of my armor, painting it with a spectral blue glow. Spinning midair, I extended my right leg, locking onto the mantis' chest. Signature move, shadow stride kick. A streak of blue energy streaked down like a meteor falling from the heavens. My foot struck the creature's chest with a bone-shaking impact, my entire form piercing through it in a luminescent flash. Boom. The explosion knocked over several trees as debris and dust erupted around us. Killed, giant mutant mantis ×1. Rewards, star coins ×50. Killed, giant ironworm larvae ×2. Rewards, star coins ×10. I knelt on one knee, catching my breath before standing up slowly again. Guess even mantises can't escape the fate of becoming parasitized by iron worms, I muttered, my gaze lingering momentarily on what was left of the creature. In the corner of my vision, I spotted something glinting at the base of a tree. A treasure chest. Its corners were reinforced with metal, floral engravings adorned the top, far more ornate than the bronze chests I'd seen before. A chest. Excited, I brushed away the fallen leaves that covered it. Refined treasure chest. Contains higher quality items. Your turn to open it this time. Xiao Qianing's voice was giddy, brimming with anticipation. Last time, all I got was some natural gas and a cooking pot. Lame. You've got better luck. You're sure about this? I teased. Just open it if I told you to. I lifted the lid of the box. A gentle white glow seeped out. A palm-sized piece of milky white jade lay on a bed of red velvet. It was smooth and translucent like a polished river stone, with glossy surfaces and subtle cracks running through it. Acquired. Holy Light Shard ×1. Holy Light Shard, special item. When equipped, it slowly purifies negative effects, poison, curses, infections, etc., and slightly assists with wound healing. Non-tradable, non-droppable. I told you your luck was amazing. Xiao Qining beamed as though she had been the one to receive it. I held the shard up to the sunlight for a closer look before putting it into my bag. It's definitely a useful item. But more importantly, it's proof that this world isn't just full of weird anomalies, but curses too. All right, let's keep moving. The journey ahead was smooth. We didn't even pause to deal with the monsters blocking the path. One kick knocked them away. The forest gradually thinned out, and the outline of a capsule house appeared on the horizon. Only now, it looked more like a haunted mansion. The rotund, silver-gray metallic structure was covered in dark red vein-like patterns stretching from the roof to the corners, resembling blood vessels. We're here, I stated. This house, is so creepy, Xiao Qining remarked, dubious. Probably upgraded using some anomaly energy cores. Different cores have different effects. So if we used anomaly cores for our bubble tea shop, would it turn into a haunted bubble tea shop? Let's not go there. I ended my transformation and knocked 3 times on the door. Inside, there were clattering sounds accompanied by rapid footsteps that grew closer. The door suddenly swung open. Su Qingyue stood there, her eyes red and puffy, dark circles under them, hair disheveled and hanging loose. She wore a crumpled white t-shirt. Are you Brother Lin Yang? I nodded. It's me. This is Xiao Qining. Just call her Sister Lemon. Before I could finish, tears spilled uncontrollably from her eyes. Brother Lin Yang. She grasped my arm, her voice hoarse and trembling as she choked on her words. You're finally here. My sister, she hasn't woken up this whole time. I don't know what to do. Please, save her. I patted her on the shoulder. Calm down. Take me to her. The inside of the house was even eerier than the outside. Words couldn't fully capture its unsettling atmosphere. Spending the night here? You'd have nightmares for sure. Su Qingyuan was lying on the bed, her face as pale as paper. Her brows were furrowed tightly, as if enduring some sort of torment. Her breathing, however, seemed steadier than before. Last night, she went out hunting monsters and got injured by something dark and terrifying, Su Qingyue explained, her tears continuing to flow as she nervously wrung her hands. There are scratches on her arm and shoulder. She kept telling me she was fine. It was all to comfort me. I touched Su Qingyuan's forehead. It was slightly warm, just a low-grade fever, nothing that should explain her unconscious state. If it wasn't her injuries, then it was very likely something else. I took out the holy light shard and gently placed it on Su Qingyuan's. I placed her hand gently on Su Qingyuan's chest. What is this? Su Qingyue wiped her tears and leaned closer. Holy light shard's tone. Just got it from a box. It can purify negative effects and aid in healing wounds. I replied as I stood up. Let's wait and see if it works. My guess is your sister isn't unconscious due to physical injuries, but because of some kind of negative effect or curse. The room fell quiet. Xiao Qining spoke to me telepathically. Is this for real? If it doesn't work, the little sister will be devastated. I'm not sure, just a theory, I admitted. Su Qingyuan knelt by the bed, staring at her sister without blinking. 5 or 6 minutes passed. Su Qingyuan's eyelashes quivered. Su Qingyue leaned in closer, urgently whispering, Sister? Her eyelashes fluttered again. Slowly, Su Qingyuan's eyes opened. She stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, her gaze becoming clearer. She turned her head and saw her teary-eyed sister, then glanced at Xiao Qining and me. Who are? Her voice was still weak. He's Brother Lin Yang. He came to save you. Tears streamed down Su Qingyue's face again, her sobbing intermingled with a smile. Sister, you scared me to death. You were unconscious the entire night. I couldn't wake you no matter what I did. Su Qingyuan looked down at the milky white crystal on her chest, lifting it gently in her hand to inspect it. The stone emitted a soft, warm glow in her palm. What is this? It's called the Holy Light Shard's tone. It can gradually purify negative effects, I explained. Su Qingyuan was about to respond when Su Qingyue threw herself onto her sister, wrapping her arms around her neck and burying her face in her shoulder. Su Qingyuan's trembling hand hesitantly patted her sister on the back of her head. Don't cry. Xiao Qining and I stood quietly aside. In my mind, Xiao Qining nudged me. Lin Yang, say something. What am I supposed to say? The fact that we're even standing here is good enough. I'm not a doctor, I thought back. A minute or two later, Su Qingyue's sobs began to quieten. Sniffling, she wiped her face and turned to me. Brother Lin Yang, thank you, both of you. I nodded, crouching down to check Su Qingyuan's forehead. It felt better, much better. The shard's tone, I prompted. Su Qingyue pulled the crystal out from her sister's chest. It's here. Leave it. Keep it on. Don't take it off until you're fully healed. Su Qingyuan placed her hand over the crystal, looking at me. Her lips moved slightly, but all she managed was a quiet, thank you. Sniffing, Su Qingyue asked, Brother Lin Yang, and you, sister, have you eaten? We already ate. Then I'll get something for my sister. She pulled out 2 packets of bread and a bottle of water. Opening one of the packets, she couldn't resist taking a bite before handing it over. Su Qingyuan glanced at her. Give me a piece. Su Qingyue was momentarily stunned, then quickly tore off a piece and handed it to her. The two sisters alternated, sharing and finishing the 2 packets of bread. Su Qingyue balled up the wrappers and lowered her head, mumbling shyly. Brother Lin Yang, you're different than we thought. Huh? You seem so assertive when talking in the channel. I thought you'd be hard to get along with. But meeting you in person, you're actually really nice. I didn't respond, silently thinking to myself, ladies and gentlemen, it seems I've just received the classic nice person card. Xiao Qining leaned against the doorframe, her eyes lingering on Su Qingyuan's pale face. This person hadn't said much since waking up, not overly dramatic, seemed capable, and honestly, quite stunning. The cool, distant beauty type. Su Qingyuan swallowed the last bite of bread and tried to sit up, supporting herself with the edge of the bed. Su Qingyue quickly reached out to help her, adjusting the pillow behind her back. Are you heading to the mechanical factory? Su Qingyuan asked, catching her breath. Yeah. Then we'll go with you. You should stay and recover, I advised. It's just a surface wound. Su Qingyuan glanced at her injured arm, lifting it slightly before letting it fall back down. I can still manage some basic swings. I turned to Su Qingyue. You should stay back and take care of your sister. Su Qingyuan interjected sharply. I don't need taking care of. That factory? We've been there before. That's where you get the materials to upgrade LV.3 iron ores. Xiao Qining cast a glance in my direction, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. Su Qingyuan closed her eyes for a moment, opening them again briefly to glance at the blade beside her pillow. The cloth wrapping the hilt was soaked black with dried blood, and the blade itself had dulled. Su Qingyue, pack up. We're heading out. Su Qingyue's eyes were filled with hesitation, but ultimately, she couldn't argue with her sister. Near the abandoned mechanical factory, Su Qingyue took the lead, her system panel glowing in the palm of her hand. As the light points fluctuated, she suddenly froze mid-step. 500 meters, she said, her expression sharpening. My sensory system is going haywire. Something big is inside. Su Qingyuan followed closely behind, her steady steps resembling a mountain's resolve. Though her dark-colored athletic wear concealed the bandages on her shoulder, it couldn't hide the pallor of her face or the heaviness of her breath. The toll of a night spent unconscious still lingered. Xiao Qining glanced around. Do you really think a treasure chest could be in a dump like this? It didn't seem likely. The sparse trees gave way to bald patches of ground, covered in black and gray debris. Rusted metal fragments lay scattered like gravestones, with some growing larger the closer we got, towering like city walls, jutting into the earth at sharp angles, their edges corroded into jagged saw-like patterns. The air reeked of rust and burnt char, a nauseating combination. Su Qingyuan took several steadying breaths, her gaze flickering in my direction more than once. If you've got something to say, just spit it out, I finally said, unable to take any more. Biting her lip, Su Qingyuan eventually met my gaze. The shard of radiant light, can I borrow it for a little longer? Before I could respond, she quickly added, I'm not trying to keep it. I just, Her sudden hand movement tugged at her injury, and she grimaced in pain, her brows furrowing. I already told you. You can hold on to it for now, I replied, feeling resigned. Su Qingyuan gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. There's something you need to know. Last night, when I passed out, that was the LV.3 Eerie capsule room's doing. When I woke up, my attribute interface had a new addition, Nightmare Curse. She pulled up the interface. Mysterious special effects. Appearance change, haunting house transformation. Eerie aura. Repels surrounding mysterious creatures. Nightmare Curse. A small chance of falling into a recursive nightmare during sleep, dropping mental strength to 5. Increased chance of injury-induced sleep when resting. Just as I thought, my eyes lit up. This world doesn't just have anomalies, it has curses too. That'll come in handy. Instinctively, I patted her head. Su Qingyuan's face turned beet red, and she quickly hurried off ahead. Xiao Qining glanced back and gave me a sharp look. Already thinking of starting a harem after just a few days? I broke into a cold sweat. 200 meters away stood a group of buildings. Their dark gray structures resembled massive metal containers, covered in bolts and pipes. The largest building in the center had a half-open iron door, with a pitch-black gap visible through it. Big sis, we've arrived. Su Qinghua suddenly grabbed Su Qingyuan's arm. A shadow emerged near the door. A spider-shaped machine, around human height, with 4 legs. 2 red dots on a rotating head-like apparatus scanned its surroundings. The machine's back featured a metal box embedded with pipes for unknown purposes. It patrolled for a moment, scanning with its red light, then continued its rounds. That's it. Su Qingyuan squinted her eyes. Last time, killing one dropped over 10 iron ore pieces. Just one of them? There are lots more inside, but not many patrol the perimeter. Su Qingyuan crouched low, creeping forward and hiding behind a metal plate. She let a small stone fly. Clink. The mechanical guard's red sensor spun around rapidly, finding nothing wrong. The second stone flew. A low-hum sounded. Ree. The mechanical guard's legs sprung into action, causing the ground to tremor slightly. Su Qingyuan took off running. Her pace expertly matched, barely close enough to taunt it, but far enough to stay out of reach. She lured it within 50 meters. Now, Su Qingyuan struck first with her blade. Sparks flew as the weapon slashed the metal, frost forming over its surface. The mechanical guard stumbled and let out a piercing alarm. It lunged towards Su Qingyuan. She sidestepped gracefully, striking again. The metal case cracked open, black smoke pouring out. Its movement slowed. A precise slice to its leg and another to the core froze the unit, immobilizing it. The mechanical guard collapsed. Su Qingyuan leaped into the air, plunging her blade directly into its headpiece's core. Defeated infected mechanical guard ×1. Rewards: iron ore ×10, damaged parts ×2. Leave the rest to me. I patted Su Qingyuan's shoulder. I locked the transformation device into my belt. Xin. Swirling dark metal butterflies cloaked me, forming black armor. Meanwhile, Qiao Qianing summoned a silver card. Lemon Phantom Step, preparation ready. A fierce wind erupted, accompanied by flashes of blue. Swift winds, gale forces, raging storm, shadowed feather glory, armor fusion, stronger, faster, cooler. A silver-white armored figure stood imposingly amidst the gusts. Su Qingyuan's eyes subtly trembled. It was her first time witnessing the transformation in person. For the next hour, my efficiency in defeating the machines felt like sweeping through monsters in a game. Su Qingyuan's sister. My sister went from worrying to being a full-on cheerleader. No one could pull off a flying kick explosion, let alone consider one not enough and aim for 2. Kills ×2. Obtained. Iron ore ×19, mechanical part ×5. Nice. I removed my helmet. Don't get too excited, Qiao Qianing reminded me. You've basically wiped out the mechanical guards. We've got 178 blocks, still a bit short. The gate was surrounded by nothing but wreckage, oil stains, and debris. Inside, it was pitch black. I'm heading in to check. I squeezed through the crack in the door. Inside, it was even darker. An occasional flicker of red warning lights came and went. The faint glow of my armor barely illuminated the ground I walked on. After about 2 minutes, I noticed a half-open iron door up ahead, faint light spilling through. Just as I was about to push it, zap! I stepped on an exposed wire. The lights all came on, sirens blared. Woo-woo! The iron door banged open. A massive humanoid mechanical guard squeezed out, 3 times the size of the usual ones. Twin machine guns, 1 rocket launcher, a radar device on its back. Red light bands across its head gradually lit up one by one. Unauthorized intruder detected. Termination protocol initiated. The robotic voice was icy and unfeeling. Eliminate. Target. The machine gun started firing, unleashing red energy rounds. I turned on my heels and ran. The shots hammered the ground behind me, leaving scorched craters in their wake. Pushing myself to the limit, I zigzagged and barely managed to slip back out through the door crack. Shouldn't chase me now, right? The giant guard pulled out a literal electric chainsaw and started slicing through the iron walls. Lin Yang, Su Qingyuan's voice called out. Right. I could have her merge with me. Su Qingyuan, get ready for fusion. I stripped off my armor, my eyes locked on the soon-to-reappear enemy. Boom. The wall came crashing down, dust filling the air. Biometric identification. Corrupted giant mechanical guard, mutant. Level 10. Weakness, chest energy core. Danger level high. I scanned the guard's data. Level 10. Are you kidding? Before I could finish, it raised its machine guns. Bang, bang, bang. I turned and broke into a mad dash. Hurry. Just one hit, and I'll be toast. Meanwhile, on Su Qingyuan's side, just mentally chant, transform. Qiao Qianing instructed. Hurry, sis. Lin Yang's not gonna last. Su Qingyue stomped her feet in urgency. Su Qingyuan closed her eyes and muttered to herself. Out of nowhere, a silver-white belt materialized around her waist, along with a small camera in her hand. The lens faintly shimmered with silver light. She raised the camera and pointed it at herself. Click. A black card edged with silver popped out. She caught it and flipped it over. Beneath a portrait, the print read. Name, Su Qingyuan. Ability, SSS rank, Lamenting Frost. Compatibility rate, 3%. Inserted into the belt, Qiao Qianing reminded her. Sliding the card in, a cold, stern electronic voice filled the air, as if it could freeze everything in an instant. Freeze, Lamenting Frost, E-Re. Ready. Panting behind the metal plate, I felt the vibration from my belt. A black card with white edges slid into the card slot, Su Qingyuan's sync card. Finally, it's time to fight back. I swapped the card in. The belt lit up with a silver brilliance, while an icy, electronic voice erupted. Freeze, Lamenting Frost, ready. Transform. Light exploded from the ground beneath me. In the distance, Su Qingyuan dissolved into a beam of white light. A powerful BGM, background music, came alive. Cold air surged, dropping the temperature rapidly. Ice crystals formed, floating midair. An unending chill poured forth from the belt, scattering ice crystals like a snowstorm as they spiraled around my body. The mechanical sentries fired relentlessly, riddling the metal barrier with holes. The very moment the metal shield shattered, the BGM reached its climax. Arctic. Frigid. Absolute zero. Northwind down, right arrow, frost abyss, up, right arrow, rising. Armor fusion on. Strongest. Strongest. Most strongest. I was exposed. The mechanical sentries locked onto me, their iron fists crashing down with a deafening roar. Bang! An ice wall blocked the strike. A flash of a blade later, the ice wall shattered, and the iron fists lost their fingers. My newly donned armor revealed itself. A silver-white base, with subtle dark golden patterns. The V-shaped visor sported two sharp horns, aimed skyward. Shoulder plates, sharp as wing blades, stacked layer upon layer. The chest plate hugged the body tightly, where ice blue and snowy white seamlessly alternated. Arm guards extended meticulously from wrist to shoulder, with each joint sharply edged. The battle skirt swayed dramatically in the movements. Frost seeped from the armor's crevices, while the Miaodao, a single-edged saber, in my hand became engulfed in ice, longer and sharper than before. Northwind Abyss Armor. Sync rate, 3%. Attribute boost, 10%. Su Qingyue gasped, eyes wide, a hand covering her mouth. Big sis, you look so cool. I eyed the blade, clocking its nearly 5 feet length. Isn't this sort a little too long? Su Qingyuan's voice rang in my mind. Let me handle this. All right, go ahead. I yielded control to her. Su Qingyuan took over. She glanced down at the silver-white armor, clenching a fist. A surge of power coursed through. The wounds, she couldn't feel them at all. Raising her head, she locked eyes with the mechanical sentries. Target status changed. Initiating termination. Gunfire erupted. Su Qingyuan didn't dodge. Her blade flashed repeatedly, slashing every energy bullet out of the air. So this is the power of fusion, she murmured. Feels pretty good, huh? I replied in her mind. This sync works with your body data. No discomfort. It's great. She felt two forces coursing through her. Her usual frost, slow, yet biting. And my energy, steady, solid, and profound. The mechanical sentry pulled out a colossal electric chainsaw, revving it viciously as it charged her. Su Qingyuan dashed forward to meet it. The chainsaw came down with a metallic howl. She sidestepped neatly, sparks flying from the grind. In one smooth motion, she countered. One slash to the sentry's leg. Frost spread rapidly, encasing the limb entirely. Then the second slash. The third. The fourth. Crack. The joints gave way. The sentry's leg snapped, forcing it onto one knee. Weak. Formed rapidly. Don't come near me, she shouted defensively, her small fists clenched. I crossed my arms, leaning slightly against the doorway. Calm down, kid. I'm not here to hurt you. Her teary eyes glared at me, skeptical. Then why are you sneaking around like some creepy stalker? I raised an eyebrow. Says the kid sneaking through abandoned warehouses and leaving footprints all over the place. Her face flushed even deeper. That was strategy. I was scouting. Scouting, huh? I glanced at the empty corner where the silver chest once sat. Looks like you scouted yourself out of a fancy treasure. She winced as if I hit a nerve. Ugh, why are you even here? Can't you let me have this spot? I found it first. I pushed off the doorway, taking a step forward. She stiffened immediately, her back pressed hard against the wall. You're alone, aren't you? This place isn't safe for kids. Her lips pursed tightly before she muttered under her breath. I don't need your concern. I've been handling myself just fine. Really? Handling yourself right into dead ends and empty loot. I smirked slightly. She shot me a glare fierce enough to melt steel. I don't need your teasing either. At least I know how to stay hidden. Clearly, I replied dryly. The silence stretched between us, her small frame trembling slightly under the intensity of the situation. Without a word, I pulled a ration bar from my pouch and tossed it to her. She fumbled to catch it, staring at me in confusion. Eat, refuel, then scram. This place isn't for amateurs. She stared stubbornly, but hunger won over her pride. Taking a few bites, she mumbled, "Humph, don't think this means I owe you." I shook my head, turning toward the exit. Do whatever you want, kid. Just don't get yourself killed, all right? She hesitated before blurting out, "Wait, you're not going to tell on me, are you?" I halted mid-step, glancing over my shoulder. Depends. You planning to take something that's mine again? Her cheeks puffed up indignantly. Yours? You weren't even here first. Doesn't matter. The chest's already in my pack. If you can snatch it back, go ahead and try. Her eyes grew wide before she muttered under her breath, "Tisich, show off." Without another word, I stepped through the door, leaving her behind. Spinning around, alarms blasted in my head. The footprints were too small, I should have noticed. But how could a person silently appear in this death zone and still be an ordinary child? A high-intelligence monster? An illusion trap? Or a skilled master pretending to be harmless? A flash at my waist. The transformation device appeared. I ask, you answer, I said coldly. Name. How you got in. Purpose. Any companions outside? The girl bit her lip but said nothing, glaring fiercely at me. Henshin. Black armor engulfed me. I grabbed her wrist in one swift motion, lifting her clean off the ground. Let go. She pounded her fists against the armor, a dull thud with each hit. A grown man bullying a kid. Shameless. I frowned. Too weak. Something doesn't add up. Answer me. After a few futile struggles, she gave up. My name's Xiao Su. My companions forced me to scout ahead. They said if I refused, they'd feed my sister to a monster. What's your talent? Stealth. Those people got scared off by a giant mechanical beast. After Qianning confirmed the area was clear, I let her down. Xiao Su rubbed her wrist, glaring at me. Can I go now? Hold on. I squinted at her bare feet. If you were hiding, why didn't you check the metal cabinet? I smirked. You think I'm that dumb? Opening the cabinet would have exposed my return. Even if you hid in there, you couldn't escape. Without another word, I hoisted her onto my shoulder. Let's go, little mouse. The small body on my shoulder trembled slightly, but then went quiet. Outside the factory, the group surrounded us. Xiao Qianning looked stunned. You caught a little girl? After explaining the situation, I communicated telepathically with her. She might be Wang Kuen's spy. Let's put on an act to probe further. I turned to Xiao Su. It's dangerous out here. Come back with us. Xiao Su waved her hands frantically. No, no, no. My sister's waiting for me. I'm really good at sneaking around, so you don't need to worry about me. She lowered her head, her voice trembling. And, after how you treated me earlier, I'm scared. Don't make stuff up. I quickly defended myself. Xiao Su stuck out her tongue and darted a few steps forward. Thanks anyway. Here's a little secret for you. The mechanical factory has a massive basement underneath. There might be treasure down there. With that, she dissolved into a black shadow and disappeared underground. I froze in place. Stealth? That was clearly intangibility and earth-phasing. With that kind of talent, why act out this charade for so long? There's no holding on to someone like her. I sighed. could very well be one of Wang Kuen's spies. If that's the case, acting on your own would be much too dangerous for your sister. I turned to Su Qingyuan. Why don't you join us? Safety in numbers. Xiao Qianning pinched me discreetly. Safety in numbers? Yeah, right. What a slime move. Loud and clear. But she didn't stop me. Su Qingyuan's strength was undeniable, an essential part of our team's power. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyuan agreed. The capsule house could shrink for easy transportation, which made moving super convenient. Plus, sticking together was definitely a surer way to survive. The group returned to the factory to search the basement, but found nothing. On the bright side, they managed to collect over 100 pieces of iron ore and 40 refined steel blocks. That little brat tricked me, huh? I complained, but seeing the materials stuffed into my backpack, I let it slide. We headed back to the sister's place. The capsule house can shrink. I asked, surprised. Su Qinghua blinked. You're the one who traded it to us, remember? I took a deep breath. So it wasn't my talent. It was a built-in feature of the capsule house. If I'd known that earlier, I wouldn't have let them upgrade it all willy-nilly. Now it's turned into a bizarre little shack that could end up cursed at night. Su Qinghua turned the capsule house back into an item and stored it in her bag. I watched with envy. Xiao Qianning smirked mischievously. Regret it yet? Not really. I shook my head. Keeping them safe is more important. I glanced at the glass house. We're done with this one, right? After confirming, the group worked together to dismantle it. Glass was a rare material, after all. In the end, they managed to salvage 110 units of glass. Looking at my backpack full of materials, I couldn't hold back the grin on my face. We'd scored iron, ore, glass, and refined steel. It was time to head back and upgrade the bubble tea shop. Life was finally about to take off. The team changed direction and set off for the tea shop. Not long into the journey, the bushes suddenly exploded. A streak of gray shot out. A mutated wild rabbit with a single black horn and blood-red eyes charged straight at us. A flash of a blade. Su Qingyuan swung her sword in a reverse grip, beheading the rabbit cleanly. Mutant horned rabbit defeated ×1. Rewards: premium rabbit meat ×1. I caught a glimpse of the scene from the corner of my eye. We walked a bit further when, all of a sudden, the light above dimmed. A giant spider descended from the treetops, its 8 hairy legs thrashing. Its webbing nearly tangled into Su Qingyuan's hair. Watch out! Before the words even finished leaving my mouth, my shovel was already swinging. Smack! The spider went flying like a ball, smashing into a tree and bursting open. Mutant spider defeated ×1. Rewards: spider silk ×1. Su Qinghua collapsed onto the ground, pale as a sheet. Tea that scared me to death. Su Qingyuan crouched down, comforting her little sister. I glanced at the map. At this pace, we wouldn't make it there even by tomorrow. I stopped in my tracks and reached for my transformation device. In the next moment, a black card slid into the slot. Transform. Xiao Qianning instantly understood and activated her info card in sync. Blinding light erupted. The wind roared to life. Silver and blue armor enveloped me. I grabbed Su Qingyue, tucking her under my arm. Lin Yonggij, what are you doing? Speeding things up. I can walk just fine. Ignoring her protests, I reached out with my other arm and grabbed Su Qingyuan too. Two girls felt like 2 bags of rice. We're off. Launch start. The wind howled as the pine forest blurred and retreated behind us. Su Qinghua went from shouting too fast to so fun and eventually slumped helplessly, blown senseless by the wind. Su Qingyuan, on the other hand, started looking paler with every second. She finally couldn't take it anymore and lightly patted my armored back. Stop. Stop for a moment. I landed by a creek. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Su Qingyuan leaned against a tree, doubling over, unable to stand upright for a long time. Too fast. I'm fine, just need to adjust, she rasped. Xiao Qianning handed me some water while Su Qinghua washed her hands. Suddenly, Su Qinghua pointed into the distance. Brother Linyong, there's a treasure chest over there. In the gaps of the forest, faint silhouettes could be seen swaying back and forth. I'll check it out. You all stay here and rest, I said as I got up. I took Su Qinghua with me, creeping closer and hiding behind a tree to observe. 2 groups of people were locked in a standoff in a clearing. One group wielded machetes and wooden sticks, resembling ordinary survivors. The other group had a leader with a hunting rifle holstered at his waist and another guy armed with a gun by his side. Lying on the ground between them was a dark red treasure chest, noticeably larger than usual. The armed faction clearly had the upper hand. Their leader spat on the ground and barked. Everyone better stay in line. I work for Kuan Yi. I frowned. Another one of Wang Kuan's lackeys. Who's hiding over there? Come out, someone shouted in our direction. I motioned for Su Qingyue to stay put, then raised my hands and stepped out. The armed leader glanced at me lazily. Huh, just here to watch the show, are you? He motioned at one of his underlings with a tilt of his head. Shove him over there. Make him join that group of losers. One of his lackeys pushed me forward. The leader sauntered toward me, his hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. Everyone keep quiet and behave. Kuan Yi left us some rotting soil worms. Try anything funny, and I won't hesitate to make an example out of you. As he turned slightly, a dark red mark was revealed on the back of his neck. Beneath his skin, something seemed to be squirming. I noticed someone from the other side tremble, their knees giving way in fear. I stared at that mark closely, so that's how it is. No wonder those two underlings had turned into monsters before. Slowly getting to my feet, I subtly signaled to Qiao Qianing. Boom. Silver blue light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, my armor materialized around me. I surged forward and grabbed the barrel of the armed leader's gun, yanking it upward. Bang! The bullet whizzed past the treetops. Disarm. Toss. The second gun barely turned in my direction before I delivered a swift kick, sending it flying. One underling with a steel pipe barely reacted before I snatched it away and countered with an elbow strike. Crack! The sickening sound of a dislocated arm echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The remaining fighters immediately dropped their weapons, crouching with hands over their heads. The leader stumbled backward. You're dead meat. You. I slammed him to the ground, gripping the mark on the back of his neck. Firing up a lighter, I brought the flame closer. The fire scorched the mark directly. Agonized screams pierced the air as the rotting soil worm was incinerated, charring his skin black in the process. I dealt with the others the same way, 5 of them, all incapacitated and floored. Flexing my hands, I shook them out. Done. I turned to the group of survivors. Now what's left is, do what you think is best, I said. The tall, skinny man stood up and cupped his hands gratefully. Thank you for saving our lives, brother. He hesitantly offered. You're really skilled. We've got a survivor base down south. Any chance you'd be interested in joining us? No thanks, I prefer working solo. Then let us repay you. Whatever you need, just say the word. Clay. I immediately thought of the materials I needed for the upgrades. We have some. Just gathered over 200 from the river. You can have all of it. The tall guy instantly ordered the exchange. After confirming the transaction was complete, I took the loot and turned to leave. From behind a tree, Su Qingyue ran out excitedly and bounded after me. The tall guy watched her figure as she left. No wonder he's not interested in our small base. I guess he's already got someone special by his side. When we returned to the creek, Su Qingyue had mostly recovered. I briefly updated the group about the situation, and we continued on our way. As the sky darkened, the white walls of an old bubble tea shop came into view at the edge of the forest. Its red sign glowed vividly in the orange hues of the setting sun. We're here, I announced. With a quiet click, the door locked behind us. Su Qingyue darted around the building like an energetic sparrow. Wow, Lin Yonggij, this place is huge. Does the vending machine actually work? Oh, stairs. Can I go upstairs and see? One moment she was pressing her face to the vending machine's glass. The next she was craning her neck to stare at the ceiling lights, curiosity bubbling over. Su Qingyue silently sat down, taking in her surroundings. Skillfully, Qiao Qianing retrieved 4 bottles of water from the vending machine and distributed them to us. I set down 2 treasure chests. Elegant silver treasure chest contains surprising rewards. Crimson treasure chest may hold something special. Rubbing her hands together in anticipation, Qiao Qianing grinned. Time for another round of mystery box openings. She glanced at the chests and then waved her hand dismissively. But I'll pass. My luck is always terrible. You do it. Su Qingyue ran over, crouching beside me with eagerness written all over her face. I began strategizing. The first treasure chest opening always came with a lucky bonus. Perhaps it was worth letting Su Qingyuan try her hand at the crimson chest. There might be a pleasant surprise. I'll take the silver chest. Su Qingyuan, you open the crimson one, I decided, looking at her. Me? She replied, caught off guard. Give it a try. Fresh hands, fresh luck. I placed my hand on the silver chest and closed my eyes, muttering under my breath like a little ritual. Good fortune, come to me. Clack. The lid popped open. As the light faded, the rewards emerged. You received pure energy crystals times 10, mechanical energy crystals times 10, energy pistols times 2, high quality. High quality energy pistol. Power source, any energy crystal. Effect, fires energy bullets of corresponding attributes. Dual pistols can combine into an energy cannon, consuming 50% of the crystal energy to unleash a powerful shot. Xiao Qianning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Yang, can I use these pistols? I've got no attack skills, so I haven't been much help. Without hesitation, I handed them to her. Take them both. They work wonders when used together. Both of them. Yep. Overwhelmed with joy, she threw her arms around me, hugging tightly. She planted a firm kiss on my neck and said, "Love you to death." I handed her 4 energy cores. Here's the ammo pack. The combo cannons are powerful, but they burn through energy fast. Use them wisely. Xiao Qianning loaded the cores and tested them out. Satisfied, she holstered the twin pistols on her hips. Su Qingyue clapped her hands. Sister Ningning, you look so cool. Like a gunslinger. Then it was time for the crimson treasure chest. Su Qingyuan took a deep breath, holding down the lid of the box. Please, please, she murmured. With a swift motion, she flung it open. A dark red mist began to seep out, the oppressive aura filling the room. Crimson Oni Blade, rare unbound. Traits. Energy must be absorbed from slaying anomalies to sustain it. Lack of energy absorption will cause backlash, using blood as a substitute. Abilities. Significant damage boost against anomalies. Releases energy slashes. Allows instant step-through lunges. Stronger damage output the longer the fight, but faster energy depletion. I gasped. Ranged, melee, assault capabilities, and anomaly-specific power. This was a god-tier weapon. The downsides? Manageable, as long as it's fed well. Su Qingyuan gripped the hilt, the dark red cloth wrapping snugly around her palm. She lifted the blade lightly, turning her wrist as the blade traced an elegant arc. Can I wield this sword? She looked at me, determination glowing in her eyes. I'll keep it fed. I'll be your sharpest blade. I met her gaze. Are you sure? I'm sure. Then it's yours, as an official joining gift. I pulled out the shadow claws. This should strengthen it. Su Qingyuan initiated the upgrade. Black light surged forth, while dark red energy danced across the blade's surface. When the glow faded, the blade appeared even sharper, its sleek, ominous black and red sheen now laced with strange, intricate patterns. Shing. The instant the blade was unsheathed, a menacing black-red energy burst forth, swirling around the weapon before dissipating. Su Qingyuan instinctively took a half-step back. Sis, that sword's terrifying. Su Qingyuan ran her fingers down the spine of the blade, a smile of satisfaction tugging at her lips. It's a fine sword. Catching her subtle grin, I couldn't help but smirk a little too. As long as you're happy, I said. Turning back, I opened my system interface and skillfully navigated to the upgrade menu. LV, for upgrade requirements. Reinforced timber times 400, fulfilled. Stone times 400, fulfilled. Iron ore times 200, fulfilled. Clay times 100, fulfilled. Mechanical energy core times 2, fulfilled. Special condition, must have a contracted companion, fulfilled. Confirm upgrade. With all materials ready, I finally reached the breakthrough point. Replacing one of the mechanical cores with a recently acquired purified core, I scanned the group. Everyone, find a place to steady yourselves. We're upgrading. The team immediately found spots to sit down and closed their eyes in preparation. I tapped confirm. We're. Blinding white light exploded outward, engulfing the entire space, while the building began to tremble violently. The sound roared like thunder. 10 seconds later, the vibrations ceased. Shelter upgraded to LV4. New features. Significant space expansion. added a basement entrance and a private workspace on the first floor. The second floor now includes a shower room and 2 additional bedrooms. Unlocked snack vending machine. Dispenses 5 random snacks daily, refreshes at midnight. Unlocked underground storage room. Drastically improved defenses, capable of withstanding intermediate mutant creatures, durability 600. New special feature, bubble tea making. Description, can produce 4 cups of specialty bubble tea daily, which provide temporary buffs. Must be manually made. Everyone opened their eyes, stunned. The bubble tea shop had doubled in size and looked completely refreshed. Bubble tea making? I walked over to the preparation counter. What was once an empty space for ingredients was now stocked with a variety of colorful toppings: black pearls, coconut jelly, taro balls, grass jelly, caramel pudding, over a dozen shiny toppings. In the wooden cabinet beside it, airtight containers were neatly organized, filled with items like concentrated milk, syrups, and tea leaves. I stared at the container of coconut jelly, my pupils shrinking. Wait a second. Wasn't this the same basin we used for washing feet before? I looked at Xiao Qianing with a complicated expression. Xiao Qianing averted her gaze guiltily. "Let's check out the second floor," she exclaimed, grabbing Su Qingyuan and bolting upstairs. Su Qingyue, unaware of the situation, excitedly examined the little jars. "Brother Linyang, can we really make bubble tea? Are we opening an apocalypse bubble tea shop?" "Apocalypse bubble tea shop?" I chuckled dryly. "It only makes 4 cups a day. That's gold tier precious." I casually picked up a container of tea leaves. Jasmine green tea. Increases mental power and enhances recovery speed. Next, I picked up a bottle of deep purple liquid. Grape juice. Boosts agility. Different ingredients offer different effects. So, if I combine jasmine green tea with grape juice, wouldn't it create a double buff? I got to work immediately. Found the drink station and added jasmine green tea, grape juice, and syrup. The machine whirred for a few minutes. Ding. Grape jasmine tea. Increases mental power and agility by 5 points. Enhances recovery speed. Lasts for 2 hours. My eyes lit up. A temporary 5-point stat boost. Drinking this before a fight would be like getting a free transformation. My gaze shifted to the jasmine green tea. If I used 4 servings of it. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianing and Su Qingyuan, now upstairs, opened a door and were left in awe. The second floor had doubled in size, featuring 2 additional bedrooms, each equipped with an ensuite bathroom, large bed, and wardrobes. At the end of the hallway was a separate kitchen and another bathroom. The changes are incredible. Xiao Qianing's fingers traced along the wall. The comfort level is maxed out now. Su Qingyuan was briefly reminded of her old bedroom, lost in thought. Su Qingyue caught up, unable to hide her envy. What is this heavenly place? It's way better than the spooky confines we used to call home. The house is so much better now. Downstairs, I had just finished crafting. Pure jasmine green tea, plus 10 mental energy, lasts 2 hours. I couldn't bear to drink it yet, so I crafted 2 more cups of peach oolong tea and stored them away. A few people gathered around the vending machine, discovering bread, chips, canned meat, and other snacks. After spending over 100 star coins, they indulged in a satisfying feast. Xiao Qianing brought up the unused rooms on the second floor. "Leaving them empty isn't doing any good," I said while glancing at the Su sisters. "Why don't you move in? It'll help us build synergy, which is good for both exploration and combat." The sisters tried to decline but couldn't argue further, eventually nodding in agreement. I opened up the regional channel, only to find it filled with panic. Monster count skyrocketed today. Those horned rabbits ambush you, and giant spiders are flying everywhere. I just unlocked a submachine gun. 100 rounds. Gonna shred everything. There's something smashing into my door like crazy. It's insanely fast and huge. That's a ruined phantom. A new terrifying mob. I could only barely beat it with an energy turret. And just then, bang, bang, bang. A loud crashing sound exploded into the air, shaking the wooden door violently. It's the ruined phantom. I'll handle this. Su Qingyuan reached back, drawing her red Oni demon blade, its black mist swirling ominously. With her grip tightening around her cold ember flame, she stared at the door, analyzing the rhythm of the impacts. The moment before the next strike hit, She abruptly pulled the door open and shot out like an arrow. Hiss! The cold ember flame erupted, white light exploding outward. The Shadowlings hiding in the shadows were instantly obliterated. Shadowlings defeated X-13. Gained Eerie Energy Crystals X5, Star Coins X130. The red Oni Demon Blade hummed, its crimson patterns glowing as it voraciously devoured the black mist. Warm energy surged up the hilt and into her arm. As the light faded, only the towering 2-meter-high ruined phantom remained. It was wrapped in decayed bandages, the yellowed fabric stained dark with blood. Only one crimson, glowing eye was exposed. Its torn bandages revealed a maw full of sinister fangs, with dark green saliva dripping to the floor, corroding it with a hiss. Roar! The ruined phantom lunged, throwing a heavy punch straight at her face. Su Qingyuan sidestepped nimbly, and with a slash. Squelch! Its right arm fell clean off, frost spreading from the wound. Even she was startled by the power packed into that strike. Thud! The phantom lost its balance and collapsed. Su Qingyuan gripped the hilt tighter, causing the sword's patterns to flare up. 2 crimson slashes of energy tore through the air, carving deep wounds into the phantom's body. It roared and pounced again, but with only one arm left, it stood no chance. Su Qingyuan executed a series of rapid steps forward and drove her blade straight through its head, seamlessly lifting it upward as splat! Black blood sprayed everywhere. Icy energy surged forth, corroding the creature as it howled in agony. Its glowing red eye dulled before it dissolved into black mist, consumed by the demonic blade. Ruined Phantom defeated X1. Gained Star Coins X100. She sheathed the red Oni Demon Blade, her chest rising and falling calmly, though barely breaking a sweat. The patterns on the sword glowed even brighter now. "It's like being full," she said. At the entrance, I stood with everyone, watching the scene unfold. Without any planning, we all started clapping in unison. "Big sis, you were amazing." Ding. "Congratulations on leveling up." Talent rank, level 1. All attributes increased. Gained 5 free attribute points. Su Qingyuan suddenly froze in place. An overwhelming power surged through her body like a furious river, every fiber of her muscles screaming, as if some sort of restraint had finally been shattered. "Big sis." Su Qingyuan's voice called faintly in the distance. She didn't respond. Instead, she swiftly brought up her status interface. Talent. SSS level, a Elegy of Frost. Level 1. She leveled up? What's wrong? Su Qingyuan dashed over to her. "Are you hurt?" On the other side, I remained applauding but froze mid-motion. Xiao Qianing nudged me with her elbow. "Hey, what's got you so spaced out?" I stared intensely at the air in front of me. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Talent rank, level 1. The same notification. Quickly, I pulled up my own information panel. Name, Lin Yang. Strength, 10 agility, 9 constitution, 11 spirit, 20. Available points, 5. Talent, SSS level, resonant contract, unique hidden. Level 1. XP, 30/3000. New effect 4. When compatibility reaches 100%, permanently save the information card and unlock exclusive weapons and skills. New effect 5. With 2 100% contract partners, unlock dual transformation. Even the notes had been updated. Note 4. Killing during transformation splits XP equally. If the contract partner kills solo, 20% XP is shared. I get it now. I muttered, finally piecing together the reason for my level up. My talent just evolved. I explained to Xiao Qianing. Max compatibility unlocks dedicated weapons and skills. She and I both opened the contract interface. Xiao Qianing. Strength, 4 agility, 8 constitution, 7 spirit, 6. Talent, SSS level, a phantom step. Compatibility, 99%. Su Qingyuan. Strength, 11 agility, 9 constitution, 12 spirit, 9. Talent, SSS level, Elegy of Frost, level 1. Effect 1. Blades imbued with extreme cold. Wounds freeze instantly. Effect 2. Releases a frost field, slowing enemies. Can channel condensed frost to freeze targets. Passive. Lower baseline body temperature, extremely high cold resistance, dulled pain perception. Compatibility, 31%. Xiao Qining glanced at the 99% and smirked mischievously. She snuck behind me with a wicked grin on her face. Guess what I'm thinking? Something inappropriate. I pinched her cheek without hesitation. Oh. She leaned closer, her tone almost teasing. How'd you know? I quickly covered her mouth. We'll settle this tonight. Pick it up. In the distance, a blurry figure quietly observed from the shadows. Its lips curled into an eerie smile before sinking into the ground and vanishing entirely. Inside the house, I took out my treasured cream puffs, one for each person. Exchange any and used crystal cores for materials, I instructed. Wood, stone, iron ore, refined steel, gather as much as you can. I turned to check the new rooms. Under construction, requires building blueprints. After testing several, they all showed the same message. The three girls quickly exchanged for a large amount of materials, yet no one was willing to trade for refined steel. As night fell, everyone returned to their respective rooms. In the master bedroom, I lay on the bed, contemplating how to distribute my stats. My mental stat was already at 20 points. With the boost from milk tea, it was sufficient. However, my strength and constitution were barely above 10, leaving me too vulnerable to sneak attacks. 3 points to strength, 2 points to constitution, balanced at 13 points each. At that moment, Xiao Qianning was peeking through the gap under the door. After confirming her sisters had entered the adjoining room, she quietly locked the door and stepped inside. Taking off her jacket, she sprang forward with a leap. Thud! 2 soft mounds slammed heavily against my chest. Charging at me with the ball. That's a yellow card warning, I remarked as I caught her securely. Xiao Qianning ignored my teasing and nestled into a comfortable position in my arms. Pinching my earlobe, her lips inched closer. 3 beauties keeping you company. Feeling like the luckiest man alive, huh? Her tone was thick with jealousy. I better make my move quickly, otherwise, if someday you get stolen away by that senior. Her slender fingers slid inside my collar as her soft body squirmed slightly against me. The atmosphere grew, charged in an instant. My breathing became ragged, and my arms instinctively tightened. Flipping over, I pinned her beneath me. Wow, getting pretty skilled, aren't you? Xiao Qianning's cheeks flushed a deep red. You used to be so gentle. That was the old me, I said with a low, gravelly voice. Sweet, soft guys are at the same table as desperate fools now. I'm trying a different approach this time. Besides, I told you I'd deal with you, didn't I? Xiao Qianning was at a loss for words. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, her heart was now pounding like a drum. Staring at the eyes just inches away, she hesitated only briefly before wrapping her arms around my neck. The closed door muffled everything. Breath mingled, and warmth spread. The last small gap in compatibility disappeared entirely in this moment. 100%. In the adjoining bedroom. Sis, does this mean we're family with brother Lin Yang now? Su Qingwei rolled twice on the bed. Su Qingyin leaned her crimson oni blade against the wall, remaining silent for a long time. I suppose so, she finally said. Honestly, I'm a bit uneasy. Why? Brother Lin Yang is such a nice guy. I know he's very kind. Su Qingyuan gazed at the holy light stone hanging from her neck. It's just, I don't know how to interact with people. I'm not good at conversations, and I'm afraid of disappointing his kindness. Ever since she was young, her life revolved around practicing swordsmanship and looking after her younger sister. Their father ingrained in her the principle of relying on herself and not burdening others, something that had become deeply ingrained in her very being. She was aloof by nature. She didn't know how to be coquettish or playful, nor did she take the initiative to get close to others. Watching how effortlessly others navigated social situations, she often felt quietly inadequate deep down. Big sis, you care way too much about what people think. Su Qingyue patted her chest with confidence. Leave it to me. I'll test their thoughts for you. Su Qingyuan felt a slight sense of relief. She wasn't good with sweet words, so she resolved to focus on being the best version of herself. She would become Lin Yang's sharpest blade, quietly protecting everyone. Just then, a faint rustling sound came from the neighboring room. The stillness of the night amplified every noise. The two sisters quickly realized what was going on in the master bedroom. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed red as she hastily turned off the light and pretended to sleep. Yet the sounds continued for more than half an hour. Quietly, she reached over and covered her younger sister's ears. Some things are better endured alone. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the floor. When I opened my eyes, Xiao Qianning was curled up snugly in my arms, her soft hair brushing against my neck, carrying her unique scent. I glanced at my system panel, locking onto the contract details. Name, Xiao Qianning. Talent, SSS grade, Phantom Step. Compatibility, 100%. Unlocked effects. Permanently save information card. No need to re-enter data for transformation. Unlock weapon compatibility mounts. Unlock exclusive skill, Wind Burst Volley. It was maxed out. At the last moment last night, I felt that final gap finally close. With 100% compatibility, instant form switching with no delay. If we're ambushed, I can transform in an instant with just a thought. My ability to react under pressure has skyrocketed. The unlocked weapon compatibility, paired with dual firearms, means I can draw my guns and engage twice as fast in combat. Wind Burst Volley. Xiao Qianning's custom-designed ranged skill compensates perfectly for the weaknesses of the Shadow Plume winged armor. Waking up and checking your panel first. Huh? Not even looking at me. Her voice was slightly raspy from just waking up. Xiao Qianning opened her eyes and poked my chest with her fingertip. Remembering last night, her cheeks turned a soft pink, but instead of pulling away, she snuggled even closer into my embrace. What's there to look at you for? The system's way more interesting. I playfully tousled her hair. Our compatibility maxed out, unlocked a bunch of stuff. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she clung to my arm, shaking it excitedly. It actually maxed out. What did you unlock? Tell me. You'll see in a bit. I'll show you later, I teased, pinching her cheek. Don't tease me like that. Like a curious cat, she wriggled closer into my arms, eager for answers. When we came downstairs, Su Qingyuan was standing by the workbench, her fingers tracing the edge of the scarlet oni blade. When her eyes met mine, she quickly looked away, her ears turning red. She'd heard most of what went on last night. Now, as she glanced at us, something about our dynamic seemed to have shifted in her eyes. Gripping the hilt of her blade tightly, her gaze filled with determination. She wasn't one for witty remarks or heartfelt words, so instead, she focused on what she did best. Do as I say, and become the sharpest blade in my hand. I refreshed the vending machine system. Morning. Eat something first, then let's test the new features. Su Qingyuan softly responded with an Seeing me act as usual, she actually let out a breath of relief. Suddenly, the system panel began to shake. A message from Shui Chongshan. Lin Yang. Emergency. Wang Kuan brought over 20 people and modified monsters. Sun Hao's injured. We can't hold them off much longer. I dropped my smile in an instant. Send me your location. I'm on my way. I turned to the three beside me. There's trouble. Shui Chongshan is in danger. Wang Kuan is attacking. Let's go. I'm in. Su Qingyuan was the first to stand up. Her demon blade, the crimson oni, hummed ominously as dark red patterns lit up along its surface. After the battle at Kuei Shadow, she finally had some confidence. Xiao Qianling spun her firearm lazily. Perfect. I needed to test out my new weapon anyway. Heading out, I inserted the black card. Blank Ride E-activation. Black armor rapidly took form around me. With a subtle thought, Xiao Qianling's data card automatically materialized and fitted itself into the slot, all in under half a second. Lemon Mirage Step, ready. Silver blue light exploded outward, and spectral luminous wings unfurled in the breeze. I shielded Su Qingyue as Su Qingyuan nimbly leaped onto my back. Hold on tight. The silver blue afterimage bolted into the forest, speed climbing rapidly. The synchronization at full compatibility was unmistakable. Every movement, every response, perfect synergy. It wasn't just a numerical overlap. It was a complete integration of consciousness, reflexes, and instinct into an unbroken rhythm. When we arrived at the outpost, the scene was absolute chaos. The defensive line was in shambles. Helin's blade was dulled, her arm sporting a brutal gash so deep you could see the bone. She was holding fast at the door of the wooden cabin. Sun Hao was slumped against the wall, his chest bandaged but the gauze seeping through with blood. His arcs of electricity sparked weakly in fits. He was spent. Su Xiaoyuan cowered behind Xiaohe, his face pallid. On the opposing side were over 20 enemies. The leader bore the foul markings of the rotworm curse across his face. Behind him stood 3 modified monsters, their skin pulsating with grotesque crawls of parasitic worms. Clearly, these were advanced red rot zombies. Shui Changshan, hand those 2 over, and Kuan Yi will grant your group a whole-body burial. Before the leader could finish his arrogant spiel, a silver-blue figure swept past. Smack! With a sharp crack of my hand across his face, the man was sent flying, rolling several rounds on the dirt before coming to a stop. Half his face swelled until it resembled a pig's head, and 2 teeth were lost in the tumble. I landed gracefully, the cold silver-blue light of my armor glinting ominously. What? Didn't brush your teeth this morning? Your mouth sure is dirty. Blue armor, it's him. The enemies broke into panic. Not long ago, the southern gang had crossed my path, only to be utterly obliterated, no chance to fight back. Quit panicking. We've got modified monsters. Take him down together. The 3 advanced zombies charged at once, their speed blistering, their claws gleaming a toxic black and purple. I didn't move. Xiao Qianling, seamlessly syncing with my intent, took over my arms and drew the dual pistols at my waist, new sleek silver-blue tech weapons, already upgraded and adapted. Special skill, Gale Burst Barrage. Pale blue energy rounds, wrapped in wind force, locked onto their knees. A precise volley later, all 3 zombies crashed to their knees on the spot. Su Qingyuan was already in motion, a flash of her blade's icy brilliance. The 3 of them knelt, their joints frosting over, stiff like wooden planks. That's it. Xiao Qianling's laughter rang out. I switched cards, the action seamless and smooth. Freeze, Morning Frost ready. Shua Han, clad in his Frost Abyss armor, held the crimson Oni blade, the tip of the sword touching the ground. Ice spread outward, freezing the small lackeys in the front row. Su Qingyuan stepped in, leaping into the air and striking down. Slice. An advanced rotting corpse had its entire arm severed, the wound instantly freezing over. Shadow of Frost. Scarlet sword energy slashed out, interwoven with icy blue. 2 rotting corpses turned into ice sculptures, etched with black and red patterns. I took control, making my way to the ice sculptures. Ultimate, Frost Shatter Kick. Frigid energy gathered at my right leg, which was soon covered in crystallized ice. With a twist of my waist and a full kick, I swept out. Boom. The ice sculptures shattered, breaking into countless sparkling fragments of ice. I instantly switched forms. A silvery blue light exploded open. The shadow-winged feathers soared into the air. Ultimate, Shadow Dive Kick. A blue streak of light descended like a meteor, piercing straight through the chest of a rotting corpse with a severed arm. Boom. Wind energy detonated, tearing the corpse to shreds. Kills. Red Soil Rotting Corpse. Tier 1, times 3. Rewards. Star Coins times 300. In less than a minute, all 3 advanced rotting corpses were annihilated. The remaining small fry were scared out of their wits. Trapped by He-Lin, they caved and surrendered on the spot. Xiaohe treated the injured, green threads of healing light wrapping around wounds and instantly stopping the bleeding. Shui Changshan sighed in relief. Brother, if you were even a moment later, our base would have been toast. I deactivated my transformation, saying, interrogate them. Figure out what's going on with Wang Kuan. The gang leader was scared senseless and confessed everything. Wang Kuan had picked up a mysterious red stone, which emitted a faint red mist. When soaked with rot soil worms for a few days, the worms transformed into stronger, more obedient creatures. This assault was to kidnap Su Xiaoyuan and simultaneously test out the new monsters. Redstone. I furrowed my brow. I don't know anything else. The gang leader shook his head furiously, as though he were a drum. I swear. Who am I to question Kuan Go? He called it a divine gift from the heavens, something he'd used to unify the pine needle forest. My expression darkened. There was no way Wang Kuan, with his brain, could come up with the idea of using stones to modify creatures. Someone was manipulating him from behind the scenes, using him as a pawn to test our abilities. First, we'll take care of Wang Kuan and wipe out his base, I said. Cutting off this lead will force the mastermind to show their hand. Shui Changshan kicked the gang leader. Where's Wang Kuan? How many men does he have? How many monsters? Spill it. If you leave anything out, we'll roast you alive. The gang leader trembled so violently he might as well have been a leaf caught in a storm. I'll talk. I swear I'll talk. Everything. He stammered. Kuan Ge's talent. I can't fully figure it out. All I know is that he can control bugs, rot soil worms, venom beetles, any kind of insect. He can even use the bugs to create monsters. 3 nights ago, late at night, Kuan Ge suddenly lost it at KTV, muttering things like, "What's happening? Why is it out of control?" At dawn, he took 7 or 8 of us to that patch of land. The rot soil worms had all gone berserk, like something had set them off, squirming like mad. We turned the ground upside down and finally dug out a rock. The thug swallowed hard, blood red, emitting a faint red mist. Both Xue Changshan and I kept poker faces, staring him down. It's true, the thug panicked, raising his voice. Those bugs went berserk the moment they touched the mist. Boss Kuan sealed the stone right then and there, calling it a divine stone from the heavens. Wouldn't even let us take another look. Xue Changshan shot me a glance. Xiao Qining leaned against me, smirking coldly. Heh, a divine stone from the heavens? More like a dung stone that poisoned the bugs into madness. That bastard Wang Kuan. Burning, looting, murdering. And he gets this kind of dumb luck? It's a shame that stone didn't fall on his head and end him right there. Would have served him right. I ran my fingers through her hair while calculating silently. That stone almost felt like it was planted there on purpose, waiting for Wang Kuan. Otherwise, how could the bugs suddenly go crazy? Who could have buried it there without making a sound? With Wang Kuan's alertness, there's no way he wouldn't have noticed. Or could it really have appeared out of thin air? I couldn't figure it out. No use dwelling on it for now. The immediate priority? Take down Wang Kuan. Once he's eliminated, whatever's behind him is bound to surface sooner or later. Xue Changshan kicked over the thug with one swift blow. How many modified beasts does Wang Kuan have? Where's his base? What other cards is he hiding? Spill everything. The thug, terrified, confessed like pouring beans from a jar. The base was to the north, inside a KTV, reinforced as a level 4 shelter with mutation properties. The area was surrounded by bloodthirsty thorns. Wang Kuan had 50 to 60 men and over 20 modified beasts at his disposal. After squeezing the guy dry of info, he was of no use anymore. Xue Changshan burned the parasitic rot bugs off his body, tied him up, and tossed him into the woods for the mutated beasts to devour. The apocalypse leaves no room for pity toward enemies. Everyone understands that. In the courtyard, Xiaohe tended to Sun Hao and He Lin's injuries. Delicate green filaments unraveled from Xiaohe's fingertips, as fine as hair, encircling the wounds gently. I'm fine, really. Sun Hao gritted out, sweating through the pain. Shut up, Xiaohe said softly without looking up, her tone kind yet commanding. Meanwhile, He Lin teased, Xiaohe, if he's really fine, then stop wasting your energy on him and patch me up first. My wounds hurt like hell. Sun Hao glanced over at He Lin's wound, barely half as bad as his, and twitched at the corner of his mouth. Squatting nearby, Su Xiaoyuan stared at the dirt beneath him, his face full of guilt. If it weren't for trying to protect him, Brother Sun wouldn't be hurt. His useless ability might help scavenge supplies, but in fights, he was nothing but dead weight. Xue Changshan patted Su Xiaoyuan's head a couple of times to console him before turning to me. Brother, we owe you big time today. Here, take these 10 healing potions. We're giving you the best we've got. He sent over a trade request. I accepted. Couldn't leave empty-handed after a run like that. Healing potion restores 30% of health, heals both internal and external injuries. I made a proposal. We strike back at Wang Kuan in 3 days. Rest and get ready for the next 2. We convene on day 3. Xue Changshan immediately agreed. Deal. I've been sick of those guys for a while now. My chat channel is always online. With the sun sinking in the west, I figured we needed to head back before it got dark. The night is full of eerie shadows and prowling figures, making it difficult to move around safely, especially with Su Qingyuan and her sister in tow. After bidding farewell, the 4 of us took the same path back, helping Su Qingyue and Xiao Qianling level up and defeat monsters along the way. About 2 miles out, Su Qingyue's eyes lit up. Brother Lin Yang. There's a common treasure chest down the slope on the left. Xiao Qianling ruffled her hair. Nice one, Qinghua. You're getting sharper. Yeah, but only at finding chests. Su Qinghua's excitement dimmed as she recalled how she'd been hiding in the back during the fight earlier, unable to contribute. I patted her head. Take your time. Your talents level up with experience. Besides, being accurate at finding chests is already a huge advantage. Not everyone can be a fighter. If no one gathers supplies, what are we all supposed to eat? Thin air. Su Qinghua bit her lip and thought for a moment. Maybe she wasn't entirely useless after all. The treasure chest contained just 2 packs of plain bread and a bag of jerky. Tearing at a piece of bread, Xiao Qianling grumbled, "See? I told you our luck sucks. Last time, at least we got a gas canister. This time it's even stingier." "Don't worry," I said with a chuckle. "Quantity leads to quality. Open enough chests, and we're bound to hit something good." By the time we returned to the milk tea shop, the sky had turned dark. Su Qinghua and Xiao Qianling had successfully leveled up to Tier 1, all thanks to the energy pistols that allowed them to take out monsters with just a pull of the trigger. Su Qinghua collapsed onto a long bench. "I'm so tired. But hey, I made it to Tier 1. Thank you, Brother Lin Yang." The two proudly showcased their upgraded talents. I immediately exclaimed, "Wow, that's awesome." Su Qinghua. Talent. Treasure-seeking perception, grade A. Tier 1. Effect. Consumes mental energy to sense special auras, treasure chests, creatures, anomalies, etc. within a 1-kilometer radius. Xiao Qianling. Talent. Phantom Step, grade SSS. Tier 1. Effect 1. Movement speed increased by 200% to 300%, leaves behind a 1-second afterimage. Momentary burst increases speed by 200% to 500% for 1 second. Ranged accuracy decreases by 20% during high-speed movement. Consumes 1 stamina point for 10 minutes of activation. Effect 2. Phantom Step enables condensed wind blade attacks. Su Qinghua's power had evolved from detecting treasure chests to sensing auras, transforming her into the ultimate scout. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianling's speed not only improved dramatically, but it also lasted longer and gained a new wind blade attack. She could now both run at lightning speed and dish out serious damage. We began hauling our spoils to the store's basement. After all the monster slaying and treasure hunting, we'd accumulated so many materials that we nearly ran out of space to store everything. As dawn broke, the group gathered in the store's back lot to train. I transformed into my void black armor, brandished my frost abyss blade, and began working on improving my synchronization. Since Su Qingyuan's swordsmanship was far superior to mine, she typically took over during battles, leaving me to execute finishing moves. This imbalance in control made it difficult to increase our compatibility. I needed to better understand Su Qingyuan. Was giving me a reward. I leveled up. Practicing swordsmanship while improving our coordination was no easy job. Su Qingyuan needed to adapt to my movements and build teamwork. When switching main control, it must be seamless, I instructed. When one is walking, the other should simulate the movement and adjust the balance. The concept was simple, but practicing it? Extremely difficult. Every time the main control switched, we stumbled on our feet. "Lower your waist," Xiao Qianling called out from below. "You're acting as one person now. If he moves, you need to follow. Stop acting like you're on your own." Su Qingyun gritted her teeth and tried again, determined not to drag us down. Lin Yang had saved them countless times. How could she not manage even this seemingly small task? If once wasn't enough, she did it twice. If twice wasn't enough, 10 times was the goal. I could feel her steadying her consciousness. Though initially clumsy, she didn't panic, and each mistake brought improvement. By midday, we finally achieved smooth synchronization. Not only could we switch control without any lag, but we could also slash, dodge, and perform moves seamlessly. Our compatibility hit 55%, unlocking telepathy. Xiao Qianling handed over a water bottle. "Wow, look at you guys, quick learners. At this rate, you'll hit 100% in 2 days." Su Qingyuan quietly accepted the water, murmuring her thanks, her ears slightly flushed. Just then, Xiaohe sent a private message. "These are some healing bombs I made myself. They'll speed up wound recovery. Thanks again for helping out last time. Consider this a small token of appreciation." 4 light green jars appeared in the trade window. I accepted them, And another message showed up from Xiaohe. By the way, Brother Shui asked me to pass a message. There's been a lot of movement in the insect swarms up north. They seem to be heading south, so watch your backs out there. Got it. Thank Brother Shui for me. If you need anything, you all know where to find me. During lunch, Xiao Qianing chewed on a strip of jerky. Xiaohe's SSS tier healing ability. Do you think it could purify the red fog on that stone if she signed a contract? Hard to say. I replied, biting into a piece of bread. Let's focus on dealing with Wang Kuan first. The afternoon brought more training. Su Qingyuan adapted faster by the hour, and by evening, she could skillfully chain sword strikes into energy slashes. Frost would trail down the blade and spread outward, creating a frozen patch where it landed. Xiao Qianing tested out a new skill, conjuring wind blades and hurling them forward. Huh, this feels great, she exclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. When we take on Wang Kuan, those minions will make the perfect warm-up. As the sun set, Su Qingyue sprinted over, her cheeks flushed from excitement. Brother Lin Yang, guess what? I found 3 treasure chests today, and I cleared 19 monsters all by myself. Am I awesome or what? Awesome indeed, I said, ruffling her hair with a grin. Dinner was simple, hot soup and bread. Leaning against the bar counter under the warm yellow glow of the lights, I watched Xiao Qianing and Su Qingyue playfully fight over jerky. I smiled as Su Qingyuan quietly polished her sword. A sense of comfort flowed through me. In a world where survival wasn't guaranteed, having a shelter from the chaos and a few trustworthy companions to count on, it felt like a rare and cherished blessing. The announcement has dropped. At noon tomorrow, rare supply crates will refresh, guaranteeing rare items inside. Wang Kuan claims the area is his turf. He warned, anyone who dares show up is asking to die. Xiao Qianing sneered. That dog Wang Kuan, trying to claim everything for himself? His appetite that big, isn't he afraid it'll kill him? I checked the marked location. It's not far from the bubble tea shop, maybe a 20-minute sprint tops. Looks like it's time to test Wang Kuan's mettle. I'll settle both new grudges and old scores. I'll go tomorrow. I turned to Xiao Qianing. Let's team up for a quick strike. Got it. Xiao Qianing's eyes lit up. Let's test the power of our combined wind blade and show Wang Kuan what's up. Su Qingyuan paused, her hand gripping her cup mid-motion. Don't need me. Nope, I explained. It's safer for you to stay home. We just need to smack Wang Kuan around a bit and grab the loot. In and out, quick and clean. Knowing you're holding down the fort makes us feel at ease. Su Qingyue raised her hand. I'll monitor the channels from home. If anything comes up, I'll shout for you too right away. That night, the world chat exploded. Rare supply crate. Finally about to drop. It's 10,000 miles away from me. Anyone forming teams? Form a team for what? Wang Kuan already claimed it's his turf. Why should something spawned by the system be his? Does he think he's some kind of king? Regular players better sit this one out. Just watch the drama unfold from the chat. I skimmed through briefly, my expression blank as I shut the chat panel. Talk is cheap. Anyone can do that. Tomorrow's when we'll see who really backs it up. For now, sleep. Noon burned bright, the sun scorching the earth. Around the treasure crate stood over 30 people, tension sky-high. The golden supply crate sat in the middle of an open clearing. Up front, Zhang Biao stood with his shotgun, flanked by 2 red-infected corpses. Opposite him, Old Zhou clutched a revolver, backed by 7 or 8 sharp-eyed men. Scattered solo players loitered at the edges, hoping for a chance to scavenge any leftovers. This is your final warning, Zhang Biao barked, waving his shotgun, spit flying. This crate belongs to Boss Kuan. Get lost now while you still can. Old Zhou sneered. Wang Kuan talks big. If he wants it, let him come take it. You traitorous scum. The tension in the air was palpable when a faint sound of wind came from the forest nearby. A shadow emerged slowly from the tree-line, a figure cloaked in black from head to toe. Only their eyes were visible, obscured further by the mirrored lenses of their helmet. A hush fell over the scene. Zhang Biao froze for a split second before raising his shotgun. What kind of freak are you? Some sun-allergic creep? Get lost. I kept moving forward. In my head, Xiao Qianing chuckled. This guy's got quite the mouth on him. Wait for it. Bang. The shotgun fired, the bullet whizzing straight for my chest. The crowd braced themselves, expecting a bloody mess. Ding. Sparks flew as the bullet ricocheted off, revealing a glimmer of silver-blue armor under the singed cloak. Zhang Biao's face turned ghostly pale. A wind blade fired instantly. His shotgun snapped in half, and two machetes beside him shattered at the same time. It took less than 2 seconds. Holy shit! Someone whispered in the crowd. Get M. Everyone attack! Zhang Biao screeched. Exhaustion. The mutated monsters lunged forward. I sidestepped with precision, delivering a swift sidekick. The crimson cadaver slammed against a tree like a burst sack, its chest collapsing inwards. Another monster leapt toward me, but before it could reach, a swift wind blade sliced through its torso, severing it neatly in half. Clean and efficient. A flawless execution with 100% synchronization. To the onlookers, it was over in an instant, a flash of blue light, and the battle concluded. Then, from within the shadows of the forest, a sinister chuckle echoed. Wang Kuan emerged, clad in a black leather jacket with a grim expression. Quite the wild card, aren't you, friend? Not even going to show your face. I kept silent. Inside my mind, Xiao Qianning's voice sneered. Old geezers still acting tough? We're gunning for your hideout tomorrow, just so you know. Wang Kuan smirked, letting out a whistle. The ground trembled violently. From beneath the earth, 5 enormous mutated bugs erupted, their gaping maws filled with razor-sharp fangs, encircling me on all sides. Have fun playing. Wang Kuan didn't stick around. He turned and bolted immediately, with Zhang Biao and the others following close behind, not even bothering to retrieve the loot box they had abandoned. The spectators instinctively fell back, retreating into the safety of the surrounding trees. Standing at the center of the circle, I flipped my wrist, and twin guns extended from my arms. In an instant, they fused together, forming a powerful fusion cannon. Charging. Taking aim. A beam of blue energy, as wide as a bowl, burst forth in a sweeping motion. The explosion shattered the air. Screams and howls intertwined with the deafening sound of the blast. 5 seconds later, as the dust and smoke settled, the 5 mutated monstrosities lay sprawled on the ground. Their heads evaporated, black blood pooling beneath their remains. Target elimination, Crimson Burrowing Worm ×5. Rewards, Mutated Energy Core ×2, Star Coins ×300. Silence fell over the entire battlefield. Old Zhou's jaw hung open, and the scattered survivors exchanged wary glances. They were all in disbelief. Wang Kuan's prized mutated monsters, painstakingly crafted, had been obliterated like they were nothing more than paper toys. Without hesitation, I strode toward the loot box. Flipping it open with ease, brilliant white light spilled out from within. Congratulations! You've obtained Blueprint, Basic Greenhouse, Smart Automated Kitchen Module, Small Energy Shield Generator, 100-meter Protection Radius, Advanced Nutritional Meal Recipes ×5, Pure Gold Tier Items. The Smart Kitchen Module would eliminate cooking challenges. The Shield Generator boosted structural defense, and the greenhouse paired with recipe plans guaranteed self-sustainability, an absolute jackpot. Audible gasps of envy rippled through the crowd. Modules for living essentials. A kitchen and greenhouse. Critical upgrades that could significantly transform any shelter's viability. Old Zhou's eyes burned with desire, but he didn't dare make a move. Not against someone with that kind of combat prowess. Even with 10 borrowed lives, he wouldn't risk it. After safely storing away my spoils, I turned and walked off without a word, as if I had merely brushed aside a few bugs to reclaim my belongings. Returning to the milk tea shop, I found Su Qingwei glued to the system interface. Brother Lin Yang, you all are insane. The chat channels are going crazy. People are saying some mysterious big shot wiped out Wang Kuan and his team, looted the box, then disappeared without a trace. Reverting out of my transformed state, I let out a breath. Xiao Qianning, however, nearly doubled over laughing. That bastard Wang Kuan ran faster than a rabbit. Seamlessly, I proceeded to install the newly acquired modules. Module installed successfully. Setup complete. A control panel extended from the wall, indicating the automated kitchen had gone online. The energy shield generator activated on the rooftop, where a faint blue dome signaled the protective barrier surrounding the facility. Life just got a lot easier. Finally, no more surviving on bread. Su Qingyue cheered in delight. A faint smile flickered in Su Qingyuan's eyes. Xiao Qianing nudged me and teased. Feels good playing it low-key and acting all cool, huh? Wang Kuen's probably fuming right now. I shook my head and pulled up the blueprint of the planting room. The materials were all set, except for the basic cultivation soil. Head to the chat channel and gather materials. Let's get the planting room up tonight, I said. Half an hour later, everything was in place. Beginner greenhouse planting room successfully constructed. The empty room transformed into a greenhouse equipped with a built-in irrigation and ventilation system. Attributes: consumes energy crystals to accelerate growth speed by 50%, ignoring environmental limitations. After finishing the base construction, I planted the seeds. Night had already fallen by then. The automated kitchen hummed to life, and within minutes, hot dishes were served. Everyone sat around, indulging in the feast. Suddenly, emergency notification. Regional mist period is about to begin. Start time, midnight tonight. Duration, 72 hours. Effect, restricted vision across all areas. Warning, special monsters may appear. The room fell silent as the laughter abruptly ceased. A 3-day mist period? Someone murmured. A private message from Shui Changshan popped up. Brother Lin Yang, with the mist coming in, should we postpone the plan? I thought quickly. The mist posed dangers, but delaying would only create more uncertainties. Besides, Su Qingyue's sensory ability could cut through the fog. Typing rapidly, I replied, no postponements. Stick to the plan. Shui Changshan took a few seconds before replying. Understood. Outside, a grayish-white mist crept in, devouring the forest inch by inch. By the break of dawn, the thick mist had entirely engulfed the crimson pine forest. The grayish-white fog clung to every tree like a living entity, its chilly touch biting into the skin. Visibility was less than 5 meters. Figures in the distance melted into obscurity. I walked at the front, each step silent. The system's warning about the 3-day mist period echoed in my mind. Restricted vision, special monsters spawning. But on the flip side, this dense fog acted as a natural shield, allowing us to approach Wang Kuen's stronghold without detection. The team moved in complete silence. Xiao Qianing advanced along the flank, her ears subtly twitching, picking up the slightest sounds within the mist. Su Qingyue closed her eyes, her sensory power spreading outward like an invisible web. 2 kilometers in, Su Qingyue suddenly halted. 7 beast signatures ahead on the left. They're approaching us, but slowly. Xiao Qianing held her breath for a moment, listening intently. I don't hear a thing, not even a whisper. Stay alert, I ordered in a low voice. We'll let them come to us. No sooner had the words left my mouth than the sound of slicing wind arose. 7 gray shapes charged at us from the mist, their claws gleaming menacingly, their razor-sharp fangs bared. Xiao Qianing sprang into motion. Her phantom step ability activated instantly, and she blurred into a series of faint blue afterimages. With a swift motion of her hands, 2 wind blades whistled through the air. Schlick! 2 wolves collapsed, their necks torn. The neck was so thin that the bones were visible, and it didn't even let out a whimper. The remaining 5 wolves instantly spread out, using the mist as cover to circle around and wait for an opportunity to attack. 2 at your right rear, 3 o'clock. One's flanking behind Xiao Qianing from the left front. 2 up front are fainting. Su Qingyue's voice was sharp and precise. Su Qingyuan drew her blade, and a slash of energy pierced through the air. Xiao Qianing flipped her hand back to pull out her pistol, firing without turning her head. In the muffled sounds of gunfire, all 5 wolves collapsed. It all happened in less than 10 seconds. You have eliminated Mist Wolf times 7. Rewards earned. Wolf Fong times 3, star coins times 70. That's it. Xiao Qianing nudged one of the wolf corpses with her foot. Just a bunch of weaklings hiding behind mist trying to spook us. I sent a quick message to Shui Changshan's squad warning them about these stealthy creatures, then regrouped with my team to press forward. An hour and a half later, we reached the rendezvous point. Shui Changshan's 5 came right on time. After a brief check-in and a 5-minute rest, the team set out again. The closer we got to the base, the stronger the stench became, a rank, rotten smell unique to carrion soil worms. Su Qingyue led the group. Every 10 steps or so, she halted to sense the surroundings. 50 meters to the right front, 3 modified beasts on patrol heading south. To the north, 20 meters, there's a hidden sentry. I raised a hand to signal the team to pause. Through the thick mist and the foliage ahead, the outline of the base slowly came into focus. It was situated on a sheltered slope, easy to defend, hard to attack. There were only 2 narrow access paths, most of which were sealed off with bloodthorn brambles. Scattered along the slope stood over a dozen shelters, mostly level 2, with only 2 or 3 at level 3, the likely residences of minor leaders. At the center of it all was a compact, silver-gray square structure standing tall, its metallic surface glinting coldly in the fog. That was Wang Kuen's level 4 KTY shelter. Its walls were overrun with dark red bloodthorn brambles, their thorny spikes stained with dried blood. That bastard sure knows how to live it up, Xiao Qining muttered under her breath. Living large in a fortress while cramming his underlings into sardine cans. Su Qingyue gave a hushed report. 9 humans outside dispersed across the periphery. 12 modified beasts patrolling in 4 groups. Inside the KTY, 16 life signals. 5 strong ones, likely Wang Kuen and his top lieutenants. The other 11 are faint and unstable, most likely prisoners. 11. I thought to myself, already piecing it together. Apart from those with usable abilities, the rest were likely test subjects. Fang Sun might just be among them. Qingyuan, stay with Qingyue, Xiaohe, and Su Xiaoyuan. Qingyue will continue to scan and relay intel. Xiaohe, be ready to receive wounded. Su Qingyuan nodded, her hand resting on her sword hilt. Got it. Big brother Shui, take Sun Hao and He Lin to handle the 9 on the perimeter. Quick and clean. Don't alert the modified beasts. Once done, hold formation and guard the periphery. Shui Changshan cracked a grin. Easy work. Qining, come with me. We're going straight for Wang Kuen. Everyone moved into position. Xiao Qining and I activated our transformations and looped around to KTY's side entrance. Squatting in the thorn bushes, I waited for the right moment. A few minutes later, there was movement on the perimeter. I stood up, walked to the iron gate, and lowered my voice, feigning panic. Boss Kuen, open the door. Mist wolves attacked, and the boys are hurt. Then, I immediately moved to the blind spot beside the door. Cursing erupted from inside. Useless idiots. Can't even handle a few beasts. The lock rattled. The moment the door cracked open, I struck like lightning, one hand covering the man's mouth, the other delivering a sharp blow to the back of his neck. He crumpled to the ground and was quickly dragged behind the door. I gently closed it behind me and scanned the interior. A long corridor stretched into the depth of the building. Emergency lights cast a dim, flickering glow, and shadows danced nervously across the cracked walls. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, rotten and metallic, mingled with the faint whimpers of beasts. I moved forward, hugging the walls, my footsteps utterly silent. The first 2 doors stood ajar. One led to a storage room, the other, a dormitory. It was at the 3rd door that I heard faint breathing and coughing from within. Wind blades swiftly sliced through the lock. Inside was a cramped room, containing 11 people, huddled together, their faces pale as death. Thick iron chains bound their limbs to the walls, while dark, slug-like imprints slithered faintly under the skin at the base of their necks. At the sound of the door creaking open, the captives instinctively flinched. But no blows came. Instead, all they saw was the shimmer of silver and blue armor. Who are you?" rasped a petite girl, her voice hoarse. Fang Sun. Among them, she seemed to be in the best condition. "Someone here to save you," I said, sweeping my wind blade again to sever the chains. "If you can walk, follow me. If you can't, wait to be treated." The chains collapsed to the ground with a heavy clink. "Stay quiet. Anyone who can move, head for the side door. There's someone outside ready to help you. Those who can't, lean on each other and get out. Move." I sent a quick message to Xiaohe, notifying them to prepare the extraction. The survivors supported each other and filed out silently, heads down. Soon, the room was left with only 2 gravely injured individuals and myself. I turned my gaze toward the far end of the hallway, where the stench was most pungent. Striding forward, I rounded a corner when a bellow erupted from inside. "Who's out there?" My expression turned icy cold. Since I'd been discovered, there was no need to remain in the shadows. I stepped back half a pace, lifted my leg, and kicked the iron door with full force. Crash! The door dented before swinging wide open. The floor was sticky with pools of dark brown slime, vile beyond words. 4 or 5 mist wolves were chained to thick iron pillars, their howls guttural and desperate as burrowing worms wriggled into their flesh. The air itself seemed infected. Standing with his back to the door was Wang Kuan, surrounded by 4 armed henchmen. He was pressing one wolf's head down, guiding the parasites into its body. By the time he realized something was wrong, my fist was already in motion. A dull thud. Wang Kuan slammed into the iron pillar with a metallic clang. Something didn't feel right. His body was as hard as steel. With a sneer, Wang Kuan tore off his coat, exposing his left chest. It was covered with a gleaming silver-white shell, textured like the exoskeleton of a shimmering silver ant, twitching faintly with each breath. He'd modified himself too. "Who the hell are you?" snarled Wang Kuan, his gaze venomous. The serpent and chitin rubbed together with an ear-piercing screech as an overwhelming aura surged. 4 of his men raised their weapons, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. I removed my helmet, revealing Qiao Qianning's face. "Yo, Boss Kuan, remember me?" Wang Kuan stared fixedly at that familiar face. The scene of abducting Fong Sun flashed vividly in his mind just days ago. His brows furrowed, his expression instantly darkened. "You're not dead." His voice carried disbelief. "Tough luck, huh?" Still breathing, Qiao Qianning smirked faintly. Wang Kuan sneered coldly, his tone icy. "Come to seek revenge? Do you even know your limits?" He suddenly waved his hand. "Take her down, shred her to pieces, and feed her to the decay worms." The 4 subordinates charged in with blades in hand. The insect mark on their napes enslaved their will to defy orders. "Careful not to kill them. We don't want them turning into rotting corpses and making a mess," I reminded myself internally. Qiao Qianning's phantom steps activated in an instant. Pale blue afterimages danced amongst the flashing blades. Her precise hand strikes landed heavily on the back of the 4 men's necks. They collapsed one by one into the sticky mucus below. "Really? This is it?" Qiao Qianning spread her arms wide mockingly. "Not even enough to get stuck in my teeth." Wang Kuan's face darkened further, though not a hint of panic crept in. Pathetic minions. He powered through the viscous muck underfoot, charging straight at her. His right arm bulged and morphed, a mantis blade erupting as it sliced toward her face with a ferocious gust. After devouring flesh-devouring silver ants, mantises, and spiders, his power had surged to terrifying levels. A regular human couldn't survive even a single punch. Every chest bone would shatter on impact. Qiao Qianning pivoted lightly, narrowly dodging. The blade scraped past her helmet, sparks erupting. In one smooth motion, a wind blade spun in her hand, slashing into Wang Kuan's chest. Clang. The insect armor yielded only a faint white scratch. "Not bad. Pretty tough," she remarked. Qiao Qianning's phantom steps never halted. Wind blades continuously struck at vulnerable joints and seams in the armor. Wang Kuan neither dodged nor retreated. His hands curled into claws, from which faint green venom dripped. Each strike carried a sharp whistle, forcing Qiao Qianning to retreat under the narrow confines of the space. "All you can do is dodge," Wang Kuan sneered maliciously before spitting a jet of dark green corrosive liquid. She ducked, letting the corrosive spray miss her by inches. It landed on an iron support beam, sizzling with white smoke. Sliding to the side, Qiao Qianning aimed a precise wind blade at his waist, the weak seam where carapace met flesh. "Arg!" He grunted as a gash tore open, dark red blood mixed with insect fluid spilling out. Wang Kuan's shock quickly turned to fury. The worms within his wound squirmed, beginning to repair it, but Qiao Qianning was already aiming an energy gun. The beam landed squarely, sizzling as it burned the biomass. The self-healing slowed considerably. Dozens of exchanges ensued, fist against wind blade, venom against precision. The once pristine lab was now scarred with corrosive pits and slashing marks. With each confrontation, Wang Kuan grew increasingly alarmed. Her speed was overwhelming, and she seemed to strike precisely when his momentum faltered and his strength ebbed. Qiao Qianning smirked knowingly, her attacks becoming more relentless. She had deciphered his flaw. Though the insect armor was resilient, its connective seams were glaring vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Wang Kuan retreated 2 steps, his tongue flicking to the roof of his mouth, unleashing a sharp, unnatural whistle. Devouring swarm talent, command the insects. From within the ventilation ducts, a black wave of silvery flying ants poured out, their wings buzzing as their mandibles dripped with corrosive acid. Xiao Qianing raised her dual pistols and fired repeatedly, weaving beams of energy into a fiery web. The flying ants incinerated upon impact, but there were too many. They came in relentless waves. Seizing the moment, Wang Kuan lunged forward. From the ceiling descended a venomous spider the size of a wash basin, while a modified praying mantis as tall as a grown man darted out from the corner. The ground itself surged with a dense swarm of burrowing insects, crawling upward in droves. Enemies on all sides. Xiao Qianing steadied her breath, her mind razor-sharp. Winds howled around her, forcibly prying open the suffocating space. Her phantom-like movements reached their zenith as she became a blur of pale blue, weaving through narrow gaps. She sidestepped the mantis' scythe-like strike, countering with a wind blade cleaving through its joint. Crack. Half of its blade-like arm shattered on the spot. In a swift motion, she aimed back, shooting the spider's egg sac, then followed up, blasting apart the heart of the swarm. A ring of wind blades exploded outward, reducing the silver flying ants to specks of ash that gently rained down. The floor was left strewn with scorched insect corpses. Wang Kuan panted heavily, visibly shaken. His resources were nearly depleted, and desperation filled his bloodshot eyes. He couldn't win head-on. He had to escape. With a single strike, he shattered an experimental fluid tank. A burst of dark red mist erupted, obscuring vision as he bolted toward the door. He's trying to run, I immediately warned. 3 wind blades sliced through the air, blocking his path. Wang Kuan paused, staring at the lines carved into the floor in front of him, the last trace of color draining from his face. No, he was the strongest. In this forest of mutated insect creatures, he was the king. His bloodshot eyes glinted with madness as he retrieved the eerie, jagged stone. Without hesitation, he shoved it into his mouth. Wisps of pale red mist seeped from his every orifice. The burrowing insects went wild, flooding into his body through his wounds, mouth, nose, and even the gaps in his armor, gnawing into his flesh, merging and mutating him from within. His body grotesquely swelled, bones snapping and reforming with sickening cracks. Half his body became a writhing hive of insects, his human features grotesquely twisting and fusing with chitinous plating. Long fangs and jet-black venomous stingers emerged, a horrific fusion of man and monster. Hee. Kill, all of you must die. His speed and strength doubled in an instant. Poisonous claws dripped with black and green corrosive fluids, eating pits into the ground with every step. Xiao Qianing's wind blade slashed deep into his shoulder, cutting all the way to the bone. Yet, in mere moments, the writhing swarm in his body filled the wound, sealing it shut. He's got insane regeneration. Fall back. Leave this to me. My voice was steady. Polar Frost Abyss will be effective. Xiao Qianing immediately leaped back, retreating through the doorway and deactivating her combat form. Qingyuan, transformation. An icy blue glow burst forth. Snow-white armor enveloped my figure, cold frost spreading rapidly, forming a layer of thin ice at my feet. Polar Frost Abyss, fusion complete. The insect-mutated Wang Kuan smashed through the doorway, lunging directly at me, his venomous claws aimed dead at my face. I unsheathed my blade, frost climbing along its length. Clang! The blade struck his chitinous arm, sending shards of ice scattering. His entire limb froze instantly, immobilizing the burrowing swarm inside. Wang Kuan violently jerked his arm back, shattering the frozen limb, and lashed out with his other claw in a horizontal swipe. I slid to the side, narrowly evading, and slashed my blade again, leaving a deep gash. The frost seeped into the wound, freezing the swarm beneath his skin. Dormant insects broke apart with sharp cracking noises, falling like brittle shards. To be continued. Really came in handy. Wang Kuan wanted to hold on, but every wound on him was frozen to the core by the frost. The insect swarm within him went dormant and started to decay, unable to heal fast enough to keep up with the damage. He lashed out wildly, his strikes growing more chaotic, while his body accumulated more and more frost marks. He tried to escape into the woods, likely planning to burrow into the ground to devour more carrion worms and recover. But his retreat was blocked by my frost-forged sword aura. The icy terrain was slippery, making it nearly impossible for him to stay steady on his feet. I spotted an opening and leapt forward. Frost gathered on my weapon, sweeping out in a sharp horizontal slash. An ice-blue arc of sword energy flashed past. Crack! Wang Kuen's body was cleaved into several pieces. From the severed ends, the insect swarm attempted to wriggle and reconnect, but their movement froze mid-action, turning into shards of brittle ice. "Burn it all to ash," I said, steadying myself. "Don't leave any chance for a comeback." Flames engulfed the scattered remnants, crackling as they consumed everything. The extreme heat after the biting cold left no room, even for the strongest self-repair abilities. Within seconds, all that remained was ash. The once dominant boss Kuen of these conifer woods didn't even leave a whole corpse behind. I exhaled deeply, relaxing as I disengaged my fusion form. Su Qingyuan stood nearby, her frosted blade now dissipating its chill. A faint blush lit her cheeks from exertion. Xiao Qianing nudged the ashes with her boot and muttered, "All that effort, just to burn him up in the end. What a waste." Shui Chongshan arrived with a group, surveying the aftermath. "Is it over?" he asked. "There are 4 unconscious people inside. Be careful not to touch the marks on the backs of their necks. Pull them out and have Xiaohe purify them. There are also 2 severely injured prisoners in the cells," I instructed. The team immediately sprang into action. Xiaohe approached, a glow of green light encircling her hands as she began stabilizing wounds and extracting insect curses. Meanwhile, I led another group to inventory the supplies. This Tier 4 shelter had a decent stockpile: wood, iron ore, 2 crates of energy crystals, and over a dozen packs of fast-growing seeds. The purification process was soon complete. 4 of Wang Kuen's loyal lieutenants regained consciousness, slumping to the ground in dejection. It was clear their allegiance had been forced, and with their leader gone, they no longer had the will to resist. "What's the next move?" Shui Chongshan handed me a water bottle. "For those who want to leave, let them go on their own terms. For those who choose to stay, give them some supplies and put them to work. As for these 4, I glanced at the defeated men. If they're willing to work, they can stay. If not, send them on their way, and make sure they don't linger too close." In the end, 8 survivors opted to stick with us, while 3 preferred to find some secluded place to live out their lives in peace. I handed the latter group bread, water, and short knives to help them on their way. As for the 4 lieutenants, they all agreed to stay. With Wang Kuen gone, they wouldn't survive alone outside. Sticking with the group offered their best shot at stability.